Chapter 481. Jiang Chen's arrival was a great honor to the Nangong family. Nangong Yunfan and the other upper echelons had just returned to the Nangong family, and they didn't dare to show any neglect. All of them came out to welcome Jiang Chen. The current Jiang Chen was no longer the same Jiang Chen who came to the Nangong family the last time. He was now the hero of the entire southern continent, a peerless warrior who could kill a combat king warrior. With Jiang Chen's current status, his arrival at the Nangong family was a great honor to the entire Nangong family. Brother Jiang, welcome, welcome. A smile blossomed on Nangong Yunfan's face. Jiang Chen didn't go to the profound river palace, but instead came to the Nangong family. This showed how much he valued the Nangong family. Although it was mainly because of the relationship between Nangong Wendian and Jiang Chen didn't go to the profound river palace after the war, but instead came to the Nangong family. For the Nangong family this was a great benefit. Uncle, De Huang needs to cultivate now, please find a place for him. Jiang Chen held the Huang dog in his hand and wrapped it around De Huang dog with the softest of strength, making De Huang dog fall into a deep sleep and unable to feel himself moving. Nangong Yunfan had noticed De Huang dog long ago. He thought De Huang dog was injured, but it turned out that De Huang dog was cultivating. Cultivating while sleeping, what a shame. Alright, brother Jiang Chen, just leave De Huang to me. Nangong Yunfan said. Jiang Chen waved his arm and handed De Huang dog to Nangong Yunfan. He believed that Nangong Yunfan would definitely give De Huang dog the best place to cultivate in the Nangong family. In Nangong Wentian's courtyard, Jiang Chen, Nangong Wentian, Han Yen, and Yen Chen were chatting around a stone table. They all had pleasant smiles on their faces, as they had never felt so relaxed in such a long time. Whether it was the eastern continent or the southern continent, everything had been settled and all the enemies had been eliminated. Compared to these two continents, Jiang Chen was an invincible existence, and no one could be his opponent anymore. Little Chen, you are now invincible under the heavens. This is a cause for celebration. Han Yen smiled. Invincible? Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile on his face and said, being invincible here is nothing. My ambition is far beyond this, and I'm sure all of you have the same ambition as me. The eastern continent and the southern continent are too small, and a second-grade combat king is enough to rule the world. But what you don't know is that a second-grade combat king is nothing in the divine continent. Not to mention a second-grade combat king, even a ninth-grade combat king wouldn't dare say that he's a big shot. In some superpowers, combat emperors are nothing, and there are also families and powers that have been passed down since ancient times. They have a lot of saints. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, both of them couldn't help but sigh. They looked at each other and saw the passion in each other's eyes. The divine continent, the center of the Saint Origin realm, the place where countless great warriors dreamed of becoming, had finally attracted their attention. There were powerful combat kings, combat emperors, and saints who ruled the world. But they were only at the combat soul realm, a realm that was too far away from them. At this moment, Han Yen and Nangong Wendian fell into silence. They knew very well that in order to become a true great warrior, they had to go to the divine continent. If not, no matter how talented they were, they could only become combat kings if they stayed in the eastern and southern continent, and it would be impossible for them to break through to the next realm. The difference between different places and the changes of the natural laws had greatly restricted the growth of warriors. Therefore, this place couldn't produce as many great warriors as the divine continent. Looks like we have to work harder. With our current cultivation, I'm afraid we'll only be some small shrimps if we go to the divine continent. Only when we break through to the late combat soul realm or even the combat king realm, will we be able to explore the divine continent. Han Yen said in a serious manner. After listening to Jiang Chen's introduction of the divine continent, both Han Yen and Nangong Wendian realized how weak they were. In fact, they were already the most outstanding warriors in this era, and they possessed talents that ordinary people couldn't even hope to reach. They were geniuses amongst geniuses, but when compared to a monstrous genius like Jiang Chen, the gap between them immediately became obvious. Brother Yen, you possess Gu Tianma's bloodline, and just like little you have an innate divine body. With a physique like this, the further you cultivate, the stronger you will become. Your future is limitless, and as Gu Tianma's bloodline continues to transform, it will be extremely easy for you to improve your cultivation. Therefore, you don't have to worry about breaking through to the late combat soul realm or first-grade combat king realm in a very short period of time. Jiang Chen said to Han Yen. After that, he turned to Nangong Wendian and said, the 10,000 everlasting elephant skill that Brother Nan cultivates is an ancient skill, and it allows him to form desolate ancient elephants. As this skill continues to grow stronger, Brother Nan's future will be limitless. Therefore, with your talent, it will be very easy for you to improve your cultivation. At least, your path of cultivation will be 1,000 times easier than ordinary people. Jiang Qin had been a cultivator for a long time, and he had a very sharp vision. He was able to clearly judge someone's talent. For example, Han Yin and Yen Xinyu were both innate divine bodies, and Nangong Wenyan also possessed extraordinary skills. The talent of these three men was not inferior to his previous life. However, if these three men were to be compared to Jiang Qin in this life, there was still a huge gap between them. The strength of the dragon transformation skill had far exceeded Jiang Qin's estimation. His body could accommodate any bloodline between the heavens and the earth, and it was many times stronger than any innate divine body. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had a feeling that the dragon transformation skill was not just a simple skill. This was proven by the fact that he could transform parts of his body into a dragon. Not only that, after Jiang Qin had transformed the dragon transformation skill twice, he had obtained 2 powerful skills and the true dragon flame. Also, back in Inferno Hell, Jiang Qin was able to control the blood talisman with the help of the dragon transformation skill. All of these proved that the dragon transformation skill was not simple. Jiang Qin couldn't forget about the blood talisman in Inferno Hell. Initially he was planning to return to Inferno Hell, but it only opened once a year, and he didn't have enough time. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had a feeling that even if he broke through to the late combat soul realm, he still wouldn't be able to obtain the real blood talisman. Therefore he decided to head to the divine continent first, and when he reached the peak of his cultivation, he would return to Inferno Hell to look for the blood talisman. He wanted to find out the relationship between the blood talisman and the dragon transformation skill. Qin Gij, when are we going back to the eastern continent? Yen Xinyu changed the topic. Let's wait for De Huang to wake up. He has absorbed the entire Baoju Demon King and obtained a huge benefit. We need to give him some time to digest it. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Qin Gij, I want to go to the island of ice. Yen Xinyu suddenly said. The island of ice? Little you, what are you going to do there? Jiang Qin was puzzled. For the past few days, Jiang Qin had felt that something was wrong with Yen Xinyu, especially when she was quiet as if she had something on her mind. However, Jiang Qin had been busy with all the battles, so he didn't have the time to ask her about it. But now, Yen Xinyu suddenly said that she wanted to go to the island of ice. This made Jiang Qin feel that something was wrong with her. Qin Gij, do you still remember the black ice talisman you gave me? After I absorbed the black ice talisman stayed inside my body, and didn't do anything. However, in the past few days, the black ice talisman suddenly became restless, as if it was calling for me. I can sense a mysterious force from the black ice talisman, and this force is urging me to go to the island of ice to take a look. Yen Xinyu said. She would tell Jiang Qin everything she knew, and she would never hide anything from him. The black ice talisman is calling for you? Little you, listen to me, this might be a good thing for you. I've been to the world of glaciers, and the entire space there was created by the black ice talisman. The black ice talisman is extremely mysterious and even I can't tell what it is. The Ice Demon King said that only the inheritor of the Ice God can possess the black ice talisman, and I'm thinking that you are the inheritor of the Ice God. Once De Huang wakes up, we'll immediately return to the eastern continent, and I'll go to the island of ice with you. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Since the black ice talisman had recognized Yen Xinyu as its master, it would never harm her. The island of ice had a mysterious origin, and the black ice talisman's origin was even more mysterious. Yen Xinyu might be able to obtain great benefits from the black ice talisman and the island of ice. Qin Gij, I'll return to the eastern continent by myself. Once De Huang wakes up, you guys can go back together. I want to go back and spend more time with my dad. Yen Xinyu said. Alright, be careful on your way back. Jiang Qin placed his hand on Yen Xinyu's forehead. This little girl must be thinking about going to the divine continent, and she didn't know when she would be able to come back. Therefore she wanted to spend more time with Yen Zhanyun. This made Jiang Qin think about his father Jiang Zhenhai. Once they returned to the eastern continent, before heading to the divine continent, he wanted to spend some time with Jiang Zhenhai as well. Alright. Yen Xinyu smiled. After that, she leapt into the sky and disappeared. With Yen Xinyu's cultivation, ordinary late combat soul warriors were no match for her, and she wouldn't run into any accidents along the way. Therefore Jiang Qin didn't worry too much. In fact, Jiang Qin could just return to the eastern continent with Yen Xinyu and wait for De Huang Dog to wake up. Then he could go back on his own. However, Jiang Qin knew that De Huang Dog was in a critical moment, and he couldn't afford any accidents. Therefore it was better for him to stay behind. On the second day after De Huang Dog entered secluded cultivation, Daoist Profound River, the Great Elder, and Wu Ningzhu arrived at the Nangong family. This was the first time the palace chief of the Profound River Palace had personally come here. The entire Nangong family was bustling with excitement. Although they knew the palace chief was here for Jiangqin, it was still a good thing for the Nangong family. Chapter 482. The illusory figure of the dragon horse was faintly discernible, but it was extremely mystical. Its body was more than 3 meters long, and its entire body was covered in golden scales. Its 4 hooves were also golden, and it was extremely mystical. This was an extremely valiant steed. On its head, there was a sharp dragon horn that was covered in dragon patterns. It was a true godly creature that had long since disappeared. An earth-shattering roar came out from the dragon horse's shadow. The dragon horse raised its head to the sky and neighed, shaking the 9 heavens. Such a huge commotion attracted the attention of everyone from the Nangong family, including Daoist Profound River and the Great Elder, who hadn't left yet. The commotion was simply too huge. Everyone stared at the golden red pillar of light in shock. Heavens! What kind of godly creature is that? Is it the legendary dragon horse? It's too mystical. Is that the transformation of De Huang Dog? Could it be that the original form of that dog is not a dog but a divine being? Its aura is too strong and it's still rising. It seems like it's going to break through to the Demon King realm. I never thought that I would have the chance to witness the birth of a Demon King. It's such an honor. Everyone was astonished. They had never seen such a mystical dragon horse before. They had never even heard of such a thing. This damn dog is finally going to break through to the Demon King realm after a month's time. This is great. Otherwise, I would have wasted a month's time. I'm going to smash his head. Jiangqin had a bright smile on his face. As expected, De Huang Dog had broken through to the first-grade Demon King realm. This was really exciting. But then again, since De Huang Dog had broken through to the first-grade Demon King realm, even if Jiangqin wanted to smash his head, it would be very difficult. After a dragon horse had broken through to the Demon King realm, its combat strength would be so strong that it could easily defeat a second-grade Demon King. Of course, Jiangqin still had a trump card in his hand. He had yet to refine Demon King Xianlong's demon soul. Once he returned to the eastern continent, he would refine the demon soul and break through to a higher level. De Huang Dog's aura continued to rise, layer after layer of golden waves. The dazzling golden light made people not dare to look directly at it. Damn it, this dog is indeed a mystical dragon horse. However, what I don't understand is why it has to look like a dog. Han Yin said in a gloomy manner. Not only him, even Jiangqin couldn't figure out the answer to this question. Even if a majestic dragon horse had to lower its status, it shouldn't behave like a dog. After De Huang absorbed the flaming stallion's demon spirit and blood essence, he obtained incomparably great benefits and directly advanced to the Demon King realm, leaving me and Yen in the dust. It seems that I also need to work hard in my cultivation. Nangong Wentian sighed. De Huang Dog had already become a Demon King. This caused him to suddenly feel an indescribable pressure. Han Yin nodded his head with a solemn expression. Right now, Jiangqin and Big Yellow had pulled far ahead of them, and if they didn't work harder, the gap between them would only get bigger. Finally, De Huang Dog's aura stopped at the first-grade Demon King realm. Fortunately, it stopped. If De Huang Dog had broken through to the second-grade Demon King realm, even Jiangqin would feel very depressed. Not long after, a De Huang Dog with its mouth wide open and tongue hanging out, saliva dripping from its mouth swayed its tail as it arrived in front of Jiangqin and Han Yin. The first thing De Huang Dog said was, "Kid, if you have the guts, fight this master dog one-on-one. Let's see who's stronger." Damn it. Jiangqin almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had painstakingly guarded this bastard for a month, and the first thing this damn dog did after breaking through was to challenge him. This was too sad. Jiangqin suddenly felt that this was a world without love. Come on, kid. This master dog will be very careful. I won't hurt you. De Huang Dog showed off his strength. After becoming a first-grade Demon King, his confidence had skyrocketed. He felt that he was the world's #1, and only Jiangqin, who was also the world's #1, was qualified to fight against him. Damn it, looks like you're itching for a beating again. Jiangqin gnashed his teeth. He rolled up his sleeves and flew up into the sky. Without saying anything, he threw a punch at De Huang Dog. He knew that this dog had thick skin and thick flesh, especially his head, which was extremely hard. Therefore he didn't show any mercy. Wakaka. Seeing this, the Huang dog laughed out loud. He raised his head and charged towards Jiang Chen's fist. Dong. A muffled explosion was heard, and the void was torn apart. Next. Bang bang bang. Damn it, this damn dog's head is still so hard. Damn it, kid, don't hit this master dog's handsome face. Ouch, you bit my butt. Under countless admiring gazes, a battle between a human and a dog took place in the sky above the Nangong family. The battle lasted for half an hour, but there was no clear winner. Of course, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were only fighting with their bodies. Jiang Chen didn't use any combat skills, and the Huang dog didn't use any of his innate abilities. After all, these two guys were just having a friendly match, and it was impossible for them to fight each other. Moreover, if they really fought each other with their combat strength, the entire Nangong family would be destroyed. On the same day, Jiang Chen didn't waste any time. He prepared to leave and return to the eastern continent. Outside the Nangong family, Jiang Chen, Han Yen, Nangong Wentian, and the Huang dog were standing in the sky. Nangong Wentian had already told his family that he was going to follow in Jiang Chen's footsteps and go to the divine continent together with Jiang Chen. With their innate abilities, they would definitely have a bright future in the divine continent. Of course, Nangong Yunfan didn't oppose his son's decision. His son wanted to climb higher, and as a father he was happy for him. Besides, he didn't need to worry about his son following Jiang Chen. Dad, let's go back. Nangong Wentian bowed to Nangong Yunfan, then followed Jiang Chen and left. Not long after the three people and the dog flew away, a figure chased after them from another direction. It was a beautiful woman who looked down upon all the other beauties, Wu Ningzhu. Sister Ning, didn't you go back to the Dancing Sun City? Seeing Wu Ningzhu, Jiang Chen immediately said with a smile. The other two people and the dog immediately moved away from each other, creating some space for the two of them. Wu Jiao had decided to make the Black Sect the #1 sect in the Eastern Continent, and make it the benchmark for all sects in the Eastern Continent. Chapter 483. Jiang Chen and Yen Xinyu left the Black Sect, and a Huang dog followed them. Han Yen and Nangong Wentian entered secluded cultivation, and Wu Ningzhu chose to enter secluded cultivation as well. All of them knew very well what kind of place the Divine Continent was. It was a place that the Eastern Continent and Southern Continent couldn't compare with. Here they were geniuses and mighty warriors, but once they arrived at the Divine Continent, it would be a different story. Above the mountain range outside the Black Sect, 2 men and a dog were hovering in the sky. I'll first use the bronze plate to locate the current location of the island of ice. Jiang Chen said as he took out the bronze plate. To Jiang Chen, this bronze plate was a real treasure. Soon he would have to travel to the Divine Continent, and he would have to use this bronze plate. The distance between the Eastern Continent and the Divine Continent was too long, far longer than the distance between the Southern Continent and the Eastern Continent. Even a combat king warrior would need more than a month to travel to the Divine Continent using spatial teleportation. Since Jiang Chen hadn't mastered the spatial force yet, it would take him at least 3 months to reach the Divine Continent. The reason why Jiang Chen was able to kill a combat king warrior was because of his movement skill. If it was a long-distance chase, even if he combined the 9 phantom wolves and the spatial dimension, he still wouldn't be able to compete with a combat king warrior who could use spatial teleportation. However, there was an ancient teleportation formation on the island of ice. Once the teleportation formation was activated, one could directly go to the Divine Continent. Brother Chen, there's no need. Yen Xinyu smiled mischievously at Jiang Chen. After that, in front of Jiang Chen and the Huang dog's astonished eyes, a bright light flashed on Yen Xinyu's fingertip. In the next second, a crystal-like transparent talisman appeared. Yen Xinyu casually waved her hand, and the talisman immediately turned into a portal, appearing in front of the two people and the dog. The Black Ice Talisman can lead you directly to the island of ice. There is no distance limit. Yen Xinyu said. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog looked at the aura in front of them and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Especially Jiang Chen, who lowered his head and looked at the bronze plate in his hand. He felt that compared to Yen Xinyu's Black Ice Talisman, this thing was really not on the same level. For God's sake, this thing is much more awesome than that broken bronze plate of yours. The Huang dog said excitedly. He is indeed awesome. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He didn't doubt the Huang dog's words at all. His bronze plate could only sense the location of the island of ice, and he had to rush out of the island to open the door. However, Yen Xinyu's Black Ice Talisman was much more powerful. No matter where she was, she could directly enter the island of ice. I only found out about this function of the Black Ice Talisman recently. Let's go in. After saying that, Yan Qinyu was the first one to step into the illusory portal. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog followed closely behind. As the three of them disappeared into the portal also disappeared. The black ice talisman once again turned into a beam of light and entered Yan Qinyu's body. Whooshed with a flash of light, the scenery in front of them changed. Two people and a dog appeared in a boundless world of glaciers. Yan Qinyu had the 9 meridians, which meant that the colder the place was, the more suitable it was for her to cultivate. As for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, they couldn't help but shiver when they suddenly entered the world of glaciers. However, both of them had thick skin and strong muscles. Their bodies were filled with yang energy, and they weren't afraid of the cold at all. They only needed to shake their bodies to adapt to the cold. What is this place? There are glaciers everywhere. De Huang Dog looked around and was shocked as well. The last time he entered the island of ice, he didn't come here. This is where I obtained the black ice talisman and subdued the ice demon king, said Jiang Qin. Back then he entered this world of glaciers because of the heavenly saint sword's reaction. Not only did he obtain the broken heavenly saint sword, he also obtained the black ice talisman and subdued the ice demon king, which gave him unimaginable benefits. He never thought that he would be able to come here again today. He used the bronze plate to open the door to the ancient black altar, but Yan Qinyu used the black ice talisman to open the door to this world of glaciers. This place is so beautiful. Yan Qinyu's sparkling eyes looked like the most beautiful thing in the world. She looked at the endless glaciers in front of her, which looked like countless heavenly swords, and felt an indescribable sense of comfort in her heart. Roar. Suddenly, muffled roars of beasts could be heard. After that, the roars became louder and louder. Numerous powerful ice demons walked out from different places. When these ice demons noticed the sudden appearance of the uninvited guests, they immediately flew towards them. Damn it, why are there so many ice demons? De Huang Dog couldn't help but roll his eyes. Each of these ice demons looked ugly, but they all looked exactly the same as the ice demon king. Therefore, De Huang Dog was able to recognize them at first glance. These ice demons have immortal bodies. Little you, let the ice demon king out, Jiang Qin said to Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu nodded her head. She waved her arm and with a flash of light, the gigantic ice demon king appeared. When the ice demon king saw that it had returned to its original place, it immediately let out an excited roar. Roar, roar. The ice demon king's roar made the other ice demons even more excited. It was as if they had seen their king return, and their roars became louder and louder. Ice demon, tell all the ice demons to retreat. Don't make any noise. If you disturb the ice god's inheritor's cultivation, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Jiang Qin shouted at the ice demon king. Hearing this, the ice demon king's gigantic body trembled. It didn't dare to hesitate and let out another roar. Upon receiving the order, the other ice demons didn't dare to hesitate and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, all of them had disappeared without a trace. Little you, use the black ice talisman and see what you can find in this place, Jiang Qin reminded. And Yan Qinyu nodded her head and closed her eyes. She could feel that the black ice talisman in her body was becoming more and more restless. Furthermore, she could clearly feel a guiding force coming from the black ice talisman, forcing her to move towards a certain direction. Yan Qinyu's clothes were as white as snow, and her clothes were fluttering in the wind. She looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world as she slowly flew into the world of glaciers. Jiang Qin, Big Yellow, and the Ice Demon King followed behind her at a leisurely pace. They didn't make any sound as they were afraid of disturbing Yan Qinyu. Soon Yan Qinyu arrived at a freezing pond. This freezing pond was the same place where Jiang Qin found the black ice talisman last time. But it was different from last time. Han Yan was completely frozen, turning into a huge ice cube. This used to be a cold pond filled with water. Since I took the black ice talisman, this place has been completely frozen, Jiang Qin said. Obviously, the reason why the cold pond was frozen was because the black ice talisman had left. Apart from that, there was no other explanation. Yan Qinyu didn't say anything. She took a step forward and sat on top of the cold pond. A talisman emerged from her body and floated above her head. But after that, the black ice talisman kept shooting out beams of cold light that looked like a curtain of rain, tightly wrapping around Yan Qinyu. It was an extremely beautiful scene. A fairy bathed in the rain, sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her beautiful face was flawless, so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. There was a special kind of beauty on Yan Qinyu's body, a kind of ethereal beauty. This kind of beauty was more attractive than anything else. What is little you doing? De Huang Dog asked in a low voice. I don't know either. The Black Ice Talisman is too mystical. I don't know anything about it, and I've only read about the 9 meridians in ancient books. If this Black Ice Talisman is really related to the Ice God, then little you is most likely the inheritor of the Ice God that the Ice Demon King mentioned. Jiang Qin said. I think little you will get a great benefit. De Huang Dog guessed. That's for sure. Let's wait and see. If she needs help, we'll be able to help immediately. Jiang Qin's eyes never left Yan Qinyu. Regardless of whether Yan Qinyu could get a great benefit or not, he had to ensure her safety. For the next 3 days, Yan Qinyu just sat quietly above the cold pond. The curtain of rain around her body was getting thicker and thicker, and on the 4th day the surface of the cold pond finally showed some changes. Buzz! Beams of cold light rose from the cold sky. These beams first entered the Black Ice Talisman, then rushed into the sky through the talisman. However, these beams of cold light didn't disappear, instead they condensed in the sky. As more and more of these cold beams condensed, they gradually formed into a glacier. After another 3 days, the countless cold beams actually formed into an illusory statue in the sky. It was a statue that was completely made out of dark ice. The statue was at least 100 zhang tall, and it looked like a huge mountain. Buzz buzz. The buzzing sound did not stop. More and more cold lights appeared, completely covering Yan Qinyu's figure. He could no longer see her figure, but the statue was getting clearer and clearer. It looked exactly like Yan Qinyu. It looks like little you. Little you has turned into an ice statue. De Huang Dog said in surprise. Plop. The Ice Demon King knelt down with a plop and let out a muffled sound. Although Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog couldn't understand what the Ice Demon King was trying to say, they could clearly feel its excitement. Its 30 zhang tall body was trembling violently, and it kept kowtowing toward the ice statue. Another 2 days later, the ice statue was completely formed. It was a goddess sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. The 100 zhang tall ice statue was extremely beautiful. The ice statue had covered the entire cold pond. The Black Ice Talisman and Yan Qinyu had disappeared, as if they had completely merged with the ice statue. This situation made Jiang Qin worry. Even as the once greatest saint in the world, he had never encountered such a situation before. How could this be? De Huang Dog was confused. The Ice Demon King knelt down in front of the ice statue and kept kowtowing. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows, not knowing what was going on. Swoosh. Chapter 484. Yan Qinyu walked out, but Jiang Qin could clearly feel her aura inside the ice sculpture. It was as if Yan Qinyu had never walked out. It was a very strange feeling. Little you, what's going on? Jiang Qin hurriedly asked. Qin Gij. Yan Qinyu called out. She walked in front of Jiang Qin, reached out her jade-like palm, and placed it on Jiang Qin's palm. Jiang Qin hurriedly grabbed her hand. He was a bit nervous, as if Yan Qinyu would leave him if he didn't grab her hand tightly. Feeling Jiang Qin's nervousness, Yan Qinyu's heart instantly warmed. She smiled and said, Don't be nervous, Qin Gij. Little you will be fine. Qin Gij, I'm afraid little you can't go to the divine continent with you. I found the most suitable place for me to train. Yan Qinyu said. You plan to stay here? Jiang Qin suddenly understood. He raised his head and looked at the ice sculpture of a fairy. Yes, I've completely merged with the Black Ice Talisman. I want to receive the true inheritance of the Ice God. That's why I want to stay here. I want to become stronger so that I won't be a burden to Qin Gij. Yan Qinyu said seriously, Little you knows that Qin Gij is a peerless hero, a great man in this world, and you still have a long way to go. Little you is Qin Gij's woman. I don't want to be a useless burden. I want to be someone who can help Qin Gij. I don't need Qin Gij to protect me all the time. The Ice God is just a title, it's a supreme existence. I've received the inheritance of the Ice God, and Qin Gij wants to go to the divine continent to find a more suitable place for you to train. This is the best place for little you to train. I will work hard here to improve my cultivation, and one day I will go to the divine continent to find you guys. Yan Qinyu's beautiful eyes stared at Jiang Qin's face without blinking, as if she wanted to imprint this face into her heart. Everything she had today was given to her by this man in front of her. She loved this man and she didn't want to be separated from him, but she had no choice. Just like what she had said, she didn't want to be a burden, she wanted to be a useful person. Hearing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. How could he not know about Yan Qinyu's feelings for him? However, accepting the Ice God's inheritance was indeed a good thing for Yan Qinyu, and Jiang Qin had no reason to stop her. This was a great opportunity, and if he missed it, he wouldn't be able to get it again in his life. Just as Yan Qinyu said, This was the most suitable place for her to cultivate. The benefits of cultivating here were much better than cultivating in the divine land. Therefore, even though Jiang Chen was reluctant to leave, he had to agree to let Yan Qinyu stay here. Moreover, Yan Qinyu had already made up her mind. Sigh. The days without Xiaoyu are so lonely. De Huang dog shook his head and sighed. Puppy dog, don't be sad. The separation is only temporary. I will come and find you. Yan Qinyu patted Big Yellow's head. She was the only one who could call Big Yellow a puppy, and she could stroke his head without making him angry. Yan Qinyu was the only one. Xiaoyu, you can do it. When you become the ice god in the future, you'll be amazing. De Huang dog chuckled. He was not an idiot, he naturally knew how important this opportunity was to Yan Qinyu. If that's the case, Xiaoyu, you can stay here. Now that you've received the ice god's inheritance, you're the master of this place. This place is safe for you and I can leave without worry. Jiang Qin said. Qin Gij, although Xiaoyu isn't by your side, Sister Wu is. With her taking care of you, I can be at ease. Sister Wu is as beautiful as a goddess and she really likes you. Xiaoyu can see this. However, when we arrive at the divine land, you're not allowed to flirt with other girls. Otherwise Xiaoyu will really get angry. Yan Qinyu pouted her little mouth and waved her fist at Jiang Qin, warning him. Hearing this, Jiang Qin immediately sweated. He really wanted to say that he and Wu Ningzhu were innocent, but when he thought of Wu Ningzhu's oath, he chose to remain silent. It seemed like he was destined to be entangled with two women for the rest of his life. Alright, Qin Gij, Xiaoyu needs to go back and cultivate. When you get back, don't leave in a hurry, stay with your father-in-law for a while. Also, tell my dad about me, don't let him worry. After saying that, Yan Qinyu turned around and walked towards the ice statue. She turned into a trail of light and disappeared into the ice statue. Jiang Qin and Big Yellow raised their heads and stared at the gigantic ice statue, and they couldn't move their gazes away for a long time. They never thought that when they followed Yan Qinyu to the island of ice, they would leave her here alone. After a long time, Jiang Qin looked at Xiaoyu and said calmly, the path of cultivation is too difficult. Everyone has to make their own choices. This is Xiaoyu's choice, it's her destiny. That's right, we should be happy for her. De Huang dog said with a serious expression. He rarely showed a serious expression. Ice demon, you stay here and protect your master. Don't neglect her. Jiang Qin said to the Ice Demon King. The Ice Demon King hurriedly bowed deeply toward Jiang Qin, expressing its determination. After that, Jiang Qin brought De Huang dog and left the island of ice. Both of them had a heavy heart. Jiang Qin had always wanted to return to the divine continent, and now, his dream had finally come true. However, he found out that he would have to bid farewell to his family. Yan Qinyu was just the beginning, he still had his family here. Jiang Qin quietly returned to the Black Sect without alerting anyone. Currently, there was a very special and honorable place in the Black Sect. Taoist Black had personally built a courtyard for Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun in the best place in the Black Sect. Both men lived together. Aside from cultivating, they would drink wine and play chess. Their days were really pleasant. After Jiang Qin returned, he immediately used the Great Soul Derivation skill to sense Han Yen and Nangong Wentian's auras. He discovered that both of them were at the peak of the early combat soul realm, and they were just one step away from breaking through to the late combat soul realm. According to their current situation, it would take them at most 1 month to break through to the late combat soul realm. At that point of time, it would be time for them to leave the eastern continent and head to the divine continent. During the last month, Jiang Qin didn't plan to go anywhere. He just wanted to stay here and accompany Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun, enjoying their last moments of peace. Within the courtyard, Jiang Qin, Jiang Zhenhai, and Yan Zhanyun were sitting around a stone table. They were drinking wine while facing the moon. This wine was left behind by Guishan, and he was now treating Jiang Zhenhai with it. In-law, you've given birth to a good daughter. Now that little Yu has obtained the ice god's inheritance, her future achievements will be limitless. Congratulations. Jiang Zhenhai raised his cup toward Yan Zhanyun and said with a smile. If it wasn't for Qin, a little Yu wouldn't be here today, and the Yan family wouldn't be where they are today. Therefore, brother Jiang, you've given birth to a good son. Yan Zhanyun said with a loud laugh. Both he and Jiang Zhenhai were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that a small fry from the Red City region would one day be sitting at the peak of the eastern continent, drinking wine and chatting merrily with each other. It was as if they were dreaming. What good son and daughter. We'll be a family from now on. Jiang Zhenhai said with a loud laugh. Dad, I've prepared this 9 solar holy water for you and father-in-law. It can completely improve your physique and potential, and it won't be a problem for you to break through to the combat soul realm in a short period of time. Jiang Qin took out a jade bottle filled with 9 solar holy water. This was specially prepared for both of them. Jiang Qin didn't want his father to become a peerless warrior, but he had no choice but to do everything he could to help his father improve his cultivation. The path of cultivation was a long one, and all warriors would experience life, age, sickness, and death. Only with a higher cultivation would one be able to live a longer life. Jiang Qin's lifespan would be very long in the future, and he didn't want to see his father die because of the passage of time. For warriors, the only way to increase their lifespan was to constantly improve their cultivation. The 9 solar holy water was able to improve both men's potential, especially Jiang Zhenhai's. With the help of the 9 solar holy water and the mystic yuan skill, their future achievements would be limitless. Qin, are you leaving now? Jiang Zhenhai put away the 9 solar holy water and said with a smile on his face. He had heard some rumors recently. Yes, Dad, I'm ready. I'll depart for the divine continent in a month's time. Jiang Qin said. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. He had to go to the divine continent, there were still many things he needed to do. Dad will support you, I'm proud of you. Jiang Zhenhai patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. No matter how reluctant he was, he understood that with his son's current strength, there was no point for him to stay in the eastern continent any longer. A genius like Jiang Qin was destined to be someone who wouldn't stay in a small pond. Sooner or later he would soar above the heavens. Qin, we don't know what the outside world is like, but I'm sure it's extremely dangerous. You have to be extra careful when you arrive at the divine continent. Xuanhuan reminded. Don't worry, father-in-law, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Qin nodded his head. The care and concern from the two made him feel very warm inside. This kind of warmth was something that he couldn't experience in his previous life. A month's time passed by in the blink of an eye. During this month, Jiang Qin didn't leave the courtyard at all. He spent every day drinking and playing chess with Jiang Zhenhai and Xuanhuan. Jiang Qin really enjoyed this kind of peaceful time. It would be impossible for him to enjoy this kind of life when he arrived at the divine continent. Chapter 485. Early in the morning, the area outside the Black Sect was crowded with people. 2 groups of people were standing opposite each other. One group consisted of 4 men and a dog, while the other group consisted of the largest group in the entire eastern continent. These 4 men and a dog were none other than Jiang Qin, Wu Ningzhu Han Yin, Nangong Wenian, and a Huang dog. Today was the day Jiang Qin and the others were leaving the Black Sect. They were going to the center of the Saint Origin realm, the divine continent. No one knew when they would be able to return. On the opposite side, Wu Jiao and Wu Lang were there. They stood side by side with Jiang Zhenhai and Xuanhuan, and behind them were all the upper echelons of the Black Sect. All of them were staring at Jiang Qin with passionate gazes. The strongest group in the eastern continent had gathered here. All the upper echelons of the martial dynasty and the Black Sect were here. It was their honor to see Jiang Qin off. Brother, be careful when you arrive at the divine continent. Wu Jiao took a step forward and patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. He knew Jiang Qin was not someone who would stay in a small pond, the eastern continent wouldn't be able to keep him. A monster like him could only fly higher in the vast sky. Brother Jiao, after I leave, I'll leave everything here to you. I hope you can guarantee the safety of the Jiang family and the Black Sect. Jiang Qin said in a serious manner. He dared not neglect the safety of the Jiang family. Although no one in the eastern continent dared touch the Jiang family, Jiang Qin still had to remind Wu Jiao that the Jiang family was his foundation, and he couldn't afford to lose them. Brother, don't worry. Brother Jiao, guarantee with my life that your father will be the most honorable man in the entire eastern continent. Even when he arrives at the martial dynasty, he will receive the highest level of treatment. Wu Jiao patted his chest and promised. This was the promise of a combat king warrior, an emperor. Under the heavens, only Jiang Qin could make such a promise to Wu Jiao. At this moment, Guoshan walked up to them and said with a smile, Brother, today's scene is like a dream to me. I hope that when we meet again, your name will have spread across the entire Saint Origin realm. Guoshan's face was filled with a smile. He was smiling happily. He recalled the first time he met Jiang Qin and it felt like a dream to him. He could never have imagined that this little outer circle disciple of the Black Sect could grow so quickly, and in such a short period of time, he had overturned the entire eastern continent's order. Now that he thought about it, from defeating the northern and southern dynasties, dominating the Qi province, destroying the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect, and finally establishing the martial Saint dynasty, time really passed by quickly. Ever since Jiang Qin arrived in the Qi province, the entire eastern continent had never had a moment of peace. He was simply a devil incarnate. It was conceivable that when Jiang Chen arrived at the Divine Land, he would definitely set off a storm. Such a person would not be unknown no matter where he went. Brother, you'd better brew more wine. When I come back next time, you must let me drink as much as I want. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Don't worry, I'm not as good as you in terms of cultivation and alchemy, but you can't compare with me when it comes to brewing wine. Of course, I don't have the ability to give you energy spring water as wine. Wuxian said. He recalled how Jiang Chen drank energy spring water as wine, and how drunk he was. Chief Jiang, I wonder when we'll be able to meet again after you leave. Yu Zihan said with mixed emotions. Zihan, focus on your cultivation, I'll wait for you in the Divine Land. Jiang Chen patted Yu Zihan's shoulder. Yu Zihan had broken through to the early combat soul realm, and he was one of the top geniuses amongst the younger generation. However, compared to Jiang Chen and the others, he was still weaker. Don't worry, I'll return to the Divine Land sooner or later. Yu Zihan said with a serious expression. Jiang Chen's existence had made him realize how vast the world was. Yu Zihan had already prepared himself. Once Jiang Chen and the others left, he would start cultivating with all his might, trying to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. The sun had risen high up in the sky, and the last person to bid farewell to Jiang Chen was Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Chen bowed deeply toward Jiang Zhenhai, then he said, Dad, take care. Don't worry and don't worry too much. After saying that, Jiang Zhenhai turned around and showed his back to Jiang Chen. All the people behind him could see the tears in Jiang Zhenhai's eyes, and they couldn't help but sigh. In this old man's heart, Jiang Chen was the most important person, and leaving like this was really cruel for this old man. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He lifted up his robe, slowly kneeled down on the ground, and kowtowed 3 times toward Jiang Zhenhai's back. After that, Jiang Chen flew up into the sky and left without looking back. There were always sad times in this world, and parting always made people sad. Jiang Chen didn't want to feel too sad, so he left without hesitation. Wu Ningzhu and the others caught up with Jiang Chen. They knew that Jiang Chen's heart was heavy, so they chose not to say anything. Under Jiang Chen's lead, the group flew all the way to the deepest part of the ocean. Jiang Chen took out the bronze plate again. This thing will be useless when we reach the Divine Land. Jiang Chen said while looking at the shining bronze plate in his hand. Although this bronze plate was the key to the Island of Ice, they needed to find the exact location of the Island of Ice. Therefore, when they reached the Divine Land, the bronze plate would be useless. Jiang Chen put the bronze plate in his hand into his robe, and an illusionary door appeared in front of them. Without hesitation they entered the door. With a flash of light, they appeared on the black altar, next to the huge teleportation portal. It's time to leave, are you guys ready? Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Wu Ningzhu and the others. Always ready, Han Yan nodded. Both he and Nangong Wentian's eyes were filled with excitement. They couldn't help but be excited when they thought about going to the Divine Land. Wu Ningzhu was even more excited than the two of them. She was going to the Divine Land with a dream and a promise. She had been waiting for this day for 10 years. The Huang dog was wagging his thick tail, his eyes were sparkling. It was obvious that this dog was also very excited. He was probably thinking about going to the Divine Land, and couldn't help but feel excited. In fact, the one who was the most excited was Jiang Chen. He was finally going to return to his own world. Thinking about the past, he couldn't help but feel excited. Jiang Chen held the bronze plate in his hand and pressed it into the hidden slot on the teleportation portal. Click. The huge teleportation formation immediately began to operate, emitting rays of bright light. They could clearly see several light spots on the teleportation formation. One of the farthest light spots was also the largest light spot. It was their destination this time, the Divine Land. Do you see it? That place is the Divine Land, our destination this time. Jiang Chen pointed his finger at the fist-sized speck of light. Just from the size of the speck, one could tell how vast the Divine Continent was. It was more than 100 times bigger than the Eastern Continent. Just thinking about such a huge world made one's scalp go numb. Divine Land, I Wu Ningzhu am here. Mother, how are you? Ning must see you. Wu Ningzhu was looking forward to seeing Ning, trying hard to suppress her excitement. Let's go. Jiang Chen placed the bronze plate on top of the light dot. In an instant, a spatial tunnel was opened up, and all of them were sucked into the tunnel by a powerful suction force. The variegated spatial turbulence flashed in front of them like shooting stars, dazzling them. So this is what the inside of the spatial tunnel looks like. Nangong Wentian looked around curiously. Han Yen reached out his hand to touch the spatial barrier. Bang! The spatial barrier of the spatial tunnel let out a loud bang, and a hole was blasted open. A strong spatial storm came in from the outside, and their bodies swayed, almost falling down. The teleportation portal on the altar is too old, and the divine land is too far away, so the spatial tunnel is unstable. We have to restrain our aura and don't move around recklessly. Otherwise, once the spatial tunnel breaks, we will enter the endless spatial turbulence and be killed by the spatial storm. Jiang Qin quickly reminded them. Hearing this, Han Yin and Nangong Wendian broke out in a cold sweat. It was too scary. If they were trapped in the spatial turbulence, even if they didn't die, it would be hard for them to find the exit, and they would never be able to walk out of it. Little Qinzi, with this speed, how long will it take for us to reach the divine land? Wu Ningzhu asked. About a day, I think. Jiang Qin said. So long? Han Yin was startled. What do you think? If we don't have the teleportation formation with our cultivation, it will take us at least 3 months to fly to the divine land, and that's not even mentioning it. Jiang Qin said. A day passed by quickly, and they still hadn't reached the end of the spatial tunnel. Suddenly, a light spot appeared in front of them, and the spatial tunnel started to shake violently. Jiang Qin's face darkened, because that light spot wasn't the end of the spatial tunnel, but a crack in the spatial tunnel. What happened? Han Yin was shocked. Everyone be careful. The further we go, the more unstable the spatial tunnel becomes. The crack in front of us is the crack. Jiang Qin quickly reminded them. The few of them didn't move, following the spatial tunnel, and soon they arrived at the crack. Waves of wind blew out from the crack, causing them to lose their balance. When they passed by the crack, a strong suction force suddenly appeared, acting on Nangong Wendian's body. Ah! Nangong Wendian cried out in shock. Under this suction force he couldn't control his body at all and was about to be sucked in. Not good. Jiang Qin had a bad feeling and he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly grabbed Nangong Wendian's arm, and a Huang dog also used its head to push against Nangong Wendian's waist. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time, pulling Nangong Wendian back into the spatial tunnel. Chapter 486. Bang bang, the sky was clear and boundless. Suddenly, 2 sounds of explosions resounded in the void. 2 silhouettes were ejected from the void like cannonballs. One crashed onto the ground while the other crashed onto a big tree, shattering the big tree into pieces. Cough after a series of loud coughs, Jiang Qin climbed out of the huge pit. The Huang dog cursed as he bounced a broken piece of wood off his body. After looking around, they didn't feel the slightest bit annoyed at their current sorry state. Instead, their faces were filled with incomparable excitement. Ah! So that wasn't the rupture point of the passage, but the exit of a passage. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. Initially, he thought that it was a crack in the passage that would lead them into the spatial turbulence. He didn't expect that they would be ejected from the passage. After all, it turned out to be an exit. However, he still felt a little scared when he thought about it. Motherfucker. Master Dog almost shit out from fear. The Huang dog spat on the ground. He was secretly glad that it wasn't the spatial turbulence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to walk out of it for the rest of his life. Quick, look at what kind of shitty place this is. The Huang dog looked around and saw that they were surrounded by mountains. Withered vines and weeds could be seen everywhere. There were also towering trees that were dozens of meters tall. Obviously, this was a huge mountain range. St. Origin World was vast and boundless. Mountain ranges like this could be found everywhere. The mountain range here was no different from the mountain range in the eastern continent. The only difference was the heaven and earth yuan qi. The density of the heaven and earth yuan qi here was 10 times higher than that of the eastern continent. To the cultivators of the eastern continent, this ordinary mountain range was a holy land for cultivation. The heaven and earth yuan qi here is more than 10 times higher than that of the eastern continent. If I'm not mistaken, this place belongs to the divine continent. However, there is still a long way to go before we can reach the real divine continent. With our speed, I'm afraid that it will take us 2 to 3 days. Jiang Qin said. Just 2 to 3 days. It's still better than entering the spatial turbulence. The Huang dog grinned. They had been traveling in the spatial passageway for a day and were about to reach the divine continent. Now that he and the Huang dog had ejected from the spatial passageway, their current location wasn't far from the divine continent. Damn it, our camp has been split up. The Huang dog said gloomily. It was not hard to imagine that Han Yin and the other 2 would directly arrive at the divine continent through the spatial tunnel. However, the 2 of them would have to set off again from this mountain range and fly to the divine continent. Don't worry. With their strength, they should be able to protect themselves even when they reach the divine continent. Sister Ning is now a combat king warrior, so we should hurry up and find a way to meet up with them once we reach the divine continent. Jiang Qin said. After that, Jiang Qin locked onto the direction of the divine land and hurried on with the Huang dog. A man and a dog walked into a forest. Suddenly, a cold beam shot toward them from a direction. The beam traveled at an incredible speed, and it carried a cold killing intent. Obviously it was trying to kill Jiang Qin and the Huang dog. The Huang dog was ejected from the spatial passageway, and now he was being attacked again. Jiang Qin couldn't bear it any longer. The Huang dog swung his head toward the cold beam, shattering it into pieces. Jejia, this dog was pretty strong. An insidious laugh sounded out. Two figures appeared in front of Jiang Qin and the Huang dog like ghosts, blocking their path. These two guys were tall and strong, and they had two goat horns on their heads. Two late combat soul demon goats. The Huang dog rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but admit that the divine land was not something the eastern continent could compare with. Two late combat soul demon goats could easily be considered as kings in the eastern continent. Big brother, this guy's yang energy is very strong. If I eat him, I'll definitely obtain great benefits. One of the goats licked his lips and stared at Jiang Qin. Hee, this dog is not bad either. The other goat smiled at the Huang dog. You two little goats, before this master dog gets angry, kneel down and kowtow to me. If this master dog is happy, I'll spare your lives. The Huang dog said with an arrogant tone. Hearing this, the two goats burst out into laughter. They were very confident in their cultivation, and when they joined forces, it would be very difficult to find anyone below the combat king realm who could be their match. The Huang dog coldly harumphed. In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from his body and swept toward the two goats like a tidal wave. Sensing the powerful aura, the expressions of the two goats instantly changed. They cried out in shock at the same time, "Demon King!" The two goats immediately started sweating profusely, as if they were mice who had just seen a cat. Without any hesitation, they immediately kneeled down on the ground. "Demon King, please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai." The two goat demons kowtowed again and again. They wished they could slap themselves in the face a few times. How stupid were they to come out and look for a demon king? However, how could they have imagined that a random dog would turn out to be a demon king? Their luck was just too bad. "Let me ask you, how far away are we from the divine continent?" Jiang Qin asked. The two goats quickly turned to look at Jiang Qin. Although this young man wasn't a combat king, he was accompanied by a real demon king. Naturally, they dared not show any neglect. Jiang Qin's question actually made them happy. As long as they answered well and behaved obediently, they might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, if they offended the dignity of a demon king, they would surely lose their lives. "Young master, this is the border of the divine continent. If you want to go to the divine continent, it will only take you 2 or 3 days. However, with the demon king here, you can use spatial teleportation and it will be even faster," one of the goats said. Jiang Qin nodded. This was more or less what he had expected. "You two, break one of your arms and scram." Jiang Qin waved his hand and said. He wasn't interested in killing two goats. "What?" The two goats cried out in shock at the same time. However, they turned to look at the Huang dog. Obviously, they were only afraid of the Huang dog, who was a demon king, and not this young human. "What are you looking at? Do you want me to bite your heads off?" The Huang dog widened his eyes. The two goat demons were terrified. They hastily cut off one of their arms and left with their tails between their legs. These two guys could be said to be extremely unlucky. They came out to pounce on their prey, but not only did they not get a single hair, they even lost an arm. The good thing was that they managed to keep their lives. There are 2 combat soul demon kings in this mountain range, so we might be able to find some good natural ingredients. Let's continue our journey, and if we can find some good stuff, that would be even better," Jiang Qin said. After that, the man and the dog continued their journey. After Jiang Qin and the Huang dog left, the two goats reappeared at the same spot. They bent down and picked up their arms from the ground. "Big brother, we've suffered a huge loss today. We've offended a demon king," the goat said. "We have to get revenge for this. Let's go ask Master Barbarian Bull for help and kill this man and dog. If we can drink that dog's blood, we might be able to make up for the loss of our arms," the goat said. After walking for an hour, Jiang Qin and the Huang dog found some natural ingredients. However, none of them were rare, and Jiang Qin didn't care about them at all. Dong dong. Suddenly the ground started shaking, and the shaking became more and more violent. Strong gusts of wind started blowing, and a powerful aura could be felt coming from not far away. It's a demon king. Sensing the aura, not only did Jiang Chen not feel any fear, he even had an excited expression on his face. His favorite thing right now was to meet a demon king, as absorbing a demon king's demon soul would provide him with a great help in breaking through to the combat king realm. Dong. Suddenly, a light flickered and a guy that looked like a huge tower appeared, standing in front of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. This guy had a bull's head and a human's body. There was only one horn on top of the bull's head, and it was emitting an earthen yellow light, causing people to not dare to look at it directly. Barbarian Earth Bull. Jiang Chen recognized this barbarian Earth Bull, and the excitement on his face became even stronger. He never thought that this barbarian Earth Bull was actually a unique beast, and it possessed an extremely powerful innate ability. After the barbarian Earth Bull appeared, two more figures appeared and stood on its two sides. They were the two great goat demons who had lost their arms earlier. This scene was self-evident. The two great goat demons must have asked for help in order to take revenge. Master Barbarian Bull, it's them. One of the goats furiously pointed his remaining finger at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Find this king will avenge you too. After saying that, the barbarian Earth Bull immediately punched out at De Huang Dog. Although they were both first-grade demon kings, it was more confident in itself. Moreover, in its eyes, only this dog could pose any threat to it. As for this human before it, it could just ignore him. Courting death. De Huang Dog was enraged. He had just become a demon king and his confidence was at its peak. Moreover, he possessed the high and mighty dragon horse bloodline. How could he possibly place a barbarian Earth Bull in his eyes? He immediately charged forward with his tough dog head. Bang! De Huang Dog's head collided with the barbarian Earth Bull's hooves, causing a dull sound to ring out and a large amount of sparks to fly out. The barbarian Earth Bull felt as though its fist had smashed into a tough rock, and its entire arm was numb from the impact. It was only after taking a few steps back that it managed to stabilize its body. On the other hand, De Huang Dog was immensely pleased with himself, as though nothing had happened to him. What a powerful dog. The barbarian Earth Bull's eyes were filled with shock. It never thought that a dog could be so powerful. Be careful. The barbarian Earth Bull has a type of innate ability that can restrain people, causing them to feel immense pressure. Chapter 487. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He had no intention of attacking at all. Although the barbarian Earth Bull was terrifying, it was definitely not a match for De Huang Dog, who was at the same level as him. Jiang Chen was very confident about this. De Huang Dog possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, which was far superior to ordinary exotic beasts and demonic beasts. With De Huang Dog's current cultivation base as a first-grade demon king, it was enough to kill a second-grade demon king. De Huang Dog raised his head arrogantly, his eyes filled with contempt. He did not take this barbarian Earth Bull seriously at all. To him, this barbarian Earth Bull was merely the first target he would kill after advancing to the Demon King realm. The contempt and ridicule in De Huang Dog's eyes had undoubtedly provoked the barbarian Earth Bull. It roared furiously, and its palm abruptly transformed into a huge golden hoof, which was exuding layers of mysterious halos. Just as De Huang Dog thought that the barbarian Earth Bull was going to attack him with his hoof, the barbarian Earth Bull ruthlessly smashed its hoof against the ground. Dong! The barbarian Earth Bull's hoof smashed heavily against the ground, creating a huge crater on the spot. The ground trembled violently and cracks began to extend outwards. De Huang Dog was taken aback at first. He had prepared his head to receive the barbarian Earth Bull's iron hoof, but who would have thought that the barbarian Earth Bull would attack the ground instead of him? Could it be that it had nowhere else to use its strength? However, in the next moment, De Huang Dog realized that he was gravely mistaken. Suddenly, a powerful force spread out from the ground. This force turned into a binding force, instantly enveloping De Huang Dog's entire body, forming an invisible cage around De Huang Dog. Arg! De Huang Dog cried out in surprise. Caught off guard, his entire body fell to the ground with a thud. He felt an extremely powerful binding force forcefully pulling his body down. Not only that, he could also feel a huge pressure from the ground around him. It was as if he had been completely bound by a prison, and even moving had become extremely difficult. Earth Prison was the barbarian Earth Bull's innate ability, also known as the Earth's Bind. Once it was used, it would directly borrow the power of the earth, catching the opponent off guard. De Huang Dog was a very obvious example. Even of his reaction speed, he had not been able to feel the power of the earth in time. It was too sudden and the power was extremely majestic. In an instant, it had pressed De Huang Dog down on his stomach, imprisoning him. Of course, De Huang Dog was not an ordinary person. If it was not for the fact that he had no understanding of this barbarian Earth Bull's innate ability beforehand, the barbarian Earth Bull would definitely not have had such an opportunity. You dare to look down on me? You're simply courting death. The barbarian Earth Bull laughed loudly. Its entire body turned into a beam of light as it charged towards De Huang Dog. Its iron hooves were aimed at De Huang Dog's head, and it seemed like it wanted to crush De Huang Dog into pieces. Roared De Huang Dog was enraged. He was enraged like never before. He had the majestic dragon horse bloodline, and he was extremely noble. Yet he was actually beaten up by a dead bull. He had no face at all. A golden bulge gradually appeared on De Huang Dog's forehead. It was actually a horn with dragon patterns on it. This dragon horn was very short, and it was only the size of a pinky finger. Clearly it had yet to fully grow out. Bolts of lightning flashed on the dragon horn, and a terrifying aura spread out. Jianghu saw all of this and he was extremely shocked. This should be the innate ability that De Huang Dog had awakened when he advanced to Demon King. However, this ability had yet to fully take form, so its might was limited. A bright light shot out from Big Yellow's dragon horn. The light was like a sharp sword, and with a chi-la sound, it tore open a crack in the earth jail. The earth jail was broken and the restrictive force disappeared. De Huang Dog picked himself up from the ground, and with his dragon horn on his head, he charged towards the barbarian Earth Bull's iron hooves. Puchi. When the two collided, a dull boom rang out, followed by a puchi sound. The barbarian Earth Bull's iron hooves were directly pierced through by the dragon horn, causing blood to spurt out. De Huang Dog's head was already extremely tough. Now that he had the dragon horn, it became even more indestructible. Jianghu reckoned that as De Huang Dog continued to grow, his innate ability would also become more and more mature. Once this ability was fully formed, he would no longer need to use the dragon horn to attack. Instead, the dragon horn would be able to unleash a terrifying attack that could directly kill his opponent. Roared, the barbarian Earth Bull let out a mournful cry, and its majestic body was sent flying backwards. It wasn't flying by itself, it was sent flying by De Huang Dog. Motherfucker, you actually dare to imprison this master dog? This master dog will let you know what brilliance is today. De Huang Dog was furious. Shaking his head, he charged towards the barbarian Earth Bull. At this moment, the barbarian Earth Bull was lying on the ground, and it could only let De Huang Dog ravage it. Gotcha. De Huang Dog's teeth could even eat tough demon spirits like jelly beans, let alone others. The barbarian Earth Bull's horns were bitten off by De Huang Dog with a single bite. Roar. This time the barbarian Earth Bull's wail became even louder, and it almost shook the entire mountain range. Its horns were its foundation. Now that its horns were bitten off, the barbarian Earth Bull felt as if it had been deflated. No, this is impossible. The barbarian Earth Bull roared. It simply couldn't imagine how a dog could be so powerful. Its earth prison had always been successful. Even against existences that were one level higher than it could still cause them to lose a layer of skin with a sneak attack. But today it was facing a dog, and this dog had actually casually broken its divine ability. The two goat demons at the side were already scared out of their wits. The barbarian Earth Bull was the absolute king of this mountain range, and it had been ruling over this place for a very long time. Initially, they had wanted to beg the barbarian Earth Bull to take action and avenge them. But who would have thought that this dog would be so terrifying? Even the barbarian Earth Bull wasn't a match for it at all. This time they had outsmarted themselves. If the barbarian Earth Bull died, it would be their turn next. This time it wouldn't be as simple as losing an arm. Pah! De Huang Dog's hoof landed on the barbarian Earth Bull's head, pressing it to the ground. It couldn't even budge. Spare me, spare me. The barbarian Earth Bull begged. Spare me? Pah! If this master dog fell into your hands, would you spare me? Aren't your hoof pretty hard? I'll let you see if this master dog's hoof is hard enough. How savage was the De Huang Dog? How could it let off the barbarian Earth Bull that had embarrassed it? Its hoof ruthlessly pressed down on the barbarian Earth Bull's head, causing it to explode like a balloon. A demon spirit was also squeezed out. De Huang Dog opened its mouth, preparing to devour the demon spirit. However, someone was even faster. A hand grabbed the demon spirit before De Huang Dog could. Kid, that's my spoil of war. Return it to me. De Huang Dog bared his teeth at Jianghu. Only Jianghu would dare to snatch something that belonged to him. Hee, it'll be a big waste to give this thing to you. Why don't you give it to me? Jiang Qin chuckled. He had been drooling over the barbarian Earth Bull's innate ability. The Earth Prison was truly a powerful weapon for sneak attacks. Jiang Qin possessed the dragon transformation art, which allowed him to refine and absorb any strange bloodline in the world. He could also absorb the innate ability of any demon beast. The Earth Prison was no exception. De Huang Dog was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nose. However, there was nothing he could do. In any case, this wasn't the first or second time this guy had snatched his treasures. De Huang Dog was already used to it. You two bastards. I spared your lives just now, but not only do you not know how to be grateful, you even dare to have designs on this master dog. De Huang Dog widened his eyes as he stared at the two goat demons. From the looks of it, he wanted to vent all his anger towards Jiang Qin for snatching his treasures onto these two unlucky fellows. Plop, plop. The two goat demons knelt down once more and kowtowed repeatedly. Lord Demon King, please spare our lives. We won't dare to do it again. This time these two fellows were speaking from the bottom of their hearts. If they were given another chance, even if they were beaten to death, they would never dare to look for trouble with this dog. This was simply a display of not knowing the difference between life and death. It's too late to repent now. De Huang Dog pounced forward, biting off the heads of the two goat demons in two mouthfuls. He even devoured their demon spirits. Only then did he vent the anger in his heart. Amazing. Jiang Qin gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. De Huang Dog was indeed terrifying. If it was an ordinary grade 1 demon king, it would definitely die to the barbarian Earth Bull's sneak attack if it was caught off guard. Only a freak like De Huang Dog could break out of the Earth Prison at the critical moment and turn the tables. Of course. Don't you know who this master dog is? Damn it. However, the binding force of this bull is truly terrifying. Even I was forced to the ground by it. Although De Huang Dog's face was filled with arrogance, he had to admit how terrifying the barbarian Earth Bull was. That innate ability that utilized the power of the earth was simply tailor-made for sneak attacks. This is an unexpected harvest. Let's leave this place and find a remote place. I want to refine this barbarian Earth Bull's demon spirit and absorb the innate ability of the Earth Prison. Jiang Qin said. You damned pervert. De Huang Dog stared at Jiang Qin speechlessly. Jiang Qin was cultivating an overpowered cultivation technique that allowed him to absorb any kind of mystical bloodline in the world. De Huang Dog had long known about this. However, he still couldn't help feeling depressed. One had to know that such an ability could no longer be described as perverted. Due to the intense battle that had taken place here, the aftermath of the battle had spread far away. It wouldn't be long before other demon beasts were attracted here. Jiang Qin wasn't afraid of those demon beasts. However, he needed to find a quiet place to refine the barbarian Earth Bull's demon spirit. After all, refining this demon spirit was different from refining ordinary demon spirits. Jiang Qin's main objective wasn't to absorb the energy within the demon spirit, but to absorb its innate ability. Chapter 488. Within a quiet valley, Jiang Qin was sitting with his legs crossed on top of a shiny boulder. He had entered the optimal state of cultivation. Not far from him, De Huang Dog was pacing back and forth while mumbling to himself. Obviously, he was not satisfied with the fact that he had once again assumed the role of Jiang Qin's guardian. Damn brat, you stole this master dog's spoils of war, and even asked this master dog to protect you. De Huang Dog was drooling at Jiang Qin. Although he said that, he still fulfilled his duty as Jiang Qin's guardian. 20 minutes later, Jiang Qin woke up from his cultivation state. His aura had once again become stronger. Not only did the barbarian Earth Bull's demon soul allow him to successfully absorb the Earth Jail's innate ability, it had also allowed him to form another 400 dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his body to a total of 19,400. He was only 600 dragon marks away from breaking through to the Combat King realm. Although it was only 600 dragon marks, it wasn't something that could be achieved easily. The higher the level of dragon marks, the harder it would be to form more dragon marks, especially when one was about to break through to the next realm. However, Jiang Qin didn't care about that. With his current combat strength, he could easily kill a second-grade combat king, and he could even put up a fight against a third-grade combat king. Once he broke through to the combat king realm, Jiang Qin was confident that he could kill a third-grade combat king and a fourth-grade combat king. This was the frightening power of the dragon transformation skill. How is it? De Huang Dog quickly approached Jiang Qin and asked. Excellent. Jiang Qin licked his lips. Without a doubt, the addition of the Earth Jail was like adding another trump card to his arsenal. Can you use the Earth Jail's innate ability now? De Huang Dog continued asking. Of course. As Jiang Qin spoke, his feet suddenly stomped. A force rushed out from the ground and landed on De Huang Dog's body. De Huang Dog cried out miserably as he staggered and nearly fell to the ground. If it weren't for Jiang Qin's timely retraction of the force, De Huang Dog would have been doomed to another tragedy. Damn you, can't you be a little more interesting? De Huang Dog bared his teeth at Jiang Qin, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He could clearly feel that when Jiang Qin used Earth Prison, it was much stronger than when the barbarian Earth Bull used it. De Huang Dog couldn't help but admit that Jiang Qin was a super freak. Not only did he absorb the bloodline of other demon beasts, he was also able to use an even stronger innate ability. What was even more depressing was that Jiang Qin had only used 20 minutes to completely absorb an innate ability, turning it into his own. A situation like this could no longer be described with just the word, terrifying. Using the Earth Jail to launch a sneak attack is indeed very effective. However, this innate ability also has its drawbacks. Jiang Qin said, this innate ability has to borrow the power of the earth. In other words, it can only be effective when the enemy is on the ground. If the enemy is fighting in the sky, this innate ability is basically useless. Every innate ability had its own drawbacks, and the Earth Jail was no exception. Furthermore, the drawbacks were very obvious, especially after one reached the Combat King realm. Once they started fighting, they would choose to fight in the sky because if they fought on the ground, the destructive power would be too great. This drawback basically indicated that an innate ability like the Earth Jail could only be used for a sneak attack, when the enemy was caught off guard. No matter what, it was still a pretty good trump card. After killing the barbarian Earth Bull, Jiang Qin had obtained quite a lot of benefits. A man and a dog continued moving forward, flying in the direction of the Divine Continent. Their speed was extremely fast, and after one day they successfully walked out of the mountain range and arrived at the border of the Divine Continent. I'm finally back. Jiang Qin stood in the sky. He stretched his arms, closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the air. It had been more than 100 years, and he had never dreamed that he would be able to return in such a way. What do you mean I'm back? De Huang Dog stared at Jiang Qin in a daze. Ahem, nothing. Don't you think the natural energy in the Divine Continent is very rich? Jiang Qin coughed lightly. He knew he had said something inappropriate, so he quickly changed the topic. The natural energy in this place is indeed rich. Just the border is already 15 times richer than the natural energy in the Eastern Continent. De Huang Dog nodded. He could not help but sigh at the richness of the natural energy in the Divine Continent. Moreover, this was only the most remote border. If they were at the center of the Divine Continent, the natural energy there would be at least 100 times richer than in the Eastern Continent. There should be a human city not far ahead. Let's go and gather some information first and see if we can meet Yen and the others. After saying that, Jiang Qin took the lead and flew forward. Kid, you seem to know a lot about the Divine Continent, don't you? De Huang Dog asked curiously. I once obtained a map of the Divine Continent, so I know a bit about it. That's all. Jiang Qin shrugged and casually lied. A map of the Divine Continent? Then where are we now? De Huang Dog asked. We're at the border of the Divine Continent, so we should be in the territory of Xuanhu. Jiang Qin said. In the past 100 years, because he had opened the gate to the realm of immortals, the laws of the realm of immortals had spread down, causing the forces in the Divine Continent to undergo earth-shaking changes. The people had also changed greatly, but the division of territories should not change. Hurry up and tell Master Dog how the territories of the Divine Continent are divided. De Huang Dog asked impatiently. Now that they had arrived at the vast and boundless Divine Continent, De Huang Dog was extremely excited. There are 8 forbidden areas in the Divine Continent, each occupying a different location. According to the location of these 8 forbidden areas, the Divine Continent is divided into 8 regions. Xuanhu is the weakest among the 8 regions, but even Xuanhu is 10 times the size of the Eastern Continent. You can't underestimate it. Within Xuanhu, there are a total of 18 provinces, and each province is much larger than the province of the Eastern Continent. A small place like Qi Province can't be compared to them. Within each province, there are various forces of various sizes. Jiang Qin said, explaining the rough division of the Divine Continent to De Huang Dog. Even though De Huang Dog was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he heard Jiang Qin's words. The Divine Continent was just too big. No wonder it was the center of the Saint Origin world. Among the 8 big provinces, Xuanhu was the weakest one. Even the weakest one was 10 times the size of the Eastern Continent. Not to mention the 18 provinces, there were endless water bodies, endless mountain ranges and all kinds of races. It was a world full of great waves. Compared to the divine continent, the eastern continent was simply a tiny place. Right now we should be in one of the prefectures of the Xian region. Which prefecture is it? Da Huang Dog asked again. I have no idea. We'll find a place with a lot of people and ask around. Jiang Qin replied with a smile. Compared to the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, Xuanhu was just a small place, and he rarely came to places like this. Although he could tell that they were in Xuanhu, he had no idea which province it was in Xuanhu. Soon, a vague shape of a city appeared in front of Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog. Although they were far away from it, they could still feel the magnificence of the city. Just a city in a border region has such a huge scale, it's really magnificent. Da Huang Dog said with a sigh. Let's go check out the city, Jiang Qin said. He couldn't help but increase his speed. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Crowds of people were coming and going outside the city. Some were merchants and some were rogue cultivators. Looking into the distance, combat soul warriors could be seen everywhere, and divine core warriors were as many as the hairs on a cow. In the eastern continent, a combat soul warrior was a supreme warrior, and no matter where he went he would be welcomed and respected. But here, combat soul warriors could be seen everywhere, and it wasn't a rare sight at all. There were no doors on either side of the majestic city gate. A huge golden board hung above the gate, and 3 words were engraved on it, Hongyue City. The city was named Hongyue, a rainbow that would last through the ages and spread across the world. Even Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh. This was a really good name. In front of the city gate, a few guards were standing on both sides, and they were yelling at the people who wanted to enter the city to pay. Hurry up, 1 earth elixir for each person. The leader of the guards shouted loudly. Damn it, the mayor of Hongyue City is too ruthless, he actually increased the entrance fee to 1 earth elixir. Don't say any more, we have no choice but to trade in the city. It's just 1 earth elixir, it's within the range we can afford. If only we could have a place to stay in the city, then we wouldn't need to pay any entrance fee. Stop dreaming, the place to stay in Hongyue City is too expensive, we can't afford it. Everyone was discussing in low voices. They all felt that the entrance fee was too expensive, but Hongyue City was a trade hub city, and many powers wanted to trade in it. So, there was nothing they could do about it. The city lord's mansion must be very rich if it's collecting money like this. Why don't we sneak into the city lord's mansion and steal it? Kaka? Da Huang Dog had a sinister smile on his face and his eyes were glowing brightly. This guy had already set his eyes on the city lord's mansion before they even entered the city. Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. Bringing this dog along was no different than bringing a huge trouble. If there was a guy in this world who could stir up trouble, it would definitely be Da Huang Dog. However, what Da Huang Dog said just now had made Jiang Qin's heart beat faster. Everyone had to pay 1 earth elixir to enter the city, and he would be able to earn a lot of money in just 1 day. If it was accumulated over a long period of time, it would be a huge fortune. Although Jiang Qin had taken a huge amount of elixir and earth elixir from the martial saint dynasty when he left, so he wasn't lacking in money, he was still cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and every step he took required a huge amount of earth elixir. No matter how much earth elixir he had, it would be even better if he had heaven elixir. You too, 2 earth elixir. The guard shouted at Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog. Even a dog needs money? Chapter 489. Jiang Qin wasn't a stingy person, nor was he unable to afford the elixir. However, he couldn't stand the fact that a dog had to pay. The guard was enraged when he saw that a young man dared to question his words. In the entire Hongyue City, no one had ever dared to question the charging standards of the city lord mansion. This young man was courting death. However, before the guard could speak, Da Huang Dog was the first to object. He barked and glared at Jiang Qin. What's wrong with a dog? Why can't a dog pay? Hurry up and pay. This Lord Dog wants to pay double to show Lord Dog's dignity. As soon as Da Huang Dog said that, Jiang Qin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding people also looked over. Some of them pointed at Da Huang Dog, secretly thinking that this dog was really an idiot. This dog must be sick in the head. His master wanted to save 1 elixir for him, but this guy refused and wanted to pay more. What an idiot. As the owner of this dog, this young man is so pitiful to have encountered such a big idiot. However, this young man has a heavy taste. He actually raised a dog as a pet. Stupid dog, is there something wrong with your head? Jiang Qin pressed down on Da Huang Dog's head. Get lost, you're the one who's sick. Hurry up and give me the elixir. This lord dog wants to pay double. If you don't, this lord dog won't leave. The Huang dog immediately laid on the ground and acted like a rascal. It seemed that he would only give up after Jiang Chen paid double the elixir. This scene was really intoxicating. The guard, however, revealed a smile on his face. He found this De Huang dog extremely pleasing to the eye. He was more than happy that someone wanted to pay more for entering the city. The extra money could go into his own pocket. He couldn't wait to meet more idiots like De Huang dog. Hurry up, don't waste time. Someone behind urged him impatiently. Kid, hurry up and get the elixir. Don't waste time here. The guard extended his hand to Jiang Chen. I'll give you 5, 3 for me and 2 for that dog. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand and threw 5 earth restoration pills at the guard's face. After that, he placed his hands behind his back and strode into the city. The guard caught the earth restoration pills with one hand and a bright smile emerged on his face. Many people in the back were stunned. It seemed that the dog was not the only one that was stupid. Even the young man was stupid. Could it be that the pet was like the master? 2 pieces of earth elixir could be used to enter the city, but the young man had to fork out 5. Even if he was rich, he shouldn't have done this. The guard took out 3 of the 5 elixir and put them into his interspatial ring with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who had already walked out, returned and approached the guard. May I ask, which province does Hongyue City belong to in Xuanhu? Jiang Chen asked. Liang Province. The guard answered Jiang Chen's question with a smile. They had always treated a rich man with special respect, not to mention that the young man had just given them money. A man and a dog walked on the streets of Hongyue City. The streets were spacious. The ground was paved with shiny green rocks. The streets were wide enough for 10 carriages to travel side by side without feeling crowded. On both sides of the streets were all kinds of shops. Some were selling elixirs, some were selling spirit beasts, and some were selling battle weapons. Of course, the things that were sold on the streets were nothing in the eyes of Jiang Chen and De Huang dog. Apart from the items that were traded between cultivators, there were also many shops that sold food. Powerful cultivators could absorb the energy of heaven and earth to purify their bodies, so they no longer needed to eat. However, cultivators knew how to enjoy life as well. In many places, delicious food was extremely popular. For cultivators like De Huang dog, food was the most attractive thing to them. Just by looking at the way this guy was drooling all over the ground, one could easily tell that. In a moment of inattention, De Huang dog disappeared. Jiang Chen raised his head and saw De Huang dog had already rushed to a stall. The stall owner was shouting loudly, "Roasted whole lamb. Demon beast wuji lamb. Exclusive secret recipe. Delicious." The stall owner suddenly saw a De Huang dog appearing in front of him. The De Huang dog's crystal eyes were staring at the roasted whole lamb that had just been roasted. His drool was almost dripping onto the stall. Get lost. Where did this dog come from? Do you believe this daddy won't roast you? The stall owner glared at De Huang dog. De Huang dog didn't pay any attention to him. With extreme speed, he arrived in front of the roasted whole lamb in an instant and bit it with his mouth. When the stall owner finally reacted, both De Huang dog and the roasted whole lamb had disappeared. Bastard. Damn dog. The stall owner was enraged. A wave of energy rushed out from his body, and a battle weapon appeared in his hand. It seemed like he was going to tear De Huang dog into 1,000 pieces once he caught up to him. Right at this moment, a young man appeared in front of the stall. He casually threw 2 elixir pills to the stall owner and said, "Excuse me, I'll buy this roasted whole lamb." After saying that, the young man turned into a ray of light and chased after the stall owner. He didn't forget to mutter, "Damn dog, can't you save me some trouble?" When Jiang Chen caught up to De Huang dog, the roasted whole lamb had already been completely devoured by De Huang dog. Jiang Chen didn't hold back at all. He grabbed De Huang dog's ear and said, "Can you be any more shameful? Damn it, you've just arrived here, can't you be a little more low-key? Do you want to die?" "Oh, kid, you lost Master Dog's ear." De Huang dog bared his teeth. "Damn dog, you have to promise me that you won't steal food from the roadside. This is too shameful." Jiang Chen grabbed De Huang dog's ear and refused to let go. If De Huang dog went to steal some treasures, not only would Jiang Chen not stop him, he would even lend a helping hand. However, it was too shameful for De Huang dog to steal ordinary food. If he was chased all over the street because of such a trivial matter, it would be even more shameful. No, the food here is very delicious. It's all the meat of demonic beasts and it's chewy and delicious. I must have a taste of meat. De Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore. Later, I'll bring you to the best restaurant in Hongyue City to have a feast. How about that? Jiang Qin said. You said that? De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Of course. Jiang Qin guaranteed. Under normal circumstances, the most prosperous place would be the restaurant. There were crooks and honest people mixed in, and it was also the best place to gather information. Now that he had just arrived at Hongyue City, it could be said that he knew nothing about this place. Moreover, Jiang Qin was a little greedy. Since he was in a good mood to have a feast in a restaurant, it should be quite a good feeling. Good kid, you have a conscience. De Huang Dog nodded his head and praised Jiang Qin. On the way, De Huang Dog was still not well behaved. Hi. Beauty, how are you? This beauty is not bad. Are you interested in becoming this master dog's human pet? This master dog can take you as a disciple and teach you a supreme secret technique. Rat eyes, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out and stomp on them. Have you never seen such a handsome, smart, and powerful dog before? Beauty, are you interested in sitting down and talking about life? De Huang Dog was arrogant along the way, flirting with everyone he saw, attracting the wrath of countless people. If looks could kill, De Huang Dog would probably only be left with dog skin now. Damn it. Jiang Qin really wanted to stamp De Huang Dog's face with a big footprint. Before the passers-by could really get angry, Jiang Qin grabbed De Huang Dog's ear and turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the street. Bringing this dog out was equivalent to bringing a living, breathing problem. Jiang Qin's speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he arrived at the center of Hongyue City. In front of him was the most prosperous street. In the middle of the street, there was a 3-story golden building. Under the illumination of the sun, it shone with noble colors. The exterior of the building was made of pure gold. Although for the cultivation world, gold was nothing much, it was still a bit extravagant to use gold to build a building. The name of the golden building was the same as its appearance. On top of the building there were 3 big words. Just the name alone was enough to show how noble this building was. However, the truly domineering part was the 3 small words, Hongyue's number 1 restaurant. Hongyue's number 1 restaurant? The quality of this place is definitely not low. Come, let's go there. De Huang Dog licked his lips. This fellow's nose was very sensitive. He had probably already smelled the aroma coming from the restaurant. His dog tail wagged back and forth and he couldn't wait to rush in. Let's go. Let's have a big meal today. Jiang Qin smiled. As someone who was rich and overbearing, not to mention eating in this restaurant, even if he wanted to buy the entire restaurant, it would be a piece of cake. Welcome, please come in. A young man wearing a waiter's uniform walked out from the golden building. Jiang Qin threw his glance at the waiter, and he found out that the waiter was a divine core warrior. A waiter was a divine core warrior. This was the divine continent, a place that the eastern continent couldn't compare with. Before Jiang Qin could say anything, De Huang Dog stretched his neck and tried to walk into the restaurant. But the waiter stopped him. Hey, hey, hey. The golden building is a high-class place. Dogs are not allowed to enter. What did you say? De Huang Dog immediately became angry. What this dog couldn't stand the most was being looked down upon. I said dogs are not allowed to enter. The waiter was a tough man. After that, he turned to Jiang Qin and said, Young master, please follow the rules of the golden building, this is a high-class place. You can choose to throw him out, but let me give you a friendly reminder, this dog is not someone you can mess with. Jiang Qin gave the waiter a look that told him to seek his own fortune. Then he strode into the golden building. Right after he entered the golden building, he heard a loud bang. The waiter was knocked into the building from the outside, followed by a muscular De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog jumped onto the waiter, gnashed his teeth in anger and said, Repeat what you just said to this master dog one more time. No, please come in, master dog. Chapter 490. Many people were sitting in the Golden Tower, and all of them were well-dressed. Those who could afford to come to the Golden Tower were usually people with high social status. Right now, all of them were staring at the De Huang Dog who had suddenly barged into the restaurant. De Huang Dog ignored everyone's gazes. He moved his body away from the waiter and followed behind Jiang Qin. The waiter crawled up from the floor, still in a state of shock. What happened? A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s walked toward them. This man had a formidable cultivation base, a late combat soul warrior. He was indeed quite strong. Jiang Qin didn't pay any attention to this middle-aged man. He glanced around, then casually walked to a table near the window and sat down. De Huang Dog quickly ran over to Jiang Qin and sat down opposite him. Once again he started drooling. Innkeeper, bring out all the best dishes of your restaurant. Jiang Qin said. What? Someone cried out in shock. Immediately, everyone turned to look at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Once again they became the center of attention. Are you kidding me? These two guys can really eat a lot. This is the Golden Tower, the most expensive place in Hongyue City. How much would it cost to order all the best dishes here? This is such a waste. This guy must be a young master from some rich family, he's so rich. Many people were shaking their heads discussing how Jiang Chen was a spendthrift. As a cultivator, energy pills were the most important thing to them. Spending a lot of pills here was just for fun, and it was not worth it to spend a huge amount of pills on food and drinks. After all, human elixir and earth elixir were essential for cultivation. The waiter stood behind the manager, not daring to say a word. The manager kept glancing at Jiang Chen, and realized that even with his strength, he couldn't see through this young man's cultivation. When he looked at Jiang Chen's extraordinary bearing, he didn't dare show any neglect. "Young master, please wait a moment," the manager said with a smile on his face. A businessman's job was to do business. Furthermore, the Golden Tower had a powerful backer, and no one had ever dared to dine and dash in the Golden Tower. Have you heard? The 13th tycoon of the Shura Temple died in the chaotic ocean. I think he was killed by the chaotic 7 bandits. That's right, what a pity. The 13 tycoons of the Shura Temple are all geniuses amongst geniuses. The 13th tycoon, Liang Qing, has already broken through to the first great combat king realm at such a young age, and the other tycoons are even more powerful. This time, Liang Qing was killed by a famous pirate in the chaotic ocean. I'm sure the Shura Temple will be furious. That's for sure. The Shura Temple is one of the biggest powers in the Liang province, and the 13 gangsters are even more famous. There has never been an exception like this before. The pirates in the chaotic ocean are getting more and more rampant these days. They even dare to kill the 13 gangsters. I heard that many young geniuses of the Shura Temple are fighting for the position of the 13th tycoon. The upper echelon of the Shura Temple has issued a mission. Whoever goes to the Shura Temple and takes down the head of the pirate who killed Liang Qing will be the new 13th tycoon. For those geniuses, this is a great opportunity. You should know that the position of the Shura Temple's tycoon is extremely honorable. Aside from having a high status, the tycoon will also have access to the best resources from the Shura Temple. It's really enviable. However, the chaotic ocean is famous for its chaos, so it won't be easy for them to kill those pirates and avenge Liang Qing. Sounds of discussions could be heard in the restaurant. Every single word was heard by Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Obviously, the Shura Temple was one of the biggest powers in the Liang province, just like how the Black Sect was in the Qi province. Of course, if the Black Sect was compared to the Shura Temple, there was no way the Black Sect could be compared to the Shura Temple. Even if the Martial Saint Dynasty was compared to the Shura Temple would still be much weaker. Judging from the discussions in the restaurant, the 13 gangsters of the Shura Temple had a very important position. They were all geniuses among geniuses, and now, the 13th tycoon was killed in the chaotic ocean. This was a big event. Buddy, do you know about the Shura Temple? What kind of place is the chaotic ocean? De Huang Dog asked curiously. He had really taken Jiang Chen as an omniscient existence. I don't know about the Shura Temple, but I think the chaotic ocean is just an ocean that is filled with islands and rich resources. That's why people from the Liang province would travel to the chaotic ocean, and their goal is to obtain some benefits. That's also the reason why the chaotic ocean is so chaotic. Pirates are everywhere, and that's how the chaotic ocean got its name. Jiang Chen said. For him, the once greatest saint beneath the heavens, the Shura Temple was just a small power. Perhaps, it was a power that had only appeared in the last 100 years. Therefore, Jiang Chen had never heard of it before. As for the chaotic ocean, Jiang Chen had heard about it, but he had never been there. Why don't we take a stroll in the chaotic ocean as well? De Huang Dog's interest was immediately piqued. This guy who wished for the world to be in chaos loved to join in the fun. No rush, let's eat first. Jiang Chen smiled. In fact, he was quite interested in the chaotic ocean. He was only 600 dragon marks away from breaking through to the Combat King realm, and if he could make a trip there, it would be more than enough for him to break through to the Combat King realm. Waiter, is Master Dog's food here yet? Hurry up, I'm starving. De Huang Dog shouted with a loud voice. Eat your ass. All of you get the hell out of here. Right after De Huang Dog's words left his mouth, an extremely arrogant voice sounded out from outside the Golden Tower. After that, dozens of men walked into the tower. The ones who walked in the front were all wearing the same uniform as De Huang Dog, and one of them was wearing the same arrogant uniform as the other. After that, the guards separated themselves into two groups, and 2 men and a woman walked out from the tower. All 3 of them were wearing luxurious clothes, and they all had extraordinary appearances. Although they didn't look very old, they were all emitting powerful auras. All 3 of them were late combat soul warriors. The woman had a beautiful face and her chest was tall and straight, but she gave off a vulgar vibe. The appearance of these 3 men immediately attracted everyone's attention. When they saw the young man who stood in the center, a fearful expression immediately emerged on their faces. That's young Master Changqing, the son of the Hongyue City's city lord, an inner-circle disciple of the Shura Temple. He has reached the late combat soul realm at such a young age, he can be considered as a famous man. Those 2 men are also inner-circle disciples of the Shura Temple. Their statuses are very respectable. I'm afraid we won't be able to enjoy our meal here. Someone recognized the newcomers and began whispering to each other. The manager and the waiter quickly came out and bowed deeply toward Changqing. Young Master Changqing, your presence brings light to our humble golden tower. Cut the crap. This place has been booked by our young master today. Everyone get the hell out of here. The leader of the guards shouted at the people who were eating and drinking, and immediately cleared the place. Changqing, I don't think this is a good idea. A troubled expression emerged on the manager's face. After all, the Golden Tower was a place of business, and if they kicked out their customers, it would greatly affect their reputation. Furthermore, as a distinguished guest of the Golden Tower, Changqing was given his own private room upstairs, and that was the best treatment he could receive. But now he was asked to kick out all their customers, causing the manager's expression to turn ugly. Manager, senior disciple Tan Lang is going to the chaotic ocean to kill the pirates and fight for the position of the Shura Temple's tycoon. Since senior disciple Tan Lang is coming here today, I'm going to welcome senior disciple Tan Lang in your Golden Tower. I'm sure it's a great honor for the Golden Tower. Changqing held a folding fan in his hand and waved it in front of him. What? The Shura Temple's Tan Lang? When the manager heard Tan Lang's name, his expression immediately changed. Tan Lang was a genius who had recently risen to fame in the Shura Temple. Tan Lang had left the Shura Temple and disappeared for a period of time. He had only recently returned, and when he returned, he immediately became a young combat king warrior. He was deeply respected by the Shura Temple, and he was also a popular candidate for the position of tycoon. Not to mention the Golden Tower, even the Hongyue City's city lord wouldn't dare offend such a genius. Obviously, Tan Lang's reputation wasn't weak. When those who were still sitting at the table heard that Tan Lang was coming, they immediately left their money, cupped their fists toward Changqing and left. These people understood very well that even if Tan Lang didn't come here to eat, they wouldn't be able to stay here in peace. As the young master of Hongyue City, Changqing was a famous spoiled brat, and no one dared to offend him. Furthermore, he was accompanied by 2 disciples from the Shura Temple. In the Liang province, the Shura Temple was the king. If they offended the Shura Temple, they could turn the entire Hongyue City into ashes with a flick of their fingers. Changqing was very satisfied with the situation, especially in front of his fellow disciples. He felt that he had gained a lot of face. However, when Changqing saw the 2 unmoving fellows by the window, his expression instantly turned cold. The 2 unmoving fellows were none other than Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was so angry that he was scratching the table with his hooves. His saliva was almost dripping out of his mouth, but he hadn't even eaten a single strand of hair yet. Asking him to stand up and scram now? What a joke. Both of you. Scram now. The guard was furious. He pointed at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. What are you shouting for? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to your master dog like that? How could De Huang Dog care about such a small fry? Upon hearing that, the guard was enraged. As a guard of the city governor's mansion, he had to look down on others no matter where he went. Everyone had to bow and scrape in front of him. Today, a dog actually dared to talk to him like that. He must be courting death. Shopkeeper, when will our dishes be served? Jiang Chen didn't even look at Changqing and the others as he spoke. The shopkeeper couldn't help but sweat. He didn't know where this young master came from. He really didn't know how to read people. Didn't he see that they had already stood up and left? The shopkeeper didn't want his store to be smashed. Before the guard flew into a rage, he hurriedly went to Jiang Chen's table and said with a smile, "Young master, this is the young master of the city governor's mansion. Today, the young master of the city governor's mansion would like to book the entire restaurant. Young master, please do us a favor." Is that so? This young master is also the young master of the city governor. Chapter 491. Jiang Chen's words and the disdainful expression on his face had completely infuriated Chang Qing and the other two disciples of the Shura temple. The guards were the first to lose their temper. "Damn you, why don't you open your eyes and look at us? How dare you disrespect our young master? You're courting death." The leading guard immediately stretched out his palm and grabbed toward Jiang Chen. Boom. Followed by a miserable shriek, the guard was knocked flying away, and he didn't fly in a straight line. He was sent flying through the Golden Tower's main entrance. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Although the leading guard didn't have a strong combat strength, as someone who followed the young master of the city lord's mansion, he wasn't weak either. He was a mid-combat soul warrior. A mid-combat soul warrior was knocked flying away just like that. What was even more shocking was that the young man in white just sat there without moving an inch. The manager, Chang Qing, and the other two disciples of the Shura temple were all late combat soul warriors, and they were standing very close to Jiang Chen. However, even they couldn't see how Jiang Chen did it, and they had no idea where the force that knocked the guard away came from. Damn it! Chang Qing gnashed his teeth. He put away the folding fan in his hand, then he walked toward Jiang Chen. Tan Lang was coming today and he was going to entertain Tan Lang in this golden tower. But now, someone dared not give him face and did it in front of his two senior brothers and sisters. Facing such a situation, even though he knew his opponent was very strong, he couldn't back down. Chang Qing was acting impulsively, but the two disciples of the Shura temple were very calm. They pulled Chang Qing's arms from both sides, telling him not to act impulsively. "You better not disturb this master's mood." Jiang Chen didn't even raise his head, and he just said with an indifferent tone, "Let's go." The male disciple of the Shura temple pulled Chang Qing and walked out. A group of people came to the restaurant in an imposing manner, but left with their tails between their legs. It was really damaging to the face of the Shura temple, and even more damaging to the face of the city lord mansion. However, the people from the Shura temple were no fools. They knew that the other party was very powerful and that the other party was acting recklessly. If they were to make a move against the other party, they would be fools. At that time, not only would they lose face, they might even lose their lives. "Manager, can we serve the dishes now?" Jiang Chen smiled and glanced at the shopkeeper beside him. The shopkeeper quivered and recovered from the shock just now. He didn't dare to be negligent and immediately said, "Okay, I'll be right there." Outside the Golden Tower, Chang Qing and the other two arrived at the guard who was sprawled out in the middle of the road. They used their divine perception to check on the guard's injuries. What a powerful attack. A late combat soul warrior was knocked away by it, and he didn't suffer any injuries but fainted. The woman said in surprise. "Looks like this guy is just here to eat and he doesn't mean any harm. He didn't hurt anyone." Another male disciple said. At the same time, he was shocked by Jiang Chen's attack. It's not difficult to injure a mid-combat soul guard, but it's really difficult to knock him out without suffering any injuries. Looks like we've all underestimated this guy. He might be a combat king warrior. Impossible. Since when did such a young combat king warrior appear in the Liang province? This guy doesn't look like he's even 20 years old. Furthermore, if there really is a combat king warrior in the Liang province, he wouldn't be a nobody, and he doesn't look like a devil cultivator. The woman said with a frown on her face. "I don't think he's a devil cultivator. We all know about the geniuses from the heavenly devil palace." The man shook his head. "No matter who he is, he's courting death by offending the Shura temple. Senior disciple Tan Lang will be here soon. Let senior disciple Tan Lang deal with him." Chang Qing coldly harumphed. Today he had lost a lot of face in front of his fellow disciples, causing him to be extremely furious. "That's right, senior disciple Tan Lang is a real combat king warrior. This guy didn't give face to the Shura temple, so no matter what his identity is, he has to be punished," the woman said with a sneer on her face. After that, the group left the Golden Tower. Chang Qing left two guards behind to keep an eye on the Golden Tower, trying to keep an eye on Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. In fact, Chang Qing's actions were completely unnecessary. It was impossible for those two guards to keep an eye on Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen really wanted to leave, those two guards wouldn't be able to stop him even if they kept their eyes wide open. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't care about what was happening outside. When the table was filled with delicious dishes, he and De Huang Dog started eating. "Buddy, do you think that young palace master will come back?" De Huang Dog said. "Of course he will. Also, that Tan Lang will come as well. Let's just wait here," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Buddy, didn't you say you don't want to cause any trouble?" "Kaka, but I like it." De Huang Dog let out a loud laugh. He knew what Jiang Chen was thinking. This guy must be interested in the chaotic ocean, and this was a good opportunity for him to see how capable the geniuses of the Shura Temple were. Outside the city lord's mansion, there was an exquisite pavilion. Chang Qing and 2 other disciples of the Shura Temple were sitting inside. Suddenly, a black figure walked out from the void and arrived at the pavilion. This man was dressed in black and he had a handsome face. He looked to be in his mid-20s and he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His entire body was emitting a spatial energy that could strike fear into anyone. He was actually a combat king warrior. When Chang Qing and the other 2 disciples saw the man, they immediately stood up from their seats and bowed toward the black-clothed young man. Senior Disciple Tan. I'm passing by Hongyue City today and I've been preparing for a day. Tomorrow I'll be heading to the chaotic ocean. The 3 of you can come with me and you can train yourselves. Tan Lang said. Hearing this, Chang Qing and the other 2 disciples immediately revealed a joyful expression. For inner-circle disciples like them, being able to find a combat king warrior as a backer was something they yearned for even in their dreams. Furthermore, it was someone at the same level as Tan Lang. They knew very well how strong Tan Lang was. He was nearly invincible among those in the same realm, and he was the best candidate for the 13th tycoon. If they followed Tan Lang, their future would be limitless. Senior Disciple Tan, we were heading to the Golden Tower just now to hold a welcoming dinner for you. However, we didn't expect to run into an unreasonable young man. Not only did he not give any face to the Shura Temple, he even injured one of my disciples. Chang Qing explained to Tan Lang what had happened in the Golden Tower by Jiang Chen. Oh. Tan Lang was surprised. He was surprised that someone dared to challenge the authority of the Shura Temple. This man looks to be around 17 or 18 years old, but he has a powerful cultivation base. We don't think we're a match for him, so we waited for Senior Disciple Tan to arrive before teaching him a lesson. We'll let him know the consequences of desecrating the Shura Temple. The girl said in a cold tone. Tan Lang furrowed his brows but he still said, Let's go, I'll go with you. I'd like to see who has the guts to do this. After saying that, Tan Lang soared into the sky and flew toward the Golden Tower. Obviously this wasn't his first time here. Chang Qing and the other 2 exchanged glances, and they could see the excitement in each other's eyes. After that, they followed closely behind Tan Lang and flew toward the Golden Tower. Inside the empty Golden Tower, only Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were gorging themselves. The manager and the waiter were watching from the side, so much so that their facial muscles were twitching. This man and dog could really eat a lot. From the beginning until now, this was already the 8th table. It seemed like they didn't know when this would end. At this moment, several gusts of wind blew from outside the Golden Tower. Soon, 4 figures appeared inside the Golden Tower. When the newcomers saw Jiang Chen and a Huang dog still eating and drinking, a cold smile immediately appeared on their faces. Senior Disciple Tan, it's this man. Chang Qing's anger soared to the skies as he pointed a finger at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Tan Lang also saw Jiang Chen. When he saw Jiang Chen's face, especially when he saw the Huang dog standing next to Jiang Chen, he was petrified on the spot. His face was filled with astonishment, but it quickly turned into ecstasy. Jiang Chen, who was busy eating, had long sensed that a combat king warrior was standing next to him. He was waiting for this man to attack, but he didn't expect that this man would just stand there in a daze, without showing any signs of attacking. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He couldn't help but raise his head and look over. When his gaze fell upon the black-clothed young man, he couldn't help but be startled, because he had seen this man before. Senior Disciple Tan, this is the bastard. Senior Disciple Tan, please teach him a lesson and let the Crown Prince know how powerful the Shura Temple is. Chang Qing was high-spirited and extremely arrogant. As the saying goes, a fox flaunts the tiger's might, and a dog relies on its master's power. Chang Qing's words caused Tan Lang to recover from his shock. He didn't do as Chang Qing said and teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Instead, he gave Chang Qing a backhand slap. Slap. It was an exceptionally loud slap. Half of Chang Qing's face immediately swelled up. This slap had stunned Chang Qing. Not only him, the man and woman next to him were also struck dumb. They had no idea why Tan Lang didn't attack the young man and the dog, but instead, he attacked his own people. But soon they found out the reason. Tan Lang strode toward Jiang Chen, bowed deeply toward Jiang Chen and said, "Benefactor." When the word benefactor came out, Chang Qing and the other 2 were stunned on the spot. They had no idea what kind of situation this was. However, they knew that with Tan Lang's arrogance, someone who could make Tan Lang bow to him must have an extraordinary identity. At the very least, they could not afford to offend him. I didn't expect it to be you. Jiangchen smiled. This Tan Lang was none other than the black-clothed young man who appeared when he attacked the Nether Mountain in the southern continent. After the battle ended, the black-clothed young man immediately left. It was obvious that he didn't want to be involved in the disputes of the southern continent. At that time, Jiang Qin guessed that this person wasn't from the southern continent, and might have come from the divine continent. He didn't expect to meet him as soon as he arrived in the divine continent. Chapter 492. My name is Tan Lang. I didn't have the time to thank you for saving my life that day, and I never thought we would meet again. This is great. Tan Lang was extremely happy. He was dragged into the conflict of the southern continent for no reason, and it could be said that he was extremely unlucky. No matter how much of a genius he was still no match for Lord Nether. If not for Jiang Chen's help, he would have died in the southern continent by now. Kid, since you're from the divine continent, why were you captured by the Demon King Palace when you arrived in the southern continent? De Huang Dog asked Tan Lang while gnawing on the leg of an unknown demon beast. That day I went out for training, but I didn't expect to be dragged to the exit by luck. That day when I went out to train, I didn't expect to enter a spatial wormhole and get sucked into the spatial turbulence. I thought I was done for, but I didn't expect to be lucky enough to drift to the exit. After I came out, I arrived at the southern continent. Coincidentally, I ran into the Demon King Palace who was trying to capture the human geniuses of the southern continent, so I was captured. If it weren't for Benefactor's help that day, Tan Lang would have been buried in the southern continent. After that battle, with the help of an expert like Benefactor, the Demon King Palace would definitely be destroyed. I didn't want to participate in the disputes of the southern continent, so I left immediately. Tan Lang told Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog what had happened that day. Who would have thought that the genius he saved that day was actually from the divine continent, and they had bumped into each other as soon as he arrived in the divine continent. Initially, Jiang Qin thought that there would be some conflict between him and Tan Lang, but now, it seemed like there wouldn't be any conflict even if he wanted to. Your luck is really too good, Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. What he said wasn't false at all. Only 1 in 1,000 people could come out alive after entering the dimensional turbulence, and people like Tan Lang who managed to find the exit after drifting for a short period of time were even rarer. Furthermore, after Tan Lang was captured by the Demon King Palace, he was saved by Jiang Qin. Now, he had successfully broken through to the Combat King realm, and it could be said that he was lucky. From this, it could be seen that Tan Lang was a man who possessed a certain amount of luck. Haha, I'm so happy today. Manager, I'll book this place today. Bring out the best dishes and wine. Tan Lang burst into laughter as he sat down in front of Jiang Qin. After carefully examining Jiang Qin, he discovered that Jiang Qin's aura was much stronger than when he killed King Nether. This really surprised him. A combat soul warrior with such incredible combat strength really shocked him. Even the Shura Temple didn't have such a monstrous genius. I left in a hurry that day, so I didn't know your name, Tan Lang asked. My name is Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin smiled as he clinked glasses with Tan Lang. His first impression of Tan Lang was pretty good as he didn't put on any airs. As a genius from the Shura Temple, Jiang Qin was able to bow and greet him in front of so many people. This was not something an ordinary man could do, even though Jiang Qin had saved Tan Lang's life before. Geniuses needed face the most. Great. It's great to be able to meet Brother Jiang here today. I'll have to do my best as a host. Tan Lang laughed out loud. Being able to meet Jiang Qin here today could be considered as one of the things that had been weighing on his mind. That day when Jiang Qin saved his life after he left, he still couldn't forget that white-clothed young man. What are you three still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Jiang. Tan Lang turned around and shouted at Changqing and the others. The three of them were stunned, especially Changqing. Half of his face was swollen, but he didn't dare to show any anger. Although he was the son of the city governor of Hongyue City, he didn't dare to offend Tan Lang. In the vast Liang province, a small Hongyue city was not worth mentioning at all. The three of them had been standing at the side and listening to the conversation between Jiang Qin and Tan Lang. Naturally, they knew Jiang Qin's identity very well. They never thought that this young man who came out of nowhere would have saved Tan Lang's life. They were secretly glad that they didn't make a move against the white-clothed young man. Otherwise, even if Jiang Qin didn't hurt them, Tan Lang would still teach them a lesson. The girl hurriedly took a step forward. She gave Jiang Qin a sweet smile and gave him a seductive look. However, in Jiang Qin's eyes, this kind of look had no lethality at all. Compared to Wu Ningzhu, the gap between this girl and Wu Ningzhu was like heaven and earth. I'm Su Qing. I didn't know about the relationship between young Master Jiang and senior brother Tan. There were many conflicts between us. I hope young Master Jiang won't take it to heart, Su Qing said in a gentle voice and bowed slightly at Jiang Chen. Whole way. I've offended young Master Jiang. I hope young Master Jiang won't take it to heart. The male disciple quickly bowed and apologized. With Tan Lang sitting there, they naturally had to perform well. Chang Qing's face was swollen, but he still walked towards Jiang Chen. At this moment, the way he looked at Jiang Chen was completely different. When he thought about how he was the one who screamed the loudest just now, he really wanted to slap himself. This young man in front of him had the ability to save Tan Lang's life. It was enough to prove that his cultivation was very strong. Young Master Jiang, I was wrong. Chang Qing lowered his head and apologized. All right. Those who don't know are innocent. Sit down and eat with us. Before Jiang Chen could say anything, De Huang Dog had already swung his demonic beast's leg and begged for forgiveness. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. All his face had been ruined by this dog. However, it wasn't easy for these three to apologize to him in a low voice, especially that young master of the city Lord Manor. He had a noble status and had been pampered since young. When had he ever been humble to anyone? Today he apologized to Jiang Chen. It could be seen that Tan Lang still had a lot of weight in the eyes of these three. The three felt as if they had been pardoned, but they didn't dare to sit together with Jiang Chen and Tan Lang. Instead, they sat at the table next to them. Brother Jiang, I wonder what happened to the Demon King Palace? Tan Lang asked curiously. What else? Of course they were killed by little Qinzi and me. The first palace master of the Demon King Palace, Demon King Xuanhuan, a second-grade Demon King, was killed by little Qinzi with just 3 steps. De Huang Dog said proudly, as if he was the one who killed Demon King Xuanhuan instead of Jiang Chen. Of course, De Huang Dog wasn't bragging. Jiang Chen did use the Azure Dragon's 5 steps to kill Demon King Xuanhuan. However, in the ears of Tan Lang, Chang Qing and the other two, it was a completely different story. Killing a second-grade Demon King with just 3 steps, how freakish was that? The three of them felt a chill down their spines. Thinking back to how they were pointing their fingers at an expert who could kill a second-grade Demon King and yelling at him, it was a typical example of courting death. The fact that they could still stand here and speak was simply a blessing to them. In the world of cultivation, the dignity of an expert was the most inviolable thing. There weren't many rules in this world, and it was the law of the jungle. If someone was blind enough to insult a combat king warrior, even if that combat king warrior killed that person with just a wave of his hand, he would still die in vain. Tan Lang was shocked as well. He only knew that Jiang Chen was able to kill a first-grade Demon King, but he never expected that Jiang Chen actually had the strength to kill a second-grade Demon King. This couldn't be described with just the word, terrifying. He was simply a monster among monsters. Brother Jiang's combat strength is amazing, it's really terrifying. Tan Lang sighed from the bottom of his heart. Killing a second-grade Demon King might not be a big deal, as there were plenty of people in the Shura Temple who could kill a second-grade Demon King. However, killing a second-grade Demon King before reaching the Combat King realm was a completely different story. Brother Tan, I've just arrived in the Divine Continent, and I heard that you're going to the Chaotic Ocean to fight for the position of one of the 13 tycoons in the Shura Temple, right? Jiang Chen asked with a curious tone. That's right. The Shura Temple is one of the 4 major powers in the Liang province, and the 13 tycoons are existences that surpass the status of core disciples. They are the representatives of the Shura Temple, and there are a total of 13 of them. Not long ago, the 13th tycoon went to the Chaotic Ocean, but he was killed by pirates. Because of this, the higher-ups of the Shura Temple were furious, and they issued a mission for the core disciples to go to the Chaotic Ocean to kill the pirates. Whoever can bring down the pirate's head will be promoted to the 13th tycoon, and from then on, his or her status will skyrocket. This is a great opportunity for me, so I'm going to the Chaotic Ocean to train myself. While speaking, Tan Lang was paying attention to Jiang Chen's expression. He wanted to see if Jiang Chen was interested in the Chaotic Ocean. If he could get Jiang Chen's help, he would have a 90% chance of winning the position of tycoon. Are the pirates in the Chaotic Ocean very powerful? Jiang Chen asked. The Chaotic Ocean is an extremely chaotic place, where good and bad people mingle together. There are many islands with abundant resources, and the sea demons and pirates are extremely rampant there. However, the pirates don't get along well with each other, which leads to the Chaotic Ocean becoming even more chaotic. There are 7 famous pirates in the Chaotic Ocean, and the one who killed the Shura Temple's tycoon was one of them. Their methods are extremely cruel and they're not easy to deal with. Tan Lang spoke. When he mentioned the chaotic ocean, his expression couldn't help but turn serious. Since the chaotic ocean is so chaotic, why didn't the Shura Temple send their experts to exterminate them? Wouldn't it be peaceful if they killed all the pirates? Jiang Chen asked. Chapter 493. When he heard that Jiang Chen was interested in the chaotic ocean, Tan Lang's heart was instantly filled with joy. He had no idea how to ask Jiang Chen for help, but now that Jiang Chen was interested, it was great. I'll be heading to the chaotic ocean tomorrow. I wonder if I can get Brother Jiang's help? If Jiang Chen is willing to accompany me, I'll definitely be successful in my mission to exterminate the pirates. Tan Lang spoke. He didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his request, asking for Jiang Chen's help. Tan Lang's honesty made Jiang Chen very happy. Kid, don't worry about it. With this Lord Dog around, I guarantee you'll be able to take the position of tycoon. Before Jiang Chen could say anything, De Huang Dog had already made his promise. It was as if as long as he took action, everything would be a piece of cake. Pirates and sea demons were just a piece of cake for him. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's agreement to tag along was undoubtedly a great help to Tan Lang. On the same day, young Mansion Lord Changqing welcomed Jiang Chen and Tan Lang warmly at the City Lord's mansion. The next morning, the group departed for the Chaotic Ocean. The Chaotic Ocean was located within the Liang province, and it wasn't under the jurisdiction of the four major powers. It was truly a chaotic zone. With Jiang Chen and Tan Lang's strength, it only took them a dozen minutes to travel from Hongyue City to the Chaotic Ocean. The Chaotic Ocean was located within the Liang province, and it wasn't under the jurisdiction of the four major powers. It was truly a chaotic zone. With Jiang Chen and Tan Lang's strength, it only took them a dozen minutes to travel from Hongyue City to the Chaotic Ocean. The Chaotic Ocean wasn't as vast as the eastern continent, but there were quite a number of islands in the ocean. These islands were rich in resources and had become the territory of pirates. Above the Chaotic Ocean, there were figures drifting by from time to time, emitting powerful auras. Brother Jiang, this is the Chaotic Ocean. Tan Lang said. I heard that there are 7 famous pirates in the Chaotic Ocean. Jiang Chen smiled. That's right, the Chaotic Ocean's 7 bandits are infamous, and all of them are combat king warriors. Their methods are ruthless and they're not easy to deal with. Changqing explained. Are these pirates humans? Jiang Chen continued to ask. Not necessarily. There are humans and there are also demonic beasts. Those who can make a name for themselves in the Chaotic Ocean are all vicious and merciless existences. They are all fugitives, and they also have a group of powerful fugitives under their command. They can even control the sea demons for their own use. Every single pirate has their own forces, and they are extremely difficult to deal with. Tan Lang said. The number 1 pirate must be very powerful. I wonder what his cultivation is? Jiang Chen asked. He was very interested in the pirates of the Chaotic Ocean. I don't know about that myself. I have never met the number 1 pirate in the Chaotic Ocean before. This number 1 pirate is very strange. I don't think I have ever heard of him snatching treasures from cultivators. Many of the cultivators who come to the Chaotic Ocean have never met this number 1 pirate. Tan Lang shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing about the number 1 pirate in the Chaotic Ocean as well. This caused Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog to feel puzzled. Someone who Tan Lang didn't even know about, someone who rarely appeared in front of others, was actually able to become the number 1 pirate in the Chaotic Ocean? Wasn't this too strange? As if he could see through Jiang Chen's doubts, Tan Lang continued, the title of number 1 pirate was bestowed upon him by the other 6 pirates and some other pirates in the Chaotic Ocean. It is said that the number 1 pirate once came to the Chaotic Ocean and declared that he would become the number 1 pirate. At that time, many people were unconvinced and they went to challenge him. However, none of those who challenged him came back alive, and that was how he became the number 1 pirate in the Chaotic Ocean. There's actually such a thing? Jiang Chen was taken aback. His interest towards the number 1 pirate in the Chaotic Ocean was piqued. There was no need to guess to know that this person was an amazing character. However, there was one thing that Jiang Chen could not understand. This mysterious fellow had become the number 1 pirate, yet he did not snatch treasures from others. If so, what was the point of being the number 1 pirate? Brother Jiang, there is no need to worry. This time we are in the Chaotic Ocean. There is no need to worry about encountering the number 1 pirate. This person is an independent character and has almost no contact with the other pirates. All this while, no matter how chaotic the Chaotic Ocean is, This number 1 pirate has never appeared. Tan Lang said, indicating to Jiang Chen that there was no need to worry about this number 1 pirate. Tell me about your objective for coming here. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Tan Lang had come here to kill these pirates in order to avenge the 13th tycoon. At the same time, he was also here to raise the prestige of the Shura Temple. Heaven Hawk Island. I have already investigated it thoroughly. The 13th tycoon died on Heaven Hawk Island. Tan Lang said. The island master of Heaven Hawk Island is one of the chaotic ocean's 7 pirate lords. Heaven Hawk Island got its name because it looks like an eagle. What's more famous is that the island master of Heaven Hawk Island is also a war eagle. He is a peak first-grade demon king, and his methods are extremely ruthless. Huo Wei, who was standing next to Jiang Chen, explained the information about Heaven Hawk Island to Jiang Chen. A peak first-grade demon king? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. A peak first-grade demon king? Although it wasn't a second-grade demon king, it would still bring him great benefits. If this war eagle also possessed a mysterious bloodline, Jiang Chen would be able to break through to the combat king realm with the help of its demon spirit. Heaven Hawk Island isn't far from here. Let's hurry there and kill the island master before they arrive. Tan Lang said. In fact, before he met Jiang Chen, he didn't have much confidence in this mission. He didn't have the slightest confidence in killing a peak first-grade demon king, and he might even need to team up with his fellow disciples. However, now that he had Jiang Chen with him, he was filled with confidence. After all, Jiang Chen was in existence who had killed a second-grade demon king, let alone the island master. Under Tan Lang's lead, the group quickly flew toward Heaven Hawk Island. Right at this moment, 4 young men came from another direction. These 4 young men were wearing the same clothes as Tan Lang and Chang Qing. Judging from this, these 4 young men were disciples of the Shura Temple. The 4 of them were emanating powerful auras, and their faces were filled with arrogance. With just a glance, one could tell that they were the kind of people who considered everyone beneath them. Of course, being able to reach the combat king realm at such a young age, they did have the qualifications to be arrogant. When Tan Lang saw these 4 young men, they also saw Tan Lang and the others. I was wondering who it was. So it's Junior Disciple Tan. What's wrong? Is Junior Disciple Tan also trying to kill the island master and fight for the position of the 13 tycoons? One of them said in a sarcastic tone. This man was also a first-grade combat king, but when it came to talent, there was still a gap between him and Tan Lang. Jiang Chen could tell this with just a single glance. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Obviously, these people were the core disciples of the Shura Temple who were fighting for the position of the 13 tycoons. No wonder they were showing hostility toward Tan Lang. Of course, the position of the 13 tycoons is something that needs to be fought over. Tan Lang said with a serious expression. Tan Lang, don't overestimate yourself. With just the few of you, you are no match for the Heaven Hawk Island master. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before and he's not from our Shura Temple. He doesn't even look like a combat king. Are you kidding me by finding a helper like this? Another man coldly harumphed. His gaze fell upon Jiang Chen, and he immediately spoke with a sarcastic tone. Who the hell do you think you are? What does it have to do with you when others are fighting for the position of tycoon? Jiang Chen glanced at the disciple from the corner of his eyes and said in an extremely rude manner. He would never feel pity for someone like this. That's right. Bastard, what did you just say? That man was instantly enraged. He unleashed his combat king aura, and it looked like he was about to attack Jiang Chen. Li Dong, that's enough. Let's fight for the position with our own abilities. There's no need for you to taunt and ridicule each other here, it's meaningless. Don't tell me we're going to have internal strife before we attack Heaven Hawk Island? Tan Lang shouted out loudly. He was a man with guts, and this could be easily seen from the massacre in the southern continent. Furthermore, if he didn't have some ruthless methods, how could he rise in a superpower like the Shura Temple in such a short period of time? Tan Lang, I'll give you a friendly reminder. You've just broken through to the combat king realm, yet you're still trying to fight for the position of tycoon. You're overestimating yourself. Furthermore, you're no match for the Heaven Hawk Island master. As your senior disciple, I'll give you a clear path. Follow us and we'll kill the Heaven Hawk Island master together. After that, we'll elect senior disciple Li Hao to be the tycoon. If you follow senior disciple Li Hao in the future, I'll guarantee you that you'll receive great benefits. The young man named Li Dong said with a loud voice. The Li Hao he mentioned was the muscular young man who stood in the middle of the group. He hadn't said a single word since the beginning, but the arrogance on his face was obvious. In my opinion, you guys better be polite to Tan Lang now. Otherwise when he becomes the tycoon, you guys won't have a good time. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. Where did this idiot come from? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Li Dong was immediately enraged. He waved his hand and unleashed a beam of light toward Jiang Qin. Before Jiang Qin could block it, Tan Lang was the first to dash forward. With a wave of his hand, he blocked the beam of light, then he shouted out, Li Hao, let's go our separate ways and we'll fight for the position with our own abilities. After saying that, Tan Lang pulled Jiang Qin and flew into the distance. The reason why he blocked Li Dong's attack was actually to save him. He had witnessed Jiang Qin's abilities, and if Jiang Qin were to attack, Li Dong would definitely not have a good ending. He had come to the chaotic ocean for the sake of the Heaven Hawk Island Master, and he didn't want Jiang Qin to start a conflict with the Shura Temple. Do you want this master dog to go bite them to death? The Huang dog, who had been silent all this while, said while gnashing his teeth. Don't bother with them, our target is the Heaven Hawk Island. Tan Lang quickly said, this Li Dong and Li Hao are blood brothers and Li Hao is a peak first-grade combat king. He is a formidable opponent. Since they have gathered all the others, it seems like they are determined to fight for the position of tycoon. Behind them, the four men stared at Tan Lang and the others as they left. Li Hao Lung, who had been silent all this while, said, what an ungrateful fool. Once I become the tycoon, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Chapter 494. Because of the arrival of the geniuses from the Shura Temple, the chaotic ocean had become even more chaotic. The entire ocean was filled with a tense atmosphere. Brother Tan, how many combat kings are here to compete for the position of the tycoon? Jiang Qin asked. As one of the major powers in the Liang province, the Shura Temple's resources were not something any ordinary minor powers could compare with. Aside from the 13 tycoons, there must be quite a number of other powerful warriors. Currently, there are around a dozen combat kings among the core disciples, and all of them are at the first-grade combat king realm. In the Shura Temple, once a person's cultivation base reaches the second-grade combat king realm, their status will be higher. Even if they can't become a tycoon, they can still be someone close to the tycoon. In this competition, there are around 4 people who have the strength to compete for the position of the 13 tycoons, and Li Hao is only one of them. I don't think the rest have shown up yet. Tan Lang said. It's just a small position of tycoon, yet it has attracted such an intense competition. You guys are really boring. The Huang dog said indifferently. Hearing this, Chang Qing and the other two rolled their eyes. In the Shura Temple, the position of the 13 tycoons was extremely noble, but in the Huang dog's words, it had become a small position of tycoon. In the entire Qi province, perhaps only the Huang dog could say something like this. Rumble. Right at this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard coming from the front. In the next second, a huge wave rose over 100 meters high. On top of the wave, a white-clothed young man materialized a huge illusory hand, grabbing the head of a sea creature. The sea creature struggled violently and roared furiously, but to no avail. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free from the young man's grip. You're just a tiny sea demon, how dare you block my path? You're courting death. The young man roared and an extremely sharp force gushed out from his palm. The sea demon's head exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Its huge body fell from the sky and died on the spot. The sea water was dyed red. The young man grabbed the demon spirit that popped out from the sea demon's head and put it away. Right at this moment, Jiang Qin and the others arrived. The young man turned around and looked at Tan Lang, then he said with a smile, So, it's Tan Lang from the Shura Temple. However, with your strength, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to kill the pirates of Heaven Hawk Island and seize the position of the 13 tycoons. After the young man finished speaking, he turned around and flew forward. He casually killed a sea demon that was blocking his path, as if he was crushing an ant. In the chaotic sea, battles like this could be seen everywhere. All sorts of conflicts were happening all the time. There was no order in this place, only strength was law. Who is this kid? You have a face that deserves a beating. The Huang dog said. This man is Yi Hui from the Invincibility School, and he is also a combat king warrior, a genius of the younger generation. I've already seen a few people from the Invincibility School, as well as people from the Peerless Sword faction and the Heavenly Devil Palace. Many people from the 4 major powers of the Liang province have come, and it looks like they're here to watch the show. Tan Lang said. What's the relationship between the 4 major powers of the Liang province? Jiang Qin asked. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain, let alone 4 tigers. Naturally, the relationship between the 4 major powers is not good, and they are always competing with each other. The Shura Temple, the Invincibility School, and the Peerless Sword faction are not that bad, as they are considered to be righteous sections. However, the Heavenly Devil Palace is a sect that cultivates evil cultivators, and they belong to the Devil sect. Their relationship with the other 3 major powers is the worst. Tan Lang explained, since the 13 tycoons of the Shura Temple have been killed, the other 3 major powers are naturally happy to see it. Since the geniuses of the Shura Temple have come to the chaotic ocean to kill the pirates, it's normal for them to come and watch the show. Interesting, it's getting more and more lively. Jiang Qin chuckled. He had just arrived in the Divine Continent, and he was already encountering such a big event. This was something that made Jiang Qin very happy. Being able to witness the glory of the Liang province's geniuses was what Jiang Qin wanted. De Huang Dog was even more excited. This was the first time he had come to the Divine Continent, and he was extremely curious about everything here. In the eastern and southern continents, he had only seen a few Combat King warriors, and each of them was an ancestor. However, in this place Combat King warriors could be found everywhere, and all of them were youngsters. Just thinking about it gave him a great thrill. The Heaven Hawk Island was located at the center of the chaotic ocean. It was a beautiful island with green mountains and clear waters, as well as waterfalls and flowing rivers. It was truly a beautiful scene. Having such a beautiful scenery on an island in the outer seas could indeed make one feel relaxed and happy. When Jiang Qin and Tan Lang arrived at the Heaven Hawk Island, there were already many people gathered outside the island. There were at least several hundred people hovering in the sky, and there were many Combat King warriors among them. They were the geniuses from the other 3 major powers, and they were here to watch the show. Today, the geniuses of the Shura Temple had come to kill the island master of the Heaven Hawk Island. This was no longer a secret, and many people had come here to watch the show. At this moment, Li Hao, Tan Lang, 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 and Tan Lang stood outside the island. Li Hao and the others furrowed their brows, but they didn't attack the Heaven Hawk Island right away. That was because everyone could see that a layer of crystal-like barrier had appeared outside the island. It was a complete formation that protected the entire Heaven Hawk Island. Damn it, looks like the Heaven Hawk Island master is already prepared. He has set up an island protection formation. Chang Qing couldn't help but curse. This formation utilizes the energy of the chaotic ocean. Although it's only a small part of it, it's still not something to be underestimated. There's no way a first-grade Combat King warrior can break it, unless many first-grade Combat King warriors work together. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up as he spoke. He was an expert in the heavenly book of source formations, and none of the formations in this world could escape his eyes. Does the Heaven Hawk Island master really think he can get away with just this? Tan Lang sneered. Jiang Chen's gaze fell onto the island in front of him. He instantly sensed a different aura from the island, and it made him feel that this Heaven Hawk Island was not as simple as the barrier around it. As a cultivator of the great soul derivation skill, Jiang Chen's senses were sharper than any ordinary man's. Let me see how strong this formation's defense is. Li Dong snorted coldly. He took a step forward and suddenly threw a punch. An incomparably dazzling beam of light shot out from his fist. This beam of light was like an indestructible sharp weapon, and it heavily collided with the layer of crystal-like light shield. Rumble. A violent explosion was heard, and the air was instantly torn apart. However, the barrier only trembled a little, and it remained perfectly undamaged. It didn't suffer any damage from the attack of a first-grade Combat King. What? Li Dong's eyes widened. Haha, so this is all the geniuses of the Shura Temple can do? If you want to take my life, you'll have to break my formation first. A voice sounded out from within the Heaven Hawk Island. It was an extremely arrogant sound wave. It's the Heaven Hawk Island Master's voice. Tan Lang said with a gloomy expression. Let's attack together. I don't believe we can't break this formation. Li Hao said. He was the first one to attack, followed by Li Dong and the other 2 Combat Kings. 4 first-grade Combat Kings attacked at the same time, unleashing a dazzling beam of light onto the barrier. However, the result was still not satisfactory. The barrier was as tough as diamond and it was impossible to break. Although the 4 of them had managed to shake the barrier, it still showed no signs of breaking. Haha, it's useless. This formation isn't easy to break. In my opinion, you should wait for all the warriors of the Shura Temple to arrive. Only then will you have a chance. Of course you can invite us to help you. Yi Hui, who was watching the show, burst into laughter. There's no need for you to worry about our Shura temple. Li Hao coldly harumphed. Elder brother, what should we do now? That hawk is hiding in the island and we can't break this formation. What should we do? Li Dong asked. Li Hao, although Yi Hui's words aren't pleasant to the ears, we can only wait for all the warriors of the Shura temple to arrive, then we'll attack together. Someone from another group of 3 men said. The one who spoke was a young man who looked to be in his late 20s. He had a skinny body but he was well proportioned. His name was Xiao Rue, and he was one of the strongest competitors in the 13 tycoons mentioned by Tan Lang. Xiao Rue, when all the warriors are here, who will get the credit for killing the Heaven Hawk Island master? Li Hao asked. Of course it'll be based on our own abilities. Whoever kills him will get the credit. Xiao Rue said with a smile. Alright, we'll wait for all the warriors to arrive, then we'll work together and break this formation. After that, we'll kill the Heaven Hawk Island master with our own abilities. Li Hao agreed. Regardless of whether it was Li Hao or Xiao Rue, when they were discussing their strategy, they had completely ignored Tan Lang who was standing next to them. It seemed like they didn't take Tan Lang seriously at all, and they even felt that Tan Lang wasn't qualified to compete with them. After all, although Tan Lang had extraordinary talent, he had only broken through to the Combat King realm recently, so it was normal for him to be looked down upon by others. Jiang Qin saw all of this with his own eyes, and a faint smile emerged on his face. This was how the disciples of the big sects behaved. They were always fighting each other. This was the same no matter where they went, and it would never change. This was the law of the world of cultivators. After that, Jiang Chen's gaze fell onto the layer of crystal-like light barrier. He circulated the great soul derivation skill and carefully sensed it. Immediately after, his expression changed. This formation is definitely not created by a single person. I can sense a few auras coming from it. It looks like there's something fishy going on in this Heaven Hawk Island. It's highly possible that the Heaven Hawk Island master isn't the only combat king warrior in this place. There are other powerful warriors here, and there might even be a second-grade combat king warrior. Jiang Qin thought to himself. This was no small matter, and the question in his mind grew even stronger. If there are more powerful warriors in this Heaven Hawk Island, they wouldn't have to be afraid of these geniuses from the Shura temple. Why would they need to create such a superfluous formation? Furthermore, this formation isn't perfect, as if it was intentionally left behind a flaw. If a dozen combat king warriors were to attack it at the same time, they would be able to break it. Therefore, there is no need for the Heaven Hawk Island master to create such a useless formation. Chapter 495. More and more people gathered outside Heaven Hawk Island. Most of them were here to watch the show. From time to time, the geniuses of Shura Temple would join Li Hao and Xiao Rue. Soon they reached a consensus. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. He was thinking about the Heaven Hawk Island Lord's scheme. Suddenly Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He recalled the conversation between Li Hao and Xiao Rue. There were too few people in this formation. It was impossible to break it. Both Li Hao and Xiao Rue were waiting for the other geniuses of Shura Temple to arrive so they could attack Heaven Hawk Island together. Capture them all in one fell swoop. That's right. Perhaps this was the Heaven Hawk Island Master's real scheme. What Li Hao and the others were trying to do was exactly what the Heaven Hawk Island Master wanted. This was the only explanation. If not, the Heaven Hawk Island Master wouldn't have set up this formation. He just wanted to use this formation to temporarily stop them, and wait for all the geniuses of the Azura Palace to arrive before striking. If Jiang Chen's guess was correct, when all the men of the Azura Palace arrived, they wouldn't even need to attack this formation as it would be broken by itself. At that point of time, all the mighty warriors of the Heaven Hawk Island would strike together and kill all the geniuses of the Azura Palace. What a vicious method. Jiang Chen had to admit that the Island Lord's method was indeed vicious. However, what Jiang Chen couldn't understand was how deep the hatred between the Island Lord and Shura Temple was, for him to want to kill all the geniuses of Shura Temple. Although the pirates of the Chaotic Ocean were all fugitives, they wouldn't risk their lives for no reason. Normally they wouldn't provoke a superpower like the Azura Palace. If the Heaven Hawk Island Master had a conflict with the 13 Tycoons, and he killed the 13 Tycoons, it would make sense. However, with the Azura Palace's invasion, not only did the Heaven Hawk Island Master not choose to flee, he even schemed to kill these geniuses. If the Heaven Hawk Island Master really killed all these geniuses, wouldn't he be able to foresee the fury of the Azura Palace? The answer was obvious unless the Island Lord was a fool or there was something else. Jiang Qin raised his head and stared at Heaven Hawk Island, waiting for any changes. Once everyone's here, we'll break this defensive formation and teach that damn eagle a lesson. A newly arrived genius from the Shura temple snorted coldly. He was extremely arrogant. As more and more people arrived at the Shura temple. An hour later, 13 combat kings had arrived at the Shura temple. If Tanlang was included, that would be 14. We're almost all here. Everyone get ready to attack. We'll do as we've discussed earlier and we'll break this formation together. As for who gets the Heaven Hawk Island Lord's head, we'll have to see who's capable enough," said Li Hao. Li Dong's gaze fell on Tanlang. Lung Lung said, "Tanlang, what do you think?" "Of course we'll attack together." Tanlang took a step forward. At this moment he had to step forward. If he did not contribute to breaking this formation, it would be equivalent to giving up the chance to fight for the position of the 13 gangsters. Moreover, these senior brothers would definitely target and make things difficult for him. "Little Chinzi, let's do it as well." Da Huang Dog was getting impatient. "Why are you panicking? Let's just watch first." Jiang Qin glared at Da Huang Dog. "Young Master Jiang, are we going to attack?" Huowei asked. He, Chang Qin, and the other two suddenly felt that following Tanlang to the chaotic ocean was completely unnecessary. "I suggest that the three of you run into the crowd of onlookers and become spectators. Otherwise your lives will be in danger," Jiang Qin kindly reminded them. He was sure that there would be something fishy going on with the Heaven Hawk Island today. With Chang Qin and the other two's cultivation bases, joining the battle would be no different than throwing their lives away. In a battlefield where a group of combat kings were fighting, anyone below the combat king realm would be in danger of losing their lives. Chang Qin and the other two exchanged glances before nodding their heads. They felt that Jiang Chen's words were reliable, and they had a better understanding of their own cultivation bases. Therefore they left the battlefield without any hesitation. "Everyone, let's begin. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Let's tear this damn formation apart with one strike." Xiao Rui shouted at the crowd. However, a shocking scene occurred. Before anyone could even make a move, that layer of crystal-like light shield had disappeared. The grand formation that was originally protecting Heaven Hawk Island had vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed in the first place. "What?" The crowd cried out in shock. Not only them, even the spectators were shocked. They had no idea what the Heaven Hawk Island was trying to do. At the most critical moment, the Heaven Hawk Island had actually removed the defensive formation? What was going on? Could it be that the Heaven Hawk Island master knew that he was going to die, and had given up on resisting? No one had any idea what was going on. Only one person had a calm expression on his face, and that was Jiang Qin. This situation had confirmed his guess. Now the real show was about to begin. "Haha, Heaven Hawk Island Master, I didn't expect you to have some self-awareness. Knowing that you're going to die today, you've given up on resisting. Since that's the case, quickly come out and face your death." Li Hao laughed out loud and shouted at the Heaven Hawk Island Master. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing huge waves to ripple above the Heaven Hawk Island, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. "Is that so? Who's going to die? Geniuses of the Shura Temple, since you're here, don't even think about leaving." An incomparably sharp voice sounded out. In the next moment, a black figure dashed out from the Heaven Hawk Island like a bolt of lightning. It was a skinny middle-aged man with a long hooked nose and a pair of black wings on his back, giving him an awe-inspiring appearance. He was none other than the Heaven Hawk Island Master. Why do I sense a human's aura from this eagle?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up like torches and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The Heaven Hawk Island Master was a rare combat eagle, but Jiang Chen was able to sense a trace of a human's aura from it. This was very unusual. Not only that, Jiang Chen could also see through the combat eagle's true cultivation. It was a second-grade demon king. Although it could conceal its cultivation base, suppressing it to the peak of the first-grade demon king realm, it couldn't hide from Jiang Chen's eyes. No wonder he was able to kill the tycoon of the Shura Temple. Before they could think further, another 5 powerful auras soared out from the Heaven Hawk Island. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the sky above the Heaven Hawk Island, standing in different directions. Each of these 5 men had a powerful aura, and one of them was a second-grade combat king. His overall strength was far stronger than the rest of them. What? The 6 pirate lords of the chaotic ocean? Tanlang was the first to cry out in surprise. He had already recognized the 6 people in front of him. They were actually the famous Chaotic Ocean's 6 bandits. Among the Chaotic Ocean's 7 bandits, other than the incomparably mysterious number 1 bandit, the other 6 were all present. It was said that the relationship between the chaotic ocean's pirate lords wasn't harmonious, and conflicts often occurred between them. However, they had all gathered together today, and it seemed like they were going to deal with the geniuses of the Shura Temple together. No one had expected this. Chapter 496. Although the Shura Temple had a lot of people, all of them were first-grade combat king warriors. If they were dealing with the Heaven Hawk Island Master alone, even if he was a second-grade demon king, they would still have the strength to fight him, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to kill him if they worked together. But now, all 6 pirate lords had come together, and there was a second-grade combat king warrior among them. Furthermore, the pirates of the chaotic ocean had always been cruel and vicious. How could they be dealt with so easily? With the 6 of them working together, even if the Shura Temple's disciples had the advantage in numbers, it would still be difficult for them to stand against them. For a moment, the expressions of the Shura Temple's disciples turned ugly. After all, the reputation of the chaotic ocean's 6 pirate lords was not for show. Brats from the Shura Temple, you didn't expect this, did you? The grand formation was just a plot. What I wanted was to capture all of you in one fell swoop and vent my anger. The Heaven Hawk Island Master laughed out loud and said while gnashing his teeth. His eyes were filled with an eerie hatred. Jiang saw the expression on the Heaven Hawk Island Master's face. Although he did not know how to read minds, he could tell that the hatred the Heaven Hawk Island Master had for the Shura Temple was not something that an ordinary person could compare with. In fact, it could be said that the person he hated was not these people but the Shura Temple. However, since the Heaven Hawk Island Master wanted to deal with the Shura Temple, the other 5 great bandits were not idiots. Why would they willingly get involved? Jiang felt that things were getting more and more interesting. There was definitely a grudge between them. I never thought that the chaotic ocean's 6 pirate lords would join hands to deal with the Shura Temple's geniuses. This is too inconceivable. That's right. The chaotic ocean's great bandits have always been at odds with each other. I didn't expect them to ally with each other this time. I'm guessing that there must be some kind of mutual benefit involved. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to attack the Shura Temple. Looks like there's going to be a big show today. The 6 pirate lords of the chaotic ocean are famous, and one of them is a second-grade combat king warrior. If a fight breaks out, I wonder how many geniuses of the Shura Temple will lose. Many people were shocked. No one had expected such a scene, but those who were watching the show didn't mind it getting bigger. The bigger the commotion, the happier they were. Everyone, don't just stand there. Let's attack together. Don't let a single one of these people who came today go. Kill them all. The Heaven Hawk Island Lord looked at the other great bandits and said, "No problem, but don't forget the conditions you promised us. You should know that killing these people is not a joke." The second great combat king said, "Don't worry, as long as you help me kill them, I don't want any of the benefits. I, Warhawk, will definitely win all the treasures as well as the secret manuals you want." The Heaven Hawk Island Lord said. Hearing this, everyone came to a sudden realization. They finally understood why the 6 pirate lords had gathered together. It turned out that the Heaven Hawk Island Lord had promised them generous rewards and conditions. You guys, don't make a mistake. This is a grudge between our Shura Temple and the Heaven Hawk Island Master. I advise you not to get involved in this. It won't do you any good. Xianhuan realized that the situation was developing in a bad direction and hurriedly said, "Cut the crap. Kill them all." The Heaven Hawk Island Lord let out a loud shout. Abruptly, a sharp machete appeared in his hand. At the same time, his aura underwent a tremendous change. From the previous first-grade Demon King realm, it instantly rose to the second-grade Demon King realm. With incredible speed, he dashed toward one of the Shura Temple's disciples. What? All the Shura Temple's disciples cried out in shock. They never expected the Heaven Hawk Island Lord to have concealed his cultivation base. It turned out that he had already reached the second-grade Demon King realm. No wonder he was able to kill the 13 tycoons. The 13 tycoons were all geniuses of the Shura Temple, and it was very difficult for them to find a worthy opponent in the same realm. However, if the Heaven Hawk Island Lord was a second-grade Demon King, it would be a different story. This bastard actually concealed his cultivation base? Li Hao couldn't help but curse. The faces of all the Shura Temple's disciples turned unsightly. A second-grade combat king was already very difficult to deal with, and now there was another second-grade Demon King. If this battle continued, the Shura Temple would suffer a great loss. "Stop him quickly!" Xianhuan shouted out. He was the first one to strike. Together with the other 2 disciples, they launched an attack toward the Heaven Hawk Island Lord. Facing a formidable second-grade demon king, even if the three of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Rumble. The void was instantly torn apart. A battle between combat kings could easily shake the heavens and the earth. Even the waves below were shaken, and the onlookers quickly retreated, not daring to get too close to the battle. Even though the three great geniuses of the Shura Temple had joined forces, they still failed to block the Heavenhawk Island Lord's ferocious attack. All three of them were knocked back by the impact, and their faces turned extremely unsightly. The Heavenhawk Island Lord flapped his wings, and with incredible speed, he caught up to one of the injured disciples in the blink of an eye. Then he swung the machete in his hand. Arg! The speed of the machete was too fast. Coupled with the fact that there was a gap of 1 grade between them, even though the disciple had quick reflexes, one of his arms was still chopped off by the Heavenhawk Island Lord, causing blood to splatter across the sky. Seeing this, Xiaorui was greatly alarmed. The other disciples of the Shura Temple quickly rushed over to help. Facing a formidable second-grade demon king, none of them dared to be careless. All of them were well aware that their only advantage right now was their numbers. If they lost any of their numbers, the only thing waiting for them would be death. Furthermore, the 6 pirate lords had made ample preparations today. Judging from where they were standing, they wouldn't give the disciples of the Shura Temple any chance to escape. Kiki. Boys, come and face your death. Your grandfather loves killing geniuses the most. Another pirate let out an eerie laugh as he charged toward the disciples of the Shura Temple. The entire scene instantly descended into chaos, and the battle was extremely intense. Among the disciples of the Shura Temple, there were already casualties. The Heavenhawk Island Lord was too ferocious, as if he had a monstrous hatred toward the Shura Temple. He would not show any mercy when he attacked. Even though there were so many geniuses trying to stop him, he still killed the disciple whose arm was chopped off by him in the sharpest way possible. It's over. It looks like the Shura Temple is going to suffer a great loss today. The abilities of the 6 pirate lords aren't comparable to those ordinary geniuses of the same grade. The fact that they were able to rule over a region in the chaotic ocean proves that they are the best amongst those of the same grade. Although every disciple of the Shura Temple is a genius, I don't think they are a match for them. Furthermore, there are 2 second-grade combat kings among them. Hehe, I'm afraid the Shura Temple is going to cry this time. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh. The geniuses from the other 3 major powers of the Liang province were happy to see such a scene. They didn't have a good relationship with the Shura Temple to begin with. Under such circumstances, it was already good enough that they didn't hit the Shura Temple while they were down. Arg! Another miserable shriek sounded out from the Shura Temple's camp. Another genius had fallen. Originally there were 14 of them, but now only 12 were left. Brother Jiang, please help us. Tan Lang, who was fighting a first-grade combat king pirate, turned to Jiang Chen and impatiently said. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. His eyes had already locked onto one of the pirates. He had clearly seen that among these pirates, aside from the Heavenhawk Island Master, there were 2 other first-grade demon kings. Jiang Chen's target was them. Once he killed them, he would obtain their demon souls, and he would be able to break through to the first-grade combat king realm. As the Heavenhawk Island Master and the second-grade combat king were too powerful, most of the disciples of the Shura Temple had surrounded and attacked them. Because of this, there were still some pirates left. When Jiang Chen was looking at the demon king also happened to see Jiang Chen. This kid has a strong yang energy. If I can eat him, I'll definitely gain a lot of benefits. The demon king revealed a sinister smile, then leaped toward Jiang Chen. At the same time, the other first-grade combat king had his eyes on the Huang dog. Damn it, what a majestic dog. Looks like I can make a pot of stew with him today. The first-grade combat king and demon king attacked at the same time, attacking the Huang dog. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog exchanged a glance, and both of them laughed happily. Right when the 2 pirates were about to reach Jiang Chen and the Huang dog, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog moved as well. The speed of this man and dog was too fast, so fast that their opponents didn't even have the chance to react. Kaka. The Huang dog let out a loud laughter, then unleashed a powerful demon king aura perfectly. Under the pressure of this aura, the pirate's expression changed dramatically. However, before he could react, the Huang dog's head slammed into his body. Boom. The pirate felt as if a huge mountain had slammed into his body. His yuan energy was instantly shattered, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away, coughing out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Before the pirate had the time to feel shocked, the Huang dog had arrived in front of him once again. With his bloody mouth, the pirate's head was bitten off and he died on the spot. Ark. At the same time, a miserable cry was heard from the other side. Jiangchen had unleashed a dragon claw, and it had pierced through the Demon King's abdomen. Although the Demon King wasn't dead yet, Jiangchen had already taken control of his qi. Jiangchen did this for the sake of treasures. These guys in front of him were all pirates, overlords of a region, so they must have a lot of wealth. When a cultivator reached the Combat King realm, his entire body would undergo a transformation. Due to being able to control the power of space, the cultivator's qi would open up a new space. At this stage, a cultivator would no longer need a storage ring to store items, as they could directly store items in their qi. However, it was also because of this that robbing became extremely difficult. One must know that when a combat king was killed, he would die a miserable death, and his qi would be destroyed in an instant. All the treasures inside would be destroyed as well, vanishing without a trace. Killing people and robbing their treasures, and if their treasures were buried along with them, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Jiangchen cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and he needed a huge amount of treasures and pills to support him. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to rob others. Besides, these people were pirates, so Jiangchen didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt robbing them. Chapter 497. No. The Demon King stared at the white-clothed youngster in front of him with an incomparably terrified gaze. He could sense that his qi was being controlled, and he could sense that his life force was being drained away. Aside from shock, there was also a deep sense of fear in his heart. It was the fear of death. Before he attacked, he never expected that this youngster he had never seen before would be so powerful. With just a single strike, he, a first-grade Demon King, had placed his life in the hands of this youngster. Pucci. A faint smile appeared on Jiangchen's face. With a Pucci, he took out all the treasures in the Demon King's qi. Without even checking through them, he quickly stored them into his own storage ring. Although he had the strength to kill combat kings and demon kings, he was still not a combat king, and he had yet to condense his own qi. Therefore, he still had to rely on his storage ring to store items. Jiangchen didn't check how many treasures he had, but he knew that a demon king should have quite a lot of treasures. There was a large amount of earth elixir and a small amount of heaven elixir. It was very difficult for ordinary combat kings and demon kings to possess heaven elixir, but it was a different story for these bandits of the chaotic ocean. They were doing this kind of shady business, and in return they could obtain a huge amount of wealth. Don't blame me. You were the one who tried to kill me, so it's reasonable for you to die in my hands. Jiangchen said with a regretful tone. Why did he have to comfort his opponent before killing him? Wasn't this infuriating? After hearing Jiangchen's words, the Demon King immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. Without wasting any time, Jiangchen smashed the Demon King's head with a punch, then took out a dazzling demon spirit. From the beginning to the end, the Demon King didn't even have the chance to transform into his true form, and he died in Jiangchen's hands. Of course, the gap between him and Jiangchen was too huge. Even if he transformed into his true form and unleashed his most powerful attack, the outcome would still be the same. Whoa, the situation immediately caused a huge uproar. All the people who were in the middle of a fierce battle stopped what they were doing, including the Heavenhawk Island Lord. They stared at the man and dog in shock. Li Hao and the others who had a verbal conflict with Tan Lang just now had their mouths wide open in shock. Amazing. This youngster is the helper that Tan Lang invited. Unexpectedly, he is so terrifying. That dog is also a Yao King. A famous bandit of the chaotic ocean couldn't even take a single strike from him? He was killed in an instant, and it looks like this young man isn't even a combat king? How is this possible? Who is he? Why haven't I heard of it before? All the geniuses of the Shura Temple were shocked, and there was no way they wouldn't be shocked. From the beginning, they didn't take Tan Lang seriously, and they didn't take the combat soul helper Tan Lang seriously either. Who would have thought that this young man would be so frightening? Motherfucker, why did such a powerful character suddenly appear? He killed 2 bandits as soon as he arrived. I've never seen this youngster before. Did you guys see that? Before this youngster killed the bandit, he even took control of his qi and stole all the treasures stored within it. Even a second-grade combat king warrior wouldn't be able to do that. What an amazing youngster. That dog is actually a frightening demon king as well. He killed a first-grade combat king with just a single strike. I never expected the Shura Temple to have such a powerful helper. Looks like the outcome of today's battle is really hard to predict. Not necessarily. Although that youngster is able to kill a first-grade demon king, he is only a late combat soul warrior, and he hasn't broken through to the combat king realm. I'm sure he's no match for a second-grade combat king warrior. Everyone were shocked, and the onlookers were shocked as well, especially the geniuses from the Invincibility School, Peerless Sword Faction, and Heavenly Devil Palace. All of them immediately threw their gazes onto Jiang Chen. A young man who could kill a demon king with just a combat soul cultivation base, and who was followed by a powerful demon king. How could such a young man remain unknown? The expressions of Chongqing and the other two became even more unnatural. They recalled the huge conflict they had with Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog in the Golden Tower. Now that they thought about it, if not for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog showing them mercy, they wouldn't be standing here in one piece right now. Tan Lang was the only one who had a better reaction. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Chen killing Lord Nether with his own eyes. But even so, the mighty strength Jiang Chen showed him still shocked him. Kill that young man. The Heavenhawk Island master shouted out while gnashing his teeth in anger. They had already lost 2 great bandits, and this was completely different from what he had expected. This young man who came out of nowhere had seriously affected his plan. A young man who hasn't even broken through to the Combat King realm, let me kill him. The second-grade Combat King coldly harumphed. Without hesitation, he shook off the few geniuses from the Shura Temple who were fighting him and dashed toward Jiang Chen. Seeing this, the few geniuses from the Shura Temple couldn't help but let out sighs of relief. They threw their glances toward Jiang Chen, but none of them wanted to help him. This situation really annoyed Jiang Chen. These geniuses from the Shura Temple didn't consider him as one of their own. They just treated him as someone who could help them. Boom. The second-grade Combat King attacked in a very powerful manner. He punched out with his fist, creating a huge hole in the air as he charged toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. His energy fluctuated as he punched out with his fist. It was a simple punch that collided with the second-grade Combat King's fist. Bang! The collision tore a few layers of space apart. The ferocious second-grade Combat King couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's attack, and was forced back dozens of meters before he could stabilize his body. What? The second-grade Combat King couldn't help but be shocked. Hand over all your treasures and I'll spare your life, Jiang Chen said to the second-grade Combat King. The second-grade Combat King was startled, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was a famous great bandit of the chaotic ocean, and he had always been the one robbing others. But today he was the one being robbed instead. A young man robbing a pirate leader in the middle of a battle had caused many of them to feel dizzy. This young man was too good at messing around, and no one could tell who was the real robber in this situation. You're courting death. The second-grade Combat King was infuriated. He didn't believe that with his cultivation base, he couldn't defeat a young man who wasn't even a Combat King. As for the fact that he was forced back just now, it was because he had underestimated his opponent, and assumed that his opponent had a strong body. This time the second-grade Combat King directly took out his king weapon. It was an incomparably dazzling longsword, and it cut a huge hole in the air. A chilling wind blew out from the hole, and it slashed down toward Jiang Chen's head. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Jiang Chen raised his head, and a cold gleam flickered within his eyes. When dealing with a fugitive like a pirate, he needed to use a cruel and ruthless method. Therefore Jiang Chen didn't waste any more time. With a swing of his arm, the Heavenly Saint sword appeared with a whistling sound, and he slashed at the king weapon. Clang! When the two swords collided, sparks flew in all directions and cracks were torn in the air. The second-grade Demon King was still no match for Jiang Chen, and he was once again knocked away. A bloody cut appeared on the web between his thumb and index finger, causing blood to flow out from it, and he nearly lost his grip on the king weapon. The second-grade Demon King was truly terrified. He couldn't understand how a young man who hadn't even reached the Combat King realm could possess such frightening combat strength. The situation of the battle was simply too frightening. Many people had turned their heads to look at Jiang Chen, and even those who were still fighting had forgotten about their own battles. Everyone knew that if this young man in white could even kill a second-grade Combat King warrior, today's battles would be meaningless. Swoosh! With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. 9 identical copies of Jiang Chen appeared at the same time, surrounding the second-grade Combat King. What? The second-grade Combat King was instantly dazzled, and he had no idea how to defend himself. However, Jiang Chen wasn't slow at all. His current cultivation base had reached the peak combat soul realm, and compared to the time when he killed the old Great Emperor and the Demon King Palace's palace master, he had become much stronger. Killing a second-grade combat king was a piece of cake for him. Puchi. Puchi. Two crisp sounds rang out, and both of the second-grade combat king's arms were chopped off by Jiang Chen at the same time. Swoosh. Before the second-grade combat king could even react, the 9 copies of Jiang Chen had merged into one, and Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword was already pressed against the second-grade combat king's neck. Hand over all your treasures and I'll spare your life. Otherwise I'll kill you right now, Jiang Chen said with an extremely cold tone. Compared to the second-grade combat king's life, Jiang Chen cared more about the treasures stored in his opponent's chi. Although Jiang Chen could kill a second-grade combat king, he wasn't confident that he could do it like he did with a first-grade demon king, controlling his opponent's chi and robbing his treasures. Don't kill me, I'll give you my treasures. Although the second-grade combat king had lost both of his arms, he still didn't want to lose his life. He had witnessed how frightening and ruthless Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen's cold eyes and ruthless methods were even more ruthless than his own. He didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words. If he dared to say no, Jiang Chen would kill him without hesitation. Although treasures were important, compared to them, his life was more important. Die now. Right when the second-grade combat king was about to give Jiang Chen his treasures, the Heavenhawk Island master struck. With both of his eyes turned red, he carried the machete in his hand and charged toward Jiang Chen. His meticulous plan had been ruined by this young man, and he was extremely furious. Furthermore, this young man possessed a formidable strength, and if he didn't strike now, once this young man killed that second-grade combat king, he would be next. At that point of time, all these geniuses from the Shura temple might even lose his life. Chapter 498. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that this young man who came out of nowhere would be so frightening. Even a second-grade combat king was no match for him. The people from the Shura temple were the most shocked. They turned to look at Tan Lang and they discovered that Tan Lang was shocked as well. It seemed like even Tan Lang didn't expect that the helper he had invited would be so powerful. 2 of the 6 pirate lords had been killed, and it seemed like this second-grade combat king wouldn't be able to live either, unless he handed over all his treasures. However, that would depend on whether Jiang Chen would keep his promise and spare his life. In just a blink of an eye, the Heavenhawk Island master had lost the battle. Howling furiously, he once again swung the machete in his hand toward Jiang Chen. "Da Huang, stop him." Jiang Chen didn't even look at the Heavenhawk Island master and said. Hearing that, Da Huang Dog's eyes immediately shone with a strange light. With a sway of his huge body, his head glowed with a bright light as he dashed toward the Heavenhawk Island master. Although he was only a first-grade demon king, his bloodline was powerful enough to fight a second-grade demon king. Rumble. When Da Huang Dog's head collided with the Heavenhawk Island master's king weapon, a loud clanging sound was produced, and a large amount of sparks were produced. Shockingly, Da Huang Dog's head didn't even have a single crack. What? The Heavenhawk Island master cried out in shock. He was no longer able to remain calm. He was a second-grade demon king, and his king weapon couldn't even crack a dog's head. This was the biggest joke in the world. Damn it, this dog is so powerful. He's only a first-grade demon king, but he can actually fight a second-grade demon king. Most importantly, isn't this dog's head a little too tough? It's able to fight a king weapon head-on. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Amazing. That dog's head is his weapon. I never thought that the 2 helpers that Tan Lang invited would be so powerful. The Chaotic Ocean's 6 pirate lords are doomed. There was no one who wasn't shocked. It was fine that the youth was tyrannical, but a dog was also tyrannical to this extent. This kind of scene was truly unacceptable. The Heavenhawk Island Lord had yet to give up, and continued to attack Da Huang Dog. He had prepared for a very long time just for this day. But now all his efforts were going to go to waste. How could he be willing to accept this? Kaka, looking at your flustered and exasperated appearance, this grandpa dog is truly delighted. However, if you want to kill this grandpa dog, that's absolutely impossible. Da Huang Dog let out a loud cackle. His majestic body moved with incredible agility, and powerful energy waves surged out from his body. He was evenly matched with the Heavenhawk Island master. On the other side, Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword had reached the second-grade combat king's neck. Blood began to flow out from the wound. "I'll give it to you. I'll give you all my treasures, but you have to promise to spare my life." The second-grade combat king was scared out of his wits. Now, not even the Heavenhawk Island master could save him. The only way to save his life was to hand over all the treasures in his possession. With a thought in his mind, all the treasures stored in his body rushed out from his storage ring. A huge amount of pills, natural essences, a few combat skills, and a few king weapons. Could be said that he had plenty of treasures. A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Without any hesitation, he kept all the treasures into his storage ring. The scene was clearly witnessed by all the onlookers, and they were filled with envy and jealousy. Robbing the treasures of a great pirate of the chaotic ocean was an extremely satisfying thought. More importantly, it wasn't just satisfying, all the treasures were simply too tempting. The second great combat king was trembling, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Ignoring the pain coming from his broken arm, he just waited for Jiang Chen's pardon. Very good, you can leave now. I won't kill you. Jiang Chen put away the heavenly saint sword. He really let the man go. The second great combat king was startled for a moment, but a wild joy soon emerged on his face. Without hesitation, he turned around and left, disappearing from the scene in the blink of an eye. He was afraid that if he was any slower, Jiang Chen would regret his decision. For a second great combat king, even if he lost both his arms, he would still be able to live a good life. At least, he would be able to live a better life than a combat soul warrior. Wealth and treasures could always be found, but if he lost his life, he would lose everything. The originally chaotic and restless battlefield had unexpectedly become strangely quiet. Everyone's gazes landed on the white-clothed youth, as well as the remaining 3 pirates. It was easy to imagine that the 3 of them would definitely not have a good ending. Aside from the Heavenhawk Island master, the remaining 2 pirates had pale faces, and the regret in their hearts had reached its peak. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have come to this place. Not only did they not get any benefits, they were going to lose their lives here. This young man in front of them was extremely ferocious. Even a second great combat king was no match for him, let alone them. Perhaps they would end up like the 2 pirates who were killed just now. Among these 2 pirates, one was a human and the other was a demon beast. One was a first-grade combat king while the other was a first-grade demon king. The first-grade combat king took a deep breath, then he walked up to Jiang Chen and said, "I'm willing to give you all my treasures. Can you spare my life?" In fact, this was a very wise decision. The situation was very clear. Their plan had failed and none of them were a match for this young man. "And you're very smart. I promise I won't kill you." Jiang Chen replied with a smile. All he wanted now was wealth. As for the life of this pirate, there was no need for him to kill him. After all, this pirate wasn't a threat to him. As for eradicating evil and promoting good deeds, Jiang Chen didn't have such a heroic heart. The chaotic ocean was a chaotic place, and if he killed one pirate, another would soon appear. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the pirate was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out all his treasures. Jiang Chen accepted the offer with a clear conscience, then let the pirate go. "Tan Lang, your friend has let this pirate go. Don't you think it's inappropriate?" Li Hao finally spoke. He didn't say it directly to Jiang Chen but to Tan Lang. In his opinion, all these pirates were their targets, and since they had gained the upper hand in the battle, they should have killed all the pirates in one fell swoop. But now they had to let these pirates go. How could this make sense? "What? Are you questioning my friend's decision?" Tan Lang Lung looked at Li Hao. Although he hadn't spent much time with Jiang Chen, he could tell that Jiang Chen was a man who did whatever he wanted, and always did things according to his own preferences. If Li Hao and the others wanted to use their status as disciples of the Shura Temple to criticize Jiang Chen, they would be making a grave mistake. Li Hao was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. After witnessing how frightening Jiang Chen was, he didn't have the courage to question Jiang Chen's decision. Seeing that Jiang Chen had really let that first-grade combat king go, the remaining first-grade demon king hurriedly stepped forward. "Say no more, I'm going to kill you." Before the first-grade demon king could say anything, Jiang Chen spoke first. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and instantly pierced through the first-grade demon king's chi, snatching away all his treasures. The first-grade demon king was stunned. He stared at Jiang Chen with a terrified expression and murmured, "Why?" He had too many questions in his mind. Just now, he had clearly let one of them go, so why did he suddenly want to kill him? It wasn't just him, everyone else had no idea what this young man was thinking. This guy's temper is really weird. He kills people according to his own preferences. Someone was shocked, thinking that this first-grade demon king was really unlucky. Jiang Chen ignored the first-grade demon king's surprised expression. With a single punch, he shattered the first Grey Demon King's head and took out his demon soul. The reason why he wanted to kill this first Grey Demon King was because he wanted its demon soul. Previously he had already obtained a first Grey Demon King's demon soul, but it wasn't enough for Jiang Chen to break through to the Combat King realm. Now that he had 2 demon souls, it was a different story. "Brother Jiang, we must kill this Heaven Hawk Island master. His head is very precious," Tan Lang said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded his head and looked at the Heaven Hawk Island master. At this moment, the Heaven Hawk Island master and a Huang dog had stopped fighting. "Ah, I won't give up." The Heaven Hawk Island master burst into laughter. A ruthless glint flickered in his eyes, and killing intent surged from his body. Even at this critical moment, he still hadn't given up. With a sway of his body, he disappeared from where he was standing. In the next moment, he reappeared in front of a Shura Temple disciple. At this critical moment, the Heaven Hawk Island master wasn't thinking about running away. Instead, he was thinking about killing one more Shura Temple disciple. What kind of hatred did he have? Ark. One of the Shura Temple geniuses was caught off guard, and was instantly sliced in half by the Heaven Hawk Island master. After that, he crazily charged toward another genius. However, these geniuses reacted very quickly, and they didn't give the Heaven Hawk Island master a second chance. They immediately joined forces and blocked his path. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen moved. With incredible speed, he arrived in front of the Heaven Hawk Island master in the blink of an eye. The Heavenly Saint's sword rippled and knocked the machete in the Heaven Hawk Island master's hand away. "Ha!" The Heaven Hawk Island master threw his head back and laughed uproariously. His eyes were actually glistening with tears, and his laughter was filled with unwillingness. However, he knew that everything was over. This young man in front of him was too powerful, and he was no match for him at all. "My wife, my son, I'm useless. I can't avenge you." The Heaven Hawk Island master cried bitterly as he roared toward the sky. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. For a man to cry like this, he must have been truly heartbroken. Jiang Chen could sense the regret, unwillingness, and helplessness coming from the Heaven Hawk Island master at this moment. "Come kill me and end all troubles once and for all," the Heaven Hawk Island master shouted at Jiang Chen. In the face of death, there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on his face. Instead, it was a look of relief. The look in his eyes told Jiang Chen that this man's life was a form of torture. "Tell me, what kind of hatred do you have with the Shura Temple?" Jiang Chen asked. "If you want to kill me, just do it. The winner takes all. I have no complaints about dying in your hands today," the Heaven Hawk Island master said loudly. "Kill him. If you don't, I'll do it." Li Hao's face was filled with killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to kill the Heaven Hawk Island master right now. As long as he could take the Heaven Hawk Island master's head, he would become the new 13 tycoons. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He turned his head to look at Li Hao and said in an indifferent tone, "Scram." Chapter 499. Jiang Chen's words and the indifferent look in his eyes nearly caused Li Hao to cough out a mouthful of blood. What kind of status did he have? He was a genius of the Shura Temple. No one had ever dared to tell him to scram in front of so many people. This was simply a form of humiliation. If you're not going to scram, then just stand here and don't point your fingers. You don't have the right to do so, Jiang Chen said indifferently, completely disregarding Li Hao. Whether he killed the Heaven Hawk Island Lord or not was his own business. It was not Li Hao's place to point his fingers at him. Compared to Li Hao, Jiang Chen preferred the Heaven Hawk Island Lord. Putting aside the deep hatred between the Heaven Hawk Island Lord and the Shura Temple, Jiang Chen admired the Heaven Hawk Island Lord's heroic attitude in the face of death. Li Hao's expression turned incomparably ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, Jiang Chen was too powerful and his methods were ruthless. If he angered Jiang Chen, he might end up inviting disaster upon himself. Isn't this young man a helper from the Shura Temple? Why does it look like he's not giving any face to the Shura Temple's genius? Can't you tell? This young man was only invited by Tan Lang. Experts like him are naturally proud and arrogant, and he's not even from the Shura Temple. If Li Hao wants to point fingers at him, he won't stand for it. A young genius like him shouldn't be a nobody. Why haven't I heard of him before? The spectators were all discussing among themselves. Today's battle had attracted everyone's attention to the white-robed young man who had suddenly appeared. In other words, after today's battle, this white-robed young man's name would surely spread throughout the chaotic ocean. When the Heaven Hawk Island Lord saw Jiang Chen berating Li Hao, he couldn't help but be startled. He originally thought that this young man was also a genius disciple from the Shura temple, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. This caused the Heaven Hawk Island Lord's hatred for Jiang Chen to lessen slightly. Speak the words in your heart and you can die in peace, Jiang Chen said. The Heaven Hawk Island Lord stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. After a long while, he let out a heavy sigh and raised his head to look at the boundless sky. Traces of tears could be seen at the corner of his eyes. His eyes were filled with sorrow as if he had fallen into endless memories. My name is Xuanhuan. I was originally not a demonic beast but a human. The Heaven Hawk Island Lord spoke in a very calm tone. These words immediately caused a huge uproar. In the eyes of outsiders, this Heaven Hawk Island master was a battle hawk, a genuine demonic beast. But now he had actually admitted that he was a human. This was simply unimaginable. After all, there were differences between humans and beasts. Beasts could transform into humans when they reached a certain level of cultivation, but their bloodline was still that of beasts. However, Xuanhuan had even changed his bloodline, turning from a human into a beast. This was not just strange, it was shocking. Many people wanted to know how he had done it. Xuanhuan was originally from Qing City. I had a wife and a son and lived an ordinary and happy life. But all of this was completely destroyed on that day 3 years ago. 3 years ago, that dog Xianhuan appeared in Qing City. When he saw my wife's beauty, he had evil intentions. That day, that dog broke into my house and forcibly took my wife. I saw that dog rape my wife with my own eyes. Speaking up to this point, the Heaven Hawk Island Lord suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar. Both of his hands were tearing at his hair. Both of his eyes were bloodshot, filled with a brutal aura. Many people were shocked. They never thought that this Heaven Hawk Island Lord would have such a miserable past. Just imagine watching his wife being raped with his own eyes, yet being unable to do anything about it. Such a scene would be a devastating blow to any man. That dog Xuanhuan was extremely powerful. I was no match for him at all. After that, for the sake of his own reputation, that dog raped my wife and my son. That bastard. My son was only 3 years old, 3 years old. Speaking of his 3-year-old son, Xuanhuan roared once again. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain he had gone through in his heart. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but be moved. The Huang dog had already started cursing at the side. Of course he was cursing that animal Xuanhuan. Impossible. Heaven Hawk Island Lord, don't talk nonsense and ruin the great tycoon's reputation. Xiao Rui from the Shura temple immediately shouted out. That's right, you're talking nonsense. The great tycoon is the #1 genius of the Shura temple. With his identity, status, and cultivation he could have any woman he wanted. Why would he rape your wife? Li Hao added. Jiang Chen finally understood. So, that Xuanhuan was the great tycoon of the Shura temple, the leader of the 13 tycoons. No wonder the Heaven Hawk Island Lord hated the Shura temple so much. Shut up. Jiang Chen coldly shouted at the crowd from the Shura temple. His eyes were filled with a hint of anger. He firmly believed that what Xuanhuan had said was the truth. A person's words could lie, but their expressions could never. If there wasn't any deep hatred, who would endure endless pain to turn themselves into a demonic beast? There was indeed such a secret technique in this world that could allow one to gain a powerful cultivation in a short period of time after turning into a demonic beast. However, the price one had to pay was unimaginable. Continue. Jiang Chen said to Xuanhuan. The heavens didn't kill me. The heavens didn't kill me. That bastard thought I was dead, but I didn't. 3 days later I woke up. When I saw the corpses of my wife and son, I was in so much pain that I wanted to die. I buried my wife and son on a steep cliff, leaving them alone. I was disheartened. I wanted revenge, but with the hands of the 13 tycoons, what was the point of living? So I jumped off the cliff. Xuanhuan reminisced. I jumped into an ice pool, but not only did I survive, I also obtained a secret technique. This secret technique contained a drop of Warhawk's blood essence, which could turn me into a demonic beast, greatly increasing my cultivation. However, the price I had to pay was also extremely heavy. I was only left with 4 years of lifespan. Even so, I was willing to pay the price. As long as I could take revenge, I was willing to pay any price. After that, I became like this and came to the chaotic ocean. Unfortunately, even after I became like this, my cultivation was still far from Xuanhuan's. 3 years have passed, but I've only reached the 2nd grade Demon King realm. Li Hao looked at Tan Lang. From his point of view, Jiang Chen was invited here by Tan Lang, and it was Tan Lang's fault for letting Xuanhuan go. Explain my ass. Li Hao, don't be so ungrateful. Heavenhawk Island Lord is a second-grade demon king. Which one of you is a match for him? If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, how many of you would still be alive today? A bunch of ungrateful bastards. Tan Lang was furious. From his point of view, these guys were the typical type of people who didn't know what was good for them. As for Jiang Chen letting Xuanhuan go, it was in line with Jiang Chen's style of doing things. Besides, after hearing about Xuanhuan's situation, Tan Lang was also filled with anger. Chapter 500. Tan Lang was a hot-blooded man. Although the competition in the Shura Temple was fierce, and there was no lack of sinister and cunning people, Tan Lang still had his own integrity and character. Who would have thought that the Grand Tycoon, who always had a smile on his face and was known as the #1 genius of the Shura Temple, turned out to be a sanctimonious man who secretly committed such an atrocious deed? If Xuanhuan hadn't survived by a fluke, no one would have known that Xiao Nanfeng had done such a thing. That sanctimonious Grand Tycoon was still the same hypocrite. It wasn't hard to imagine that Xiao Nanfeng must have done something similar to what Xuanhuan had done. It was just that he didn't leave any survivors. The world of cultivation had always been a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Strength was the standard to measure everything. However, killing people was just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. Xiao Nanfeng's actions were undoubtedly despicable. Even the cruel devil cultivators of the Heavenly Devil Palace didn't care about it. Perhaps only a true devil would do such a thing. However, devils were different from humans. They belonged to two completely different races, and the killing between different races was different from the killing between the same race. Demonic cultivators and demons were two completely different concepts. Demonic cultivators were still humans. Humans cultivated demonic techniques in order to pursue that kind of temporary and powerful combat power, thus becoming demonic cultivators. Demons, on the other hand, were true demons. They belonged to two opposing races and could not be mentioned in the same breath as humans. That's right, Jiang Chen did save our lives. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's help today, who knows how many more of us would have lost. This is the truth. Xiao Rui of the Shura Temple said. Then he changed the topic and said to Jiang Chen, however, Brother Jiang, in today's battle our Shura Temple has lost 3 genius disciples, and a few others have suffered varying degrees of injuries. Furthermore, you've let the Heavenhawk Island Master go. Not only have we not gained any benefits, but we've also lost a lot of people. Since you're someone invited by Junior Brother Tan, I think you should return to the Shura Temple with us and give us an explanation. Xiao Rui's words were very obvious. Since Jiang Chen had let the Heavenhawk Island Master go, he should return to the Shura Temple and give them an explanation. But unfortunately, with Xiao Rui's usual arrogance, he had found the wrong opponent today. Just as he finished speaking, a slap landed on his face and sent him flying 10 meters away. In front of Xiao Rui's original position, a white-clothed youth stood solemnly. Who else could it be but Jiang Chen? Who do you think you are to teach me how to do things? Jiang Chen Lung said. He didn't have a good impression of this group of geniuses. Now that he heard what the big guardian had done, Jiang Chen was even more disgusted with this group of geniuses. He even regretted his actions just now. Li Hao and the others were all incomparably shocked. They had been very close, yet they had not clearly seen how Jiang Chen had attacked. With Xiao Rui's strength, he had actually been sent flying with a single slap. Jiang Chen's strength had already caused their hearts to turn cold. You dare hit me? Xiao Rui flew into a rage out of humiliation. What kind of status did he have? He was actually slapped in the face in front of so many people. This was a naked humiliation. He was simply unable to accept it. Say one more word and I'll kill you, Jiang Chen said in an incomparably cold tone. The ice-cold look in his eyes caused Xiao Rui's body to shiver, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. He didn't dare to say another word. He felt that the look in Jiang Chen's eyes wasn't a joke. He could see endless killing intent in those eyes. In front of this young man, killing him was as easy as killing an ant. Rumble. Right at this moment, a violent rumbling sound rang out from the Heavenhawk Island. After that, the rumbling sound didn't stop, and the entire Heavenhawk Island began to shake as if a great earthquake was about to happen. What's going on? Why is the Heavenhawk Island suddenly becoming restless? What a huge commotion. Could it be that the island is going to be destroyed? Many people were shocked. They began to focus their attention on the Heavenhawk Island. Right now, the island was shaking more and more violently, as if it was going to explode at any time. Rumble. Suddenly, another rumbling sound rang out. In the next moment, everyone saw a golden beam of light shooting out from the Heavenhawk Island. It was over 100 meters tall, and as thick as a water bucket. Faint runes could be seen flickering on the surface of the golden beam. A treasure has been unearthed. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. This dog's treasure hunting ability was top-notch. However, he hadn't sensed anything at all before this. From this, one could imagine how deeply hidden this treasure was. No wonder Xuanhuan hadn't discovered it even after occupying the Heavenhawk Island for so long. What a pure aura. It must be a great treasure. I never thought that the Heavenhawk Island would have such a great treasure hidden within it. Now that the Heavenhawk Island Lord has just left, it's already unearthed. Today's trip was not in vain. Not only did I witness a great battle, I even found a treasure. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. It must be something good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. Everyone was shocked. The Heavenhawk Island had instantly become the center of attention. Judging from the aura emitted from the golden beam of light, one could easily tell that the treasure that was unearthed this time was no ordinary treasure. Sanskrit. This is a Buddhist treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The others might not be able to see it, but he could tell with a single glance that the faint symbols on the golden beam of light were actually Sanskrit. This meant that the treasure that was about to be unearthed might be a Buddhist treasure. Among the 8 major regions of the Divine Continent, the smallest one was called the Western region. It was located at the westernmost part of the Divine Continent, and it was a very remote place. The entire region was about the same size as the Liang province. Compared to the other regions, it was very small. However, no one dared to look down on the Western region, because it was the place where the Buddhist sects gathered. Even though the Buddhist sects had declined, they still couldn't be underestimated. The Buddhist sects were vast and profound, and they rarely ventured out of the Western region. Even Jiang Chen hadn't expected that a Buddhist treasure would appear on this Heavenhawk Island. Judging from its aura, it was definitely not an ordinary treasure. Haha, what a lucky day. This treasure belongs to my invincibility school. No one is allowed to interfere. Yihui burst into laughter. 8 Battle King geniuses from the invincibility school walked out and stood at the place closest to the Heavenhawk Island. It seemed like they were determined to get their hands on this treasure. Does your invincibility school really think that you're the boss of the Liang province? This treasure is an authentic treasure. Our peerless sword sect's sword technique is unparalleled in the world. We are upright and outspoken. This treasure should belong to our peerless sword sect. A cold snort was heard. 8 geniuses in white robes with long swords on their backs walked out from the crowd. They were the people from the peerless sword sect. Kiki, everyone who sees this treasure has a share. This treasure doesn't have the name of your invincibility school or the peerless sword sect on it. Our heavenly devil palace also wants to snatch it. In my opinion, we'll just have to rely on our own abilities. A sinister laugh was heard. A few black-robed geniuses from the heavenly devil palace also walked out. None of them were willing to give up such a treasure. You people from the heavenly devil palace belong to the devil cult. You practice the devil arts and you're all sinister and ruthless. This treasure is incomparably upright, it's not something that you devil cultivators can touch. Our Shura temple has defeated the Heavenhawk Island Lord, so this Heavenhawk Island is now our territory. Naturally, this treasure belongs to the Shura temple as well. I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Li Hao let out a cold snort. The geniuses from the Shura temple also walked forward. Today they had failed to kill the Heavenhawk Island Lord, and they had even lost 3 of their disciples. If they returned like this, they would lose all their face. If they could obtain this treasure, regardless of whether it was to offer it to the Shura temple, or keep it for themselves, it would bring them endless benefits. All of a sudden, the situation became restless. The geniuses from the 4 major powers began to fight against each other. None of them were willing to let go of this unknown treasure, and all of them wanted it for themselves. Furthermore, the 4 major powers were the giants of the Liang province, so they were constantly fighting against each other. None of them were willing to submit to the other, especially these geniuses. Damn it, all the geniuses from the 4 major powers have moved out, we're definitely done for. Since we're done for, let's just watch the show. There will definitely be a big fight soon, and I'm sure the treasure this time is extraordinary. None of the 4 major powers want to let it go, especially the Shura temple. They have already suffered some losses today, so they don't want to miss this great opportunity to make up for it. But I'm thinking if they really fight for it with their strength, will they be able to compete with that white-clothed youngster? The onlookers started discussing among themselves. A fight between combat king warriors was something they could only watch from the sidelines, and they couldn't stand too close to it. Today's situation was very clear. An unknown treasure was about to be discovered, and the geniuses from the four major powers would definitely fight for it. However, most of the onlookers still had their eyes on that white-clothed youngster. Obviously, he was the strongest warrior here, and if he were to fight for the treasure as well, none of the other geniuses would stand a chance. Everyone was waiting for the treasure to be revealed, and once it was revealed, the fight would immediately begin. Ba. Right at this moment, a long and drawn-out voice sounded out from the distance. Following that, everyone saw a golden beam flying over from the distance and landing in the sky above the Heavenhawk Island. Surprisingly, it was a monk wearing a golden xianxia. This monk looked to be in his mid-20s and he was extremely young. He had a muscular body and his face was fair. Surprisingly, he was also a pretty boy. The monk placed one of his hands in front of his chest, and he had a dignified expression on his face. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but twitch. This monk must be here for the treasure that was about to be revealed. Where did this monk come from? Yi Hui couldn't help but shout out. Dear benefactors, the treasure here belongs to this poor monk, so I suggest you all get lost. The monk spoke. His tone was gentle, but his words were extremely overbearing. He immediately told everyone to get lost. Furthermore, when he spoke, he still had a dignified expression on his face, just like an eminent monk. The fuck, where did this stinky monk come from? Does he even know how to speak? Someone couldn't help but curse. That's right, it's him. He's the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean, and I've seen him fight with others before. Someone cried out in surprise as he recognized the monk. Chapter 501. While the moment these words were spoken, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone's gaze landed on the monk in the xianxia. This monk had a dignified appearance and was cultured and refined. Based on his appearance alone, it was impossible to associate him with the #1 bandit of the chaotic ocean. Very few people knew about the #1 bandit. Who would have thought that the #1 bandit was actually an extremely young monk? It was rumored that the #1 bandit had been in the chaotic ocean for quite some time, but apart from his resounding reputation, he had never appeared in front of anyone. He also didn't rob others like the other 6 bandits. He only came out today when a treasure was discovered. Could it be that this guy came for the treasure? Hearing the name of the #1 bandit, the geniuses of the 4 powers were all moved. However, in the face of a treasure, they were unwilling to cower. If they really ran away with their tails between their legs after being told to scram by a monk, they wouldn't just be losing face, they would also be losing the face of the 4 powers. Monk, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get involved in this mess. You can't afford to offend any one of the 4 powers. Yi Hui said. The monk raised his head and looked at Yi Hui with an indifferent expression. Then he put his palms together like an eminent monk and said, Ba, is this benefactor talking nonsense? Moreover, it's stinky and loud. I don't know what kind of birds the 4 powers are, but this treasure really belongs to me. Listen to this monk's advice and scram back to where you came from. Tyrant's words were spoken in a calm tone, carrying the feeling of an eminent monk giving his teachings. However, the words that came out of his mouth were enough to make people vomit blood. Many of them had the urge to rush forward and beat him up. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to leave a big shoe print on this monk's face. Motherfucker, where did this monk come from? His mouth is too sharp. Most importantly, he looks like an eminent monk. However, this monk is really too despicable. His words are truly infuriating. What a despicable monk. He really has the potential to become a great bandit of the chaotic ocean. This is what it means to be sanctimonious. Everyone felt like fainting. The words of this monk that suddenly appeared were truly unbearable. Wakaka, this monk is not bad. This lord dog likes him. The Huang dog cackled. If he were to be together with this monk, they would definitely hit it off very well. Damn monk, who do you think you are? You dare to ask so many geniuses from the 4 major powers to scram? You're simply courting death. Someone shouted. Anger emerged on the faces of the geniuses from the 4 major powers. This was the first time they had been humiliated by a monk, and with their status, how could they bear it? Furthermore, in their opinion, although this monk was the #1 thief, he was at most a second-grade combat king. Currently, there were 30 geniuses from the 4 major powers, and each of them possessed formidable abilities. If they were to join forces, they could easily defeat a second-grade combat king. Therefore, none of them took this monk seriously. Firstly, this penniless monk doesn't stink. Secondly, this penniless monk isn't courting death. The heavens are benevolent. This penniless monk's teachings to all of you hope that you can repent as soon as possible. You should be grateful to this penniless monk from the bottom of your heart. Tyrant said in a serious tone. This monk is too fucking funny. The Huang dog burst into laughter. Obviously this monk is here for the Buddhist treasure. I'm guessing he came to the chaotic ocean for this treasure, but he couldn't sense its exact location. That's why he hid himself, waiting for the treasure to reveal itself. However, why does this guy want to be the #1 thief? Don't tell me he just wants to act tough? Jiang Qin guessed. This monk has a sharp tongue, but I don't think he's weak. The Huang dog said in a low voice. Not weak? As a third-grade combat king he can kill these geniuses like stupid dogs. No, I'm not talking about you, he can kill them as easily as killing chickens. Jiang Qin said. The Buddhist sect emphasizes on mercy. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Although this monk has a sharp tongue, I don't think he will kill them easily. The Huang dog said. The treasure is about to appear. Why don't you guys get lost? Do you really want to wait for your deaths here? Seeing that the golden pillar of light was shaking violently, the monk said to the crowd. Damn monk, shut up. Get lost. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being rude. A genius from the invincibility school shouted at the monk. It looks like I've been too polite. Benefactor, since you're scolding a monk, it means you're a scumbag. A scumbag is a scourge, and a scourge like you will bring harm to many people. The Buddha said that saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Killing you means saving a lot of people. Bastard. Stinky monk, how dare you kill me? That genius gnashed his teeth in anger. He was so angry that he wanted to rush out and tear the monk's mouth apart. Benefactor, you look very angry. The anger comes from the bottom of your heart. It looks like you're suffering right now. If that's the case, I'll release you from purgatory and send you to the pure land of bliss, where you will no longer feel pain. After saying that, Tyrant disappeared from where he was standing. In just a blink of an eye, Tyrant had appeared in front of that genius. One of Tyrant's fingers was glowing with a golden light, and it accurately pointed at the forehead of that genius from the invincibility school. With a poochie sound, the genius' head was penetrated and blood gushed out. He was dead. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Tyrant returned to his original spot. He put his palms together and said, Amitabha, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I've sinned. Damn it. Many people were on the verge of cursing. Could this monk be any more shameless? After killing someone, he still had a compassionate look on his face. This was just too shameless. At the same time, many people were shocked by Tyrant's strength. Just now, Tyrant's attack was extremely fast. Not only the victim didn't have the time to react, even the people standing next to him didn't have the time to react. All they felt was a gust of wind and their companion was dead. From the beginning to the end, the victim didn't even have the chance to scream. A first-grade combat king genius was killed just like that. It couldn't be said that the genius from the invincibility school was incompetent, but this monk was just too terrifying. At this point, no one dared to underestimate this monk anymore. When they saw the monk's appearance, they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. This monk was indeed worthy of the title of the #1 thief. He killed without batting an eye. What kind of Buddhist sect had the virtue of caring for living beings? It was all bullshit. It wasn't the case at all. What the fuck? Is this guy really a monk? The Huang dog couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just a moment ago he said that this monk wouldn't kill anyone, but in just a blink of an eye, a genius had been killed by this monk. You must have made a mistake. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. This monk is a third-grade combat king with a frightening cultivation base. Are we still going to fight for that treasure? The Huang dog looked at Jiang Qin. Of course, we're going to fish in troubled waters. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Qin's face. It wasn't his style to let go of such a good treasure when it was discovered. Rumble. Right at this moment, another loud explosion rang out from the Heaven Hawk Island. The golden pillar of light suddenly shattered, and a golden pearl the size of a fist suddenly appeared in midair. The pearl was filled with the purest Buddhist aura, and its surface was covered with lines of Sanskrit characters. It looked extremely mystical, and just the energy ripples that were spilling out from it were enough to make one's heart palpitate. Although the crowd didn't know much about Buddhism and couldn't recognize this item, they knew that it was an extremely rare treasure. What is that? I don't even know what it is. The Huang dog was a little surprised. It's a Saraira left behind by a Buddha after he passed away. Judging from its chi, it should be left behind by a third-grade minor Saint Buddha. It is indeed a good treasure. No wonder the monk has been waiting here for such a long time. Jiangchen was shocked. After a senior monk passed away, there was a possibility that he would leave behind a Saraira. The Saraira was similar to the demon soul of a demon beast or the combat soul of a human. It contained the purest Buddhist energy, and it could also record the ultimate knowledge of the Buddha when he was still alive. Snatch it! Someone shouted. All the geniuses of the four major powers made their move at the same time, pouncing towards the Saraira. Upon seeing this, the monk's expression didn't change, but his eyes revealed two rays of light. Since all of you are so stubborn, I'll let you go to the afterlife. Tyrant made his move. He took a step forward and waved his hand to strike out a golden light. The golden light instantly transformed into a huge Buddha. It was an incomparably ferocious huge Buddha that rushed towards the crowd in front of him. Rumble, arg! The gigantic Buddha seal was as powerful as a huge mountain. 4 geniuses were killed on the spot, their bodies exploded. The scene was extremely bloody. This monk didn't look like a Buddha, he was simply a murderous devil. Once he attacked, he was 100 times more ferocious than an evil cultivator. Akalanatha seal. Upon seeing the Buddha seal, Jiangchen, who was about to snatch the Saraira, suddenly revealed a shocked expression. He stopped moving and shouted at Da Huang dog and Tan Lang, "Da Huang brother Tan, don't do it." What the fuck? We're not going to snatch it? Big Yellow had prepared himself, but now he wasn't allowed to snatch the Saraira. This made him feel somewhat depressed. With his abilities, even if his combat strength couldn't match that tyrant, who was a third-grade combat king, with his frightening speed and Jiang Chen's cooperation, it wasn't impossible for him to snatch the Saraira. Let's stop. Let the Saraira go to the monk. When Jiang Chen saw the Akalanatha seal, he immediately changed his mind. He pulled the Huang dog and Tan Lang aside, no longer fighting for the Saraira. Rumble, on the Heaven Hawk Island, the monk looked majestic and terrifying. Once again he unleashed the gigantic Buddha seal, killing 4 geniuses. After that, he continued attacking, killing a few more geniuses in just a blink of an eye, causing the geniuses of the 4 major powers to suffer a great loss. Amit Ba, I've sinned. The monk put his palms together, but his face didn't show any sinful expression. However, after the massacre, the remaining geniuses looked at the monk as if they were looking at a ghost. None of them dared to move forward. Chapter 502. The entire scene turned silent. The monk who was wearing a golden kasaya stood in the sky above Heaven Hawk Island. He still had the look of an eminent monk, but after witnessing his brutal methods and the massacre he had just committed, anyone who still regarded him as an eminent monk would be a real idiot. The monk waved his hand, and the golden Saraira immediately fell into his palm as if it was summoned by something. Normally, the monk would put it away immediately after obtaining the treasure, but he just let the Saraira stay in his hand and glanced at the geniuses from the 4 major powers. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was provoking them. It was as if he was saying, "Do you still want to fight for it? Come and fight for it." Many people had the urge to vomit blood. Even Jiang Chen and Da Huang dog couldn't stand it. Damn it, this monk was too despicable. Not only was he a despicable person, he was also a monk. Of course, monks could also be despicable, but he still had the look of an eminent monk. "Dear benefactors, if you don't fight for it, this poor monk will keep it." The monk said. "Damn monk, you've killed so many geniuses from the 4 major powers. Just wait for the wrath of our invincibility school. You will definitely die a miserable death." Someone from the invincibility school said while gnashing his teeth. "That's right, anyone who dares to kill the geniuses of our Shura temple will definitely be torn into pieces." Li Hao from the Shura temple had one of his arms almost chopped off. At this moment, blood was dripping from his body, and a painful expression could be seen on his face. I don't know if this poor monk will be torn into pieces, but right now this poor monk can tear all of you into pieces. The monk's eyes gleamed with a ruthless light. Seeing this, the geniuses from the 4 major powers immediately fled in all directions. None of them dared to stay any longer. This monk was too brutal, he was simply a devil who killed without batting an eyelid. "Amit Ba, this poor monk has already said that this belongs to me," said the monk. Tyrant added. He waved his hand and kept the Saraira. Then he stepped into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at the messy Heavenhawk Island and the corpses of the geniuses from the four major powers, everyone could not help but sigh. This monk was truly worthy of being the #1 pirate lord of the chaotic ocean. Not only was he not inferior to the other 6 pirate lords, he was even more ferocious. He was simply a demonic monk who killed without batting an eyelid. Humph! This monk won't be able to leave the chaotic sea. Let's go back and call for reinforcements. We'll definitely tear this monk into pieces. Yi Hui from the Invincibility School snorted coldly and led the remaining people from the Invincibility School away. Soon after, the geniuses from the Peerless Sword Sect and the Heavenly Devil Palace also left. Their faces were covered in dust, and they no longer had the arrogance and despotism they had when they first arrived. Come, let's go back. We have to give an explanation for what happened today. And that monk, we must kill him. Xiao Rui Lung Lung said. Jiang Qin, I'm going back to the Shura Temple as well. Do you want to come with me? Tan Lang looked at Jiang Qin. Now that such a huge incident had happened in the chaotic ocean, as one of the participants, Tan Lang definitely had to give an explanation when he returned. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be following you to the Shura Temple. Be careful, your senior and junior brothers are not easy to deal with. Jiang Qin patted Tan Lang's shoulder and kindly reminded him. He had no interest in the Shura Temple at all. After interacting with the people from the Shura Temple today, he did not have a good impression of this power. The only person he had a good impression of was probably Tan Lang himself. Jiang Qin had never been interested in these arrogant geniuses from the major powers. Otherwise, he would not have been alone in his previous life. Alright, I'll be heading back first. Jiang Qin, be careful in the chaotic ocean as well. That monk is too terrifying, so don't provoke him if you can. Tan Lang reminded. In his opinion, the reason why Jiang Qin stayed behind was to snatch the treasure. However, that monk was too terrifying. Even with Jiang Qin's strength, he would still be hard to deal with. Soon, all the geniuses from the four major powers had left, leaving only the smoke of battle in the sky above the Heavenhawk Island. That monk is too cruel. In today's battle, he killed at least 10 people from the four major powers. That's right. The four major powers have suffered great losses, especially the Shura Temple. They will definitely not let this matter rest. I'm guessing that a true expert will appear soon. At that time, the chaotic ocean will be plunged into chaos once again. The chaotic ocean will face unprecedented chaos. I don't think that monk will be able to keep his life. Those tycoons from the Shura Temple are all very powerful. They won't be easy to deal with. Many people were discussing among themselves. The four major powers had suffered great losses in today's battle. The four major powers were the giants of the Liang province, existences that no one dared to provoke. The genius disciples under them were even more arrogant and despotic. They were not something ordinary powers could compare to. Today the monk had slapped the faces of the four major powers. Naturally, the four major powers would not let this matter rest, especially the Shura Temple. They had failed to kill the Heavenhawk Island Lord. Soon the onlookers dispersed. Due to the departure of the Heavenhawk Island Lord, the Heavenhawk Island had become a masterless island. Some of the Heavenhawk Island Lord's subordinates were panicking. Kid, the scenery of the Heavenhawk Island is pretty good. Since the island is now without a master, why don't you go and be one? Da Huang Dog chuckled. I'm not interested in that. Follow me. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin flew towards a direction. It was the direction where the monk had disappeared. For God's sake, where are you going? Da Huang Dog said gloomily as he caught up to Jiang Qin. I'm going to look for the monk. Jiang Qin said. That brutal guy, why are you looking for him? Da Huang Dog said. I need to help him. Jiang Qin said. Help him? Da Huang Dog was startled. No matter how he thought about it, Jiang Qin and the monk shouldn't have met before, and it was the first time they met. Therefore, it was impossible for them to be friends. With Jiang Qin's character, he wouldn't take the initiative to help a stranger unless he had nothing better to do. Furthermore, the monk was a third-grade combat king and he was very powerful. It didn't seem like he needed Jiang Qin's help. The cultivation of Buddhism is different from ours. After some powerful Buddhists pass away, they will leave behind their life essence, which is called a sarira. The treasure that monk obtained just now is a sarira, and it is at least a third-grade minor Saint Buddha. That monk has been in the chaotic ocean for a very long time, and he doesn't usually show himself. However, he did show himself today. Clearly he is here for this sarira. However, the sarira is hidden very well and even you couldn't find it. That's why the monk couldn't find the exact location of the sarira, and that's why he hid himself and waited for the sarira to show itself. If you were the monk, what would you do after waiting for such a long time? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. Of course I'll refine it. De Huang Dog said. He wasn't an idiot. He naturally knew the importance of a saraira to the people of Buddhism. If he was the one who obtained the saraira, the first thing he would do would be to refine it to increase his strength. That's right. The monk must be impatient to refine the saraira now. If I'm not mistaken, he should be looking for a hidden place to refine it. However, this guy has killed so many geniuses of the four major powers. I don't think the four major powers will let this matter go so easily. If the monk is attacked by the experts of the four major powers while he is refining the saraira, the consequences will be unimaginable. Jiang Chen said. Don't tell me that you are thinking of helping the monk to stop the experts of the four major powers? De Huang Dog finally understood Jiang Chen's intention. However, his heart was filled with disbelief. Since when did this guy become so warm-hearted? He actually wanted to go against the four major powers for the sake of a monk he didn't know. This wasn't Jiang Chen's style of doing things. That's right. I want to help him. Consider it as returning a favor. Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. Returning a favor? You want to owe a monk a favor? Are you kidding me? De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Chen wanted to help the monk because he wanted to return a favor. However, De Huang Dog also recalled that when the saraira was born, Jiang Chen originally wanted to snatch it. However, when he saw the monk making a move, he immediately changed his mind. I don't owe the monk a favor, but I owe his ancestor a favor. Do you still remember the Buddha seal that the monk performed? There are three major seals in the inheritance of Buddhism: Akalanatha seal, and Akalanatha seal. The one that the monk performed was none other than the Akalanatha seal. Jiang Chen said. And then? De Huang Dog was very interested in what Jiang Chen said. Ever since the decline of Buddhism, the three major seals have been lost. In the entire Buddhism, only Ancestor Green Lotus knows how to perform them. Moreover, he only knows the Akalanatha seal. Therefore, I am sure that this monk is a descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Ancestor Green Lotus saved my life in the past. I have to return this favor. Jiang Chen said. He had once met Ancestor Green Lotus of Buddhism. At that time he was fighting against a powerful expert of the devil race and was severely injured. Fortunately, he received the help of Ancestor Green Lotus and survived. However, Ancestor Green Lotus disappeared after that. Even if Jiang Chen became the greatest sage in the world, he didn't have the chance to repay Ancestor Green Lotus for saving his life. Now that he thought about it, with the strength of Ancestor Green Lotus, he might have already ascended to the immortal world. Today, when he met this little monk, Jiang Chen concluded that he was a descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Even if he wasn't, he must be related to him. Therefore, when Jiang Chen saw the Akalanatha seal, he stopped trying to snatch it. Now, he was even more determined to help this monk refine the saraira at all costs just to repay the kindness of Ancestor Green Lotus. Moreover, compared to those arrogant geniuses of the four major powers, Jiang Chen found this monk much more pleasing to the eye. Motherfucker, who is Ancestor Green Lotus? You are obviously only 18 years old, but why do you look like an old thing that has lived for hundreds of years? De Huang Dog was really depressed. He really couldn't figure out how Jiang Chen got involved with the ancestor of Buddhism and was even saved by him. You don't have to worry about this. Anyway, I will definitely help this monk. Let's go. Chapter 503. De Huang Dog followed behind Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression. De Huang Dog was speechless when he found out that Ancestor Green Lotus was related to this despicable monk. However, this wasn't the first time he had met Jiang Chen, and he knew that this guy was extremely mysterious and knew a lot of things. Therefore, De Huang Dog had gotten used to it. The chaotic ocean was extremely vast, and it stretched as far as the eye could see. After the monk left, he disappeared without a trace, making it extremely difficult to find him. However, this wasn't a problem for Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen wanted to find someone, there was nothing he couldn't find. With the great soul derivation skill, there was no one he couldn't find. 20,000 miles away from Heaven Hawk Island was an archipelago. However, this archipelago was far away from the center of the chaotic ocean, and the natural yuan energy here had become rather thin. The archipelago had long been ruined, and it was completely deserted. Normally, no one would come to this place. Right at this moment, the space shook and a man and a dog appeared outside the archipelago. Although the monk had hidden himself well, Jiang Chen was still able to clearly sense him. This monk sure knows how to pick a good place. No one would come to such a desolate place. De Huang Dog said. This is a pretty good place. However, if the warriors from the four major powers want to find him, they will most likely turn the entire chaotic ocean upside down. It won't be too difficult to find him. Jiang Qin said. How are you going to help him? Don't tell me you're going to find him right now and tell him that we're here to help him? Believe it or not, that damned monk can slap us to death with a single slap. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. That monk cared so much about the Saraira that he had hidden himself here for such a long time. If Jiang Qin rushed to the monk and told him that he was here to help him, the monk wouldn't believe him unless he was a fool. Furthermore, how could a young man who wasn't even a combat king and a first-grade demon king De Huang Dog be of any help? Of course not. Let's hide ourselves and not let the monk find us. Let him refine the Saraira in peace. If the warriors from the four major powers don't show up during the refining process, there's no need for us to do anything. Furthermore, the warriors from the four major powers are definitely not ordinary warriors. With our current cultivation, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with them. I can use this time to break through to the combat king realm. Jiang Qin said. After that, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog concealed their auras. They randomly picked a deserted island and hid themselves. If it was an ordinary man with the monk's vigilance, it would be extremely difficult for him to hide himself here without being discovered. However, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's concealment skills were brilliant, allowing them to stay absolutely silent. Even the monk wouldn't be able to find them. Right after Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog hid themselves, a golden figure appeared in the sky above a deserted island in the center of the archipelago. This figure was none other than the monk. Right at this moment, the monk had a vigilant look on his face. He looked around and spread out his divine sense to check the entire archipelago. After discovering that there was nothing unusual, he hid himself once again. On the deserted island in the center of the archipelago, Tyrant was sitting cross-legged in a tranquil valley. There was a Saraira above his head that was emitting layers of golden halos. The surface of the Saraira was filled with Sanskrit. Tyrant suddenly shouted. A golden Buddha light rushed out from the top of his head, wrapping the Saraira in an instant. After that, the Saraira entered Tyrant's body as if it was summoned. Weng Tyrant's body produced a buzzing sound and trembled violently. The power of the Saraira was too strong. Even though he had concealed his aura, his body was still surrounded by the golden Buddha light. The faint golden radiance and the pure Buddha chi could even be felt by Jiang Qin, who was far away. This guy has created such a huge commotion. It's impossible that no one can find him. De Huang Dog said. He has underestimated the power of the Saraira. With his current cultivation, refining the Saraira left behind by a third-grade minor saint will definitely cause some commotion. Jiang Qin's expression changed. Tyrant couldn't wait to refine the Saraira, so he would definitely be ambushed by the experts of the four major powers. Perhaps the monk thought that he could finish refining the Saraira before the experts of the four major powers arrived, but in fact, he had underestimated the Saraira. With his third-grade combat king cultivation, he could only refine 1/10 of the Saraira's energy at one go. The rest would have to be refined in the future. Even though it was only 1/10, it wasn't easy to refine, and the time needed was longer than what the monk had expected. I can't waste any more time. I'm going to break through to the combat king realm now. After saying that, Jiang Qin flipped his palm. 2 first-grade demon king demon souls appeared in front of him. Currently, Jiang Qin needed another 600 dragon marks to break through to the first-grade combat king realm. However, the more critical the situation was, the more difficult it would be for him to improve his dragon marks. If it was a second-grade demon king demon soul, he would definitely be able to break through to the combat king realm. However, if it was 2 first-grade demon king demon souls, it would be a different story. However, Jiang Qin would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. Jiang Qin had robbed a few pirates in the chaotic ocean, and many of them were natural essences that could be used by Jiang Qin. Not only that, the second-grade combat king actually had 2 first-grade demon king demon souls. Including the 2 first-grade demon king demon souls, Jiang Qin now had a total of 4 first-grade demon king demon souls, and with so many natural essences, breaking through to the combat king realm wouldn't be a problem. After that, Jiang Qin sat down with his legs crossed. In a very short period of time, he adjusted his condition to a state of cultivation. After that, he swallowed the 4 demon souls and circulated the dragon transformation skill, then started absorbing them. De Huang Dog, who was standing next to Jiang Qin, started murmuring, "Every time this master dog is the one protecting him. I'm afraid it will be even more difficult for this guy to break through to the combat king realm than that damn monk absorbing the Saraira." At that time, doesn't this master dog have to fight all those mighty warriors alone? De Huang Dog felt depressed. In his mind, breaking through to the Combat King realm wasn't an easy task. At least, it was even more difficult than absorbing the Saraira. However, he had no idea how frightening Jiang Chen was. Right now, Jiang Chen was just walking the same path he had walked in his previous life, and he didn't have any bottlenecks. As long as the number of dragon marks and the energy in his body reached a certain level, he would be able to break through to the Combat King realm without any obstacles. This was the most frightening thing about Jiang Chen. 1 hour later, Jiang Chen, who was in secluded cultivation and absorbing the demon souls and natural essences, suddenly opened his eyes. An extremely powerful aura was unleashed from his body, and cracking sounds could be heard coming from his body. It was the spatial force. Luckily, De Huang Dog had set up a concealment formation in this area, which allowed him to conceal Jiang Chen's aura. If not, the aura of Jiang Chen breaking through to the Combat King realm would have definitely alerted the monk who was absorbing the Saraira. Damn it, are you still a human? You broke through to the Combat King realm in just 1 hour? De Huang Dog fell onto the ground. He felt like the world was in a bad place. The reason why a monster like Jiang Chen was born in this world was to give people a hard time. Breaking through to the Combat King realm from the Combat Soul realm was a huge bottleneck. Not only that, one had to comprehend the spatial force as well. Even a genius among geniuses would need at least a few days to break through to the Combat King realm. However, this guy had done it in just 1 hour. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He was carefully sensing the energy in his body. Right now, his Qi had transformed into a Qi dimensional space. It was a huge space that could store countless items. Within his Qi, the little golden dragon was swimming around happily. It was Jiang Chen's combat soul. Surrounding the combat soul were countless blood-red dragon marks, like a spider web. There were 20,100 of them. That's right, not only had Jiang Chen successfully broken through to the Combat King realm, he had also condensed an extra 100 dragon marks. After breaking through to the Combat King realm, Jiang Chen had a much clearer understanding of the dragon transformation skill's evolution. Every time he broke through to the next level, he would need 2,000 dragon marks. In other words, a first-grade Combat King would need 20,000 dragon marks. From the first grade to the second grade, he would need 22,000 dragon marks. And from the second grade to the third grade, he would need 24,000 dragon marks. As for the final 9th grade Combat King, Combat Emperor, Minor Saint, and Great Saint, it was very clear to Jiang Chen. The path to condensing 100,000 dragon marks had been opened up for him, allowing him to see his future path clearly. To Jiang Chen, a clear system of evolution was undoubtedly very important. With a clear understanding of the number of dragon marks he would need to break through to the next level, it would allow Jiang Chen to prepare for his future breakthroughs. Not only that, Jiang Chen could also sense that after he broke through to the Combat King realm, he would attract the Heavenly Tribulation, just like the previous Combat Soul realm. However, the Heavenly Tribulation this time would be much more violent than the previous Combat Soul realm. If Jiang Chen's estimation wasn't wrong, it would be an intermediate 6 Heavenly Tribulation. However, what made Jiang Chen happy was that the Heavenly Tribulation this time was different from the previous one. He could control the timing of the Heavenly Tribulation, and the Heavenly Tribulation would come at any time according to Jiang Chen's will. As long as Jiang Chen hadn't broken through to the 2nd grade Combat King realm, he would be able to attract the Heavenly Tribulation at any time. For Jiang Chen, the Heavenly Tribulation was undoubtedly a great weapon, a life-saving trump card. He hadn't forgotten how frightening the last Heavenly Tribulation was. With the help of the Heavenly Tribulation, he had killed the guardian of the Demon King Palace. This time, the Heavenly Tribulation would be even more frightening, and it would be more than enough to kill a Combat King warrior whose cultivation base was much higher than his. I should keep this great weapon, it will be of great help at a critical moment. A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. There was no way he could face the Heavenly Tribulation right now, as it would be a waste. He would wait until he encountered a powerful enemy and attract the Heavenly Tribulation. Buddy, how's your combat strength after breaking through to the 1st grade Combat King realm? De Huang Dog asked curiously. Jiang Chen was able to kill 2nd grade Combat King warriors before he broke through to the Combat King realm. Now that he had broken through to the Combat King realm, wouldn't that mean he would be able to kill 3rd grade Combat King warriors? With my current combat strength, 3rd grade Combat King warriors are no match for me and I can easily kill them. 4th grade Combat King warriors are more than enough to fight me, but only 5th grade Combat King warriors can truly suppress me. Chapter 504. The Huang dog couldn't help but roll his eyes. As someone with the dragon horse bloodline, his strength was already terrifying enough, but when compared to Jiang Chen, the gap between them was instantly revealed. The Huang dog was a first-grade demon king, but if he used his full strength he could kill a second-grade demon king or a combat king. However, it would be difficult for him to fight a third-grade demon king or a combat king. However, Jiang Chen, who had just broken through to the first-grade combat king realm, was already strong enough to kill a third-grade combat king and a fourth-grade combat king. Fortunately, the Huang dog was already used to Jiang Chen's monstrous strength, so he didn't feel depressed for a while. If it was any other ordinary person, they would definitely be so shocked that their mouth would be wide open. "I've finally broken through to the combat king realm." Jiang Chen sighed. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Breaking through to the combat king realm meant that he had stepped onto a higher level in his cultivation. For him who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, once he reached the combat king realm, he wouldn't be far away from the combat emperor realm. At that point of time he would become a saint and return to his peak. More importantly, after breaking through to the combat king realm, Jiang Chen was able to utilize the spatial force very well. He was able to use the spatial shift skill. The spatial shift skill was a supreme movement skill. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Chen were to use the spatial shift now, even a 6th-grade combat king wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Jiang Chen raised his head and saw that more and more golden Buddhist lights were rushing out from the island. Obviously, the monk was unable to control the energy released by the 3rd-grade minor saint Sarira. It's impossible for this damn monk to not attract attention when he made such a huge commotion, the Huang dog said in a gloomy tone. Initially, he thought that if the monk hid himself well, the experts of the 4 major powers wouldn't be able to find him. But now, it seemed like not only the 4 major powers, even the other people in the chaotic ocean would be able to find him easily. From afar, 2 human cultivators were flying towards them. They were just passing by this island. According to the usual situation, those who passed by this island would go straight to it, and wouldn't stay here for long. But now, the 2 cultivators' attention was immediately attracted when they saw the light. "Look, what is that? There seems to be a treasure. Let's go and take a look." After the 2 of them discussed, they headed towards the source of the light. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. He said to the Huang dog, "De Huang, your chance to shine is here. Kaka, these 2 little shrimps, Lord Dog, can scare the shit out of them." The Huang dog shook his head, then with his gigantic body, he dashed forward and arrived in front of the 2 men in the blink of an eye. The 2 men were startled when they saw the Huang dog suddenly appear. Both of them were peak combat soul warriors and they weren't even combat king warriors. However, they could still sense the intense aura of a demon king from the Huang dog, causing their expressions to instantly change. "Scram or die." The De Huang dog spoke arrogantly with his head held high. He acted as if he was the #1 expert in the world. Hearing this, the 2 men didn't dare show any hesitation. They immediately turned around and fled as if they were too slow. What was this place? It was the chaotic ocean, the most chaotic place in the entire chaotic ocean, and it was also the most remote place in the chaotic ocean. Bumping into a demon king in this place was definitely not a good thing. Therefore, this demon king had asked them to scram, which made them feel extremely happy. After that, the commotion caused by Tyrant absorbing the Sarira became bigger and bigger. Bright lights flickered and faint buzzing sounds could even be heard. All the human cultivators who passed by this place were attracted by it, as they wanted to see what was going on. However, they were all chased away by the Huang dog. During this time they bumped into a 1st-grade combat king warrior, and the Huang dog even fought with him. Of course, the result was that the Huang dog won the fight, and only after the guy called him Master Dog 3 times did the Huang dog let him go. However, as there were too many people passing by this place, it didn't take long for it to attract the attention of many people. 3 hours later, numerous figures started flying over from different directions of the chaotic ocean. Staring at the golden lights in the center of the desolate island, if not for the Huang dog's bravery, perhaps some of the cultivators would have already rushed out. "It's that dog. Be careful, this dog is not someone you can mess with. He can even bite a combat king warrior to death. Since this dog is here, I'm afraid that white-clothed young man is here as well. That golden light looks familiar. I remember it now. When the treasure was born on the Heaven Hawk Island, it had the same aura. The treasure was obtained by that monk and it looks like the monk is here. Judging from the situation, the monk must have joined forces with that white-clothed young man. If I'm not mistaken, that monk is currently absorbing the treasure, and that young man and this dog are guarding this place." Many people were able to recognize De Huang Dog and some were able to sense the aura of the treasure. Haha, there's going to be a good show soon. It's been a long time, and I'm afraid the experts of the 4 major powers of the Liang province have already arrived at the Azure Sea. That monk didn't leave immediately after obtaining the treasure, but instead chose to absorb it here. He even caused such a huge commotion. The experts of the 4 major powers will definitely come looking for him, and at that time, a huge battle will be inevitable. That's right. That monk has killed many geniuses from the 4 major powers. With the way the 4 major powers handle things, they will definitely not let that monk go. That monk is dead for sure. What puzzles me is why that young man is together with that monk. Could it be that they're working together? That can't be right. If I remember correctly, that young man should be the helper that Tan Lang invited, and he should be working together with the Shura Temple. However, that young man just let the Heaven Hawk Island master go. He's really a weirdo. This deserted island that no one would normally pay attention to had now become the center of attention. Both the monk and the white-robed young man had become famous figures in the chaotic ocean. The number 1 great pirate of the chaotic ocean had killed geniuses from the 4 major powers, and now he was openly refining a treasure in the chaotic ocean. If he wasn't courting death, then he was completely looking down on the 4 major powers. On the deserted island, Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. The scene before him could be said to be the worst-case scenario. It seemed like another huge battle was bound to happen today. Although Jiang Chen didn't like the 4 major powers' way of doing things, he didn't want to clash with the Liang province's 4 major powers the moment he arrived in the Divine Continent. If he offended the 4 major powers as soon as he arrived, how was he going to survive in the future? However, Jiang Chen was a man with principles. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. In order to return the favor to Ancestor Green Lotus, he didn't mind becoming the enemy of the 4 major powers. In his previous life, wherever Jiang Chen went, he would be surrounded by enemies. He had long since gotten used to fighting against the world by himself, and he even had the lofty sentiments of fighting against the world by himself. No matter what, he was determined to help the monk. Rumble. Right at this moment, a thunderclap resounded in the distant sky. Everyone looked over and saw a crack in the sky. 3 figures flew out from the crack and all of them were Combat King warriors. 2 of them were the weakest and the one in the middle looked to be in his 30s. He had a muscular body, and his red hair fluttered in the wind. He was emanating an arrogant aura that only geniuses possessed. His combat strength had actually reached the 4th grade Combat King realm. They're from the Shura Temple. The mighty warriors of the Shura Temple have finally appeared. Someone cried out in surprise. Jiang Chen also saw the newcomers. He knew 2 of them, Li Hao and Xiao Rui, but he didn't know the new 4th grade Combat King. However, he was a little worried since he didn't see Tan Lang. The Shura Temple is the fastest and they're the first to arrive. That's the 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple, Ling Yi. I heard that he has broken through to the 4th grade Combat King realm not long ago, and he possesses frightening abilities. It's hard for him to find a match for those at the same level as him. I think that monk is finished. The 8th tycoon Ling Yi has personally arrived. That monk is only a 3rd grade Combat King. How could he be a match for Ling Yi, who is a 4th grade Combat King? Even with the help of that young man and that dog, the gap between their cultivation bases is too huge. Many people from the Shura Temple have been killed. If not, the 8th tycoon wouldn't have personally arrived. Everyone was shocked. Even the 8th tycoon had arrived. This was going to be a good show. Soon Ling Yi and the other 2 arrived in front of the deserted island. Ling Yi's stern gaze fell onto the golden light that appeared on the island like a sharp blade. Is this the place? That's right, that golden light is the aura of that treasure. That monk must be here. Li Hao said while gnashing his teeth in anger. One of his arms was nearly blown off by that monk, and he hadn't fully recovered yet. Whenever he thought about that damnable monk, he wished he could tear that monk into 1,000 pieces. How dare you kill the people of the Shura Temple? You're courting death. Ling Yi coldly harumphed. With a sway of his body, he flew toward the golden light. Suddenly, a white light appeared from below, blocking Ling Yi's path. It was a young man dressed in white. As for De Huang Dog, he had already moved to the other side. He wasn't a match for Ling Yi, but he could defeat Li Hao and Xiao Rui. Someone actually dared to block his path? Ling Yi was startled. He stared at the young man dressed in white who suddenly appeared in front of him, Lung Lung, and said, "Who are you? How dare you block this tycoon's path?" Ling Yi frowned. "Senior brother Ling, he's that Jiang Chen, the person who released the Heaven Hawk Island Lord. Li Hao hastily said. His hatred toward Jiang Chen was not any weaker than the monks. Earlier, Jiang Chen didn't give him any face in front of so many people, and he had been holding a grudge against him. Oh, so you're the helper Tan Lang invited here? I was just about to ask you why you released the Heavenhawk Island Lord. However, we can talk about this later. Considering that you've indeed helped the Shura Temple before, this tycoon can forgive you for what you did. Get out of my way right now, I'm going to kill that monk. Ling Yi was surprised at first, but he quickly said, I'm sorry, but you can't touch that monk. Chapter 505. Everyone was puzzled. What was this young man's background? At first, he stood on the Shura Temple's side to deal with the Heavenhawk Island Master, and now he was standing on the monk's side to deal with the Shura Temple. What was his stance? What made them speechless was why this young man would suddenly help the monk, and even offend the Shura Temple at all costs. It seemed like it wasn't just the Shura Temple, the other three major powers also wanted to kill the monk, but they hadn't shown up yet. Furthermore, many people felt that although this young man had extraordinary talent and incredible abilities, there was something wrong with his brain. Even if he wanted to help the monk, he should at least know the gap between them. The monk was a 4th-grade combat king, and helping the monk was no different than courting death. If he angered the 8th tycoon, he would be smashed into meat paste with a single slap. Brat, what did you just say? You want to help that monk? Are you courting death? Li Hao immediately shouted at Jiang Chen. Previously, he didn't dare say anything after being humiliated by Jiang Chen, but now it was different. With Ling Yi here, there was no need for him to be afraid of Jiang Chen. You're courting death. This is the 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple and you even dared to stop him? Where did you get the courage from? The tycoon has already forgiven you for letting the Heavenhawk Island Master go, but not only are you not grateful, you even want to stand up for him. It looks like you're tired of living. Xiao Rui sneered. He wouldn't let go of this great opportunity for revenge. Jiang Chen, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. As long as you get out of my sight right now and get lost, I won't kill you. Ling Yi coldly harumphed and said to Jiang Chen. I'm sorry, but I, Jiang Chen, don't want to have any conflict with the tycoon and the Shura Temple. As long as the tycoon agrees not to cause any trouble for this monk, we'll be friends. What do you say? Jiang Chen said. He was determined to help this monk today. The monk was currently at the most critical moment of absorbing the Saraira, and if he was disturbed he would definitely suffer a backlash, or even suffer a cultivation deviation. The consequences would be severe. Where did this kid come from? Why does he always like to meddle in other people's business? Sai, he's a typical reckless fool. Does he really think he's strong enough to deal with the 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple? None of the 13 tycoons of the Shura Temple are easy to deal with, and this Ling Yi is the same. Since this kid showed disrespect to Ling Yi, he will definitely not have a good ending. The onlookers could not bear to watch any longer. In their opinion, this white-clothed youth did not know how to appreciate favors and was overestimating himself. Where did this worm come from? How dare you block my way? I heard that you're able to kill a 2nd-grade combat king warrior. Don't think that just because you have some talent you can look down on everyone. Today I'll let you know that there's always someone stronger than you. Ling Yi snorted coldly once again. Naturally, he would no longer hold back in his attack. He punched out, tearing the void apart in an instant, aiming right at Jiang Chen's head. The distance between Ling Yi and Jiang Chen was very close, and coupled with Ling Yi's incredible speed as well as his 4th-grade combat king cultivation base, if it was any other ordinary man, there was no way he could withstand this attack, let alone dodge it. His head would have exploded on the spot. However, Jiang Chen was not an ordinary man. After breaking through to the Combat King realm, he was more than qualified to deal with Ling Yi. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen punched out and collided with Ling Yi's fist. Jiang Chen smiled. Lung Lung said. Since he couldn't change the outcome of the battle, there was nothing else he could say. If he couldn't say anything, he would just have to fight. Fine, don't think that just because you've gained the upper hand in this battle, you can fight me. I will let you know how big the gap between a 1st-grade combat king warrior and a 4th-grade combat king warrior is. Ling Yi unleashed his energy, causing waves of energy to burst out from his body, causing the surrounding space to ripple. His crimson hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was filled with a domineering aura. Heavenly Palm. Suddenly Ling Yi let out a loud shout and unleashed the Heavenly Palm. An extremely dazzling golden palm brought with it a boundless spatial force as it pressed down toward Jiang Chen. This was an extremely powerful attack as it perfectly unleashed the power of a 4th grade combat king warrior. Ling Yi was not an ordinary 4th grade combat king warrior. As the tycoon of the Shura temple, he possessed extraordinary talent, and it was very difficult for him to find a worthy opponent at the same level as him. Facing the frightening heavenly palm, Jiang Qin showed no fear. His expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm, which collided with the heavenly palm. Rumble. The space around them changed and a huge crack appeared where the two hands collided. Spatial storms rushed out of the crack, causing people's hearts to tremble. The heavenly palm and the true dragon palm were evenly matched. Boom. A tremendous battle intent burst out from Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen had just broken through to the combat king realm, and he was in high spirits. Now that he had encountered a 4th grade combat king opponent, his combat strength was completely stimulated. Profound 9 solar fingers. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and attacked first, unleashing a frightening finger technique. Only now did the profound 9 solar fingers reveal its true frightening power. With his current strength, he could unleash 8 giant golden fingers in the blink of an eye, and they blotted out the sky as they shot toward Ling Yi. Ling Yi's expression changed. Jiang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination, and he dared not show any hesitation. He waved both hands in the air and unleashed a mysterious seal toward the 9 solar fingers. Rumble. In the following period of time, the two of them continued fighting fiercely. The 8th tycoon of the Shura temple was not someone an ordinary tycoon could compare with. His abilities were unfathomable, but Jiang Chen was not one bit inferior to him. He and Ling Yi were locked in a stalemate. Many people were shocked. In their eyes, although it seemed like the two of them were locked in a stalemate, the truth was that Jiang Chen was more frightening. After all, Jiang Chen was only a 1st grade combat king, and he had just broken through recently. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Jiang Chen and Ling Yi were at the same level, Ling Yi would not be able to withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen, and would be instantly killed by Jiang Chen. This is too frightening. Where did this guy come from? He's obviously not from the 4 major powers. A genius like him can't be a nobody. Ordinary powers can't cultivate such a genius. Could he be someone from one of the major powers in Xuanhu? Looks like it's impossible for Ling Yi to break through Jiang Chen's defense and kill the monk. However, the warriors from the other 3 major powers will arrive soon. At that time the monk will still be finished. No one could remain calm. The scene was simply too shocking. However, for ordinary people, being able to witness a battle of this level was a very satisfying experience. Damn it! How did he suddenly become so powerful? Li Hao gnashed his teeth in anger. Right now the tycoon is keeping Jiang Chen busy. Let's join forces and deal with that monk. He's currently absorbing the treasure, so he won't have the energy to attack us. As long as we can kill him, that treasure will be ours. This is our main goal for coming here. Xiao Rui's eyes shone brightly. On the surface, their goal for coming here was to kill the monk and avenge the death of the Shura temple's disciple. However, the truth was that they were here for the treasure. Li Hao felt that Xiao Rui's words made sense. However, just as he was about to agree, he saw a De Huang dog glaring at him like a tiger, causing his heart to tremble. Forget it. Look at that dog, it's not someone we can afford to offend. Li Hao said. Chapter 506. Of course, Li Hao and Xiao Rui dared not attack. Not attacking was the right decision for them. In fact, De Huang dog didn't take this opportunity to attack them, and that was already a great fortune for them. Rumble. On the other side, Jiang Chen and Ling Yi were locked in a fierce battle. The longer Ling Yi fought, the more shocked he became. He couldn't imagine how a young man who had just broken through to the combat king realm could possess such formidable combat strength. With his own ability, let alone killing the monk, he couldn't even defeat this young man. Jiang Chen, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you leave now, I'll write off everything that happened before. If not, I'll get serious. Ling Yi shouted out. In the next moment, a golden wheel appeared in his hand. The wheel kept spinning and sharp gears were flowing out from it, making it look extremely frightening. After the previous battle, Ling Yi had realized that it was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Chen with his current ability. However, he couldn't back out under such circumstances. The only thing he could do was to use his king weapon and fight. You talk too much. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to Ling Yi's words. He took the initiative to attack. Using the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he dashed toward Ling Yi. Today he had encountered a strong opponent, and Jiang Chen wanted to have a good fight. So, there was no reason for him to back out now. Furthermore, if he backed out now, the monk would be dead for sure. Rumble. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps landed on Ling Yi's body. Jiang Chen felt his legs go numb and he was sent flying back. However, he wasn't surprised by this. As a 4th grade combat king, the king weapon in Ling Yi's hand was much stronger than ordinary king weapons. Therefore, the power it unleashed was naturally terrifying. Jiang Chen was only a 1st grade combat king, and although he could fight a 4th grade combat king, it would be very difficult for him to suppress his opponent. Furthermore, he had only used the 1st step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. If he used the 3rd step, he would be able to fight against Ling Yi's body. In fact, after breaking through to the combat king realm, Jiang Chen could already take the 4th step. You overestimate yourself. After knocking Jiang Chen back with a single strike, Ling Yi coldly harumphed. He turned his body into an arc and once again dashed toward Jiang Chen. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen moved like a swan goose and unleashed the dimensional shift skill to its limit. He didn't take out the Heavenly Saint Sword, he just relied on the Azure Dragon's 5 steps to keep up with Ling Yi. Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen took his 4th step, the one who was knocked back was Ling Yi. His gigantic body was violently trembling, and a few cracks had appeared on it. This truly frightened Ling Yi. He stared at his damaged body, and the shock in his heart was like a raging ocean. Jiang Chen's combat skill could actually destroy a king weapon. This was simply ridiculous. Right at this moment, another loud explosion was heard from afar. Following that, 2 figures appeared. One of them was Yi Hui from the Invincibility School, and the other was a genius from the Invincibility School. However, compared to Yi Hui, he was many times stronger. Just the aura he emanated was comparable to Ling Yi's. Look, the people from the Invincibility School are here. That's Yi Wuyo from the Invincibility School, Yi Hui's cousin. He's a rare genius from the Invincibility School, and his strength is comparable to the 8th tycoon from the Shura Temple. Yi Wuyo is here. Another 4th grade combat king has appeared. I'm sure that Jiang Chen won't be able to hold on any longer. It's getting more and more lively. The people from the Peerless Sword faction and Heavenly Devil Palace haven't arrived yet, and it's going to get even livelier soon. Those who wanted to watch a good show couldn't complain about it getting bigger. All the onlookers had excited expressions on their faces. Since the mighty warriors from the Shura Temple and the Invincibility School had arrived, the mighty warriors from the other 2 superpowers wouldn't be too far away. When Yi Wuyo and Yi Hui arrived, they were immediately shocked by the fight between Jiang Chen and Ling Yi. It's him? Why is he fighting Ling Yi? Yi Hui was startled. You know this guy? Yi Wuyo's eyes fell onto Jiang Chen's body. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. He could clearly sense Jiang Chen's cultivation. He was only a 1st grade combat king, and yet he was able to fight Ling Yi to such an extent. This is the young man who helped the Shura Temple defeat the 6 pirate lords of the Chaotic Ocean, then released the Heavenhawk Island Master. However, he was only a peak combat soul warrior before that, but now he has broken through to the combat king realm, and he's even able to fight Ling Yi. I can't believe this. Where did this monster come from? The shock in Yi Hui's mind was no less than Li Hao and Xiao Rui from the Shura Temple. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked by an existence who could break through to the Combat King realm from the late Combat Soul realm in just a few hours. Brother Yi, that monk is on the deserted island, and this guy is the monk's companion. Let's kill him together. When Ling Yi saw Yi Wuyo, he immediately shouted out. Haha, the 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple can't even defeat a 1st grade combat king? Since you guys are having a good time, I won't disturb you anymore. Just leave this monk to me. Yi Wuyo burst into laughter. What a joke. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? He didn't have the time to help Ling Yi fight Jiang Chen. While Ling Yi was busy, he could kill the monk and seize the treasure. Swoosh. With incredible speed, Yi Wuyo dashed toward the spot where the golden light had appeared. However, someone was even faster than him. Jiang Chen, who was fighting Ling Yi, suddenly appeared in front of Yi Wuyo like a shooting star. With the help of the spatial shift and 9 phantom wolves, there was no one he couldn't block. Someone like you should just get the hell out of here. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen kicked Yi Wuyo's face. With incredible speed, Yi Wuyo punched out with his fist, which collided with Jiang Chen's kick. Get lost. Yi Wuyo was infuriated. He unleashed a palm strike toward Jiang Chen from high up in the sky. Seeing this, Jiang Chen wanted to use the true dragon palm to defend himself. However, an idea suddenly struck him, and he simply let Yi Wuyo's palm strike land on him. He simply swung his fist to defend himself. Boom. Jiang Chen was slapped down from the sky and landed on a deserted island. He staggered and nearly fell, looking extremely pathetic. In the distance, De Huang Dog was stunned when he saw Jiang Chen's situation. Then a sinister smile appeared on his face. This kid sure is treacherous. De Huang Dog knew generals too well. With Jiang Chen's current strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat an existence like Yi Wuyo. There was no point in continuing the fight. There was only one way to change the situation: Earth Prison. Jiang Chen had pretended to be defeated so that Yi Wuyo or Ling Yi would rush down to kill him. As long as they got close to the ground, Jiang Chen would be able to use the Earth Prison and catch them off guard. Can't even withstand a single blow. Yi Wuyo casually glanced at Jiang Chen, who had fallen to the ground. His face was filled with disdain, but he was too lazy to rush down to kill him. Instead, he continued flying toward the deserted island. Seeing this, Jiang Chen once again soared into the sky. His speed was extremely fast and he appeared in front of Yi Wuyo in the blink of an eye. You want to enter the deserted island so easily? How can you do that without defeating me? Haha, brother Yi, this kid is extremely difficult to deal with. It's better to get rid of him first. Ling Yi laughed loudly. Then he launched another attack toward Jiang Chen. There's no need for you to do anything. I'll kill him myself. Yi Wuyo was infuriated as well. He immediately unleashed another palm strike toward Jiang Chen. Ling Yi and Yi Wuyo's attacks arrived at the same time. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He pretended to be flustered, and under the impact of the two attacks, he once again descended to the ground. An ant dares to stop me? Since you're so reckless, I'll kill you first before killing that monk. As expected, Yi Wuyo fell for Ling Yi's trick. He transformed into a streak of light and shot down from the sky. Soon he landed on the deserted island and all his aura was locked onto Jiang Chen. Die. A ruthless glint flashed across Yi Wuyo's eyes. However, before he could do anything, a sudden change occurred. A mountain-like force instantly shot out from under his feet, transforming into an invisible prison that trapped Yi Wuyo within. Ah! Yi Wuyo cried out in shock. Under the pressure of that tremendous force, coupled with the fact that he was caught off guard, he nearly fell to the ground and fell flat on his face. The force came too suddenly and he didn't even have time to react. Break! Yi Wuyo shouted out loudly. A tremendous force rushed out from his body, instantly breaking the earth jail. From the moment the earth jail's force landed on Yi Wuyo's body to the moment he broke it, only a blink of an eye had passed. However, for Jiang Chen, even a blink of an eye was more than enough. When Yi Wuyo broke the earth jail, Jiang Chen had already appeared above him. Jiang Chen's footsteps were mysterious, and the shadows of dragons could be seen flickering in the air, causing the air to rumble. Jiang Chen had taken 4 steps forward. Arg! Yi Wuyo couldn't block the azure dragon's 5 steps, and immediately let out a miserable shriek. Half of his body was stomped into the ground by Jiang Chen. Oh! Yi Wuyo coughed out a mouthful of blood. His hair stood on end as he roared out furiously. However, Jiang Chen never showed mercy when he had the upper hand, and never gave his enemies any chance to fight back. Yi Wuyo had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap, which meant his death. Even though he was a 4th-grade combat king, he still couldn't escape from this fate. Clang! The heavenly saint's sword transformed into a deadly sword beam, appearing above Yi Wuyo's head and slashing down. No! Yi Wuyo let out a miserable shriek of despair. His voice came to an abrupt stop, as his head was cut in half by Jiang Chen's sword. What? On the other side, Ling Yi immediately cried out in shock. His eyes were wide open as if he had just seen the most unbelievable scene. Fast, too fast. From the moment Yi Wuyo arrived on the island to the moment he was killed by Jiang Chen, only a single breath's time had passed. When Ling Yi finally reacted, Yi Wuyo was already dead. Heavens! Yi Wuyo is dead. How is this possible? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. The 4th-grade combat king Yi Wuyo was killed by that young man in an instant. How did he do it? I can't even tell. This is too brutal. Yi Wuyo is dead. How could this young man be so strong? No one could remain calm. Everyone's eyes were wide open and they were completely shocked. If it was Jiang Chen who had died, no one would be shocked and at most they would sigh. However, Yi Wuyo was killed by Jiang Chen, and this had undoubtedly raised a storm in the hearts of these people, and no one could accept it. Chapter 507. Yi Wuyo was dead. A genius from the invincibility school was instantly killed by Jiang Chen right after he graduated from the invincibility school. Without a doubt, this was a mockery. Yi Hui's expression was extremely unsightly, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. His cousin was a fourth-grade combat king, and he never thought that he would die in this chaotic ocean, not to mention that he was killed by a young first-grade combat king. How could this be? He killed Yi Wuyo? How could he be so strong? How did he do it? Li Hao and Xiao Rui's faces turned extremely pale. They felt like they were dreaming, especially Li Hao. When he first met Jiang Chen not long ago, he didn't even spare a glance at Jiang Chen, treating him as a helper invited by Tan Lang. What a pity. Underneath the desolate island, Jiang Chen stared at Yi Wuyo's body, which was split in half. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A fourth-grade combat king, a genius from the invincibility school, must have a huge amount of wealth in his hands. But too bad, all of it had disappeared along with Yi Wuyo's death. Jiang Chen didn't have the confidence to control Yi Wuyo's qi and rob him of his wealth. With his cultivation base of a first-grade combat king, the reason why he was able to kill a fourth-grade combat king was because of his cunning and sneak attacks. He didn't have the chance to control Yi Wuyo's qi. After that, Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Ling Yi, who had an unsightly expression on his face. With a loud voice he said, "Tycoon of the Shura Temple, do you see this? This is what you'll get. I advise you to get the hell out of here." Hearing Jiang Chen's provocation, Ling Yi's expression became even more unsightly. At the same time, flames of anger emerged on his face. He was the 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple, and no matter where he went, he would always be respected. When had he ever been humiliated like this before? "Jiang Chen, don't think that you can deal with me just because you killed Yi Wuyo. I will still kill that monk today." After saying that, Ling Yi once again flew towards the center of the island. He had clearly seen how Jiang Chen killed Yi Wuyo just now. Jiang Chen had borrowed the power of the earth, and that was how he managed to catch Yi Wuyo off guard and kill him. A technique that could borrow the power of the earth to attack was indeed powerful, and even Ling Yi did not dare to underestimate it. However, now that Ling Yi knew about Jiang Chen's techniques, he would naturally not run down to the island to kill Jiang Chen like an idiot. As long as they were fighting in the sky, sneak attacks like that would be rendered useless. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. With a sway of his body, he leaped up into the sky and stood in front of Ling Yi. Since Ling Yi had seen through the earth jail, he had no choice but to fight him head-on. No matter what, he had to protect the monk. Therefore, the two men once again engaged in an intense battle. A few minutes later, two groups of men arrived. Two men from the Peerless Sword faction and the Heavenly Devil Palace had arrived. One of them was the one who had arrived at the chaotic ocean, and he was here to lead the way. The other man was a true expert, a fourth-grade combat king genius. "Look, that's Ruan Xiong from the Peerless Sword faction, and Tu Ran from the Heavenly Devil Palace. Two more terrifying geniuses have arrived." "That's right. Both Ruan Xiong and Tu Ran are fourth-grade combat kings. They are not ordinary geniuses who can compare with them." The arrival of Ruan Xiong and Tu Ran caused the atmosphere to become heated once again. The reason they came here was very clear: they were here for the monk. First, they wanted to kill the monk to avenge him, and second, they wanted to snatch the treasure from him. When Ruan Xiong and Tu Ran arrived, they immediately saw Jiang Chen and Ling Yi in the middle of an intense battle. When they learned about Jiang Chen's identity from the people around them, they were shocked as well. After that, they saw Yi Wuyo, who had been brutally killed on the island. "That's Yi Wuyo from the invincibility school. He was killed. Who did this?" Ruan Xiong was shocked. "It's that bastard Jiang Chen. He sneak-attacked my cousin with a scheme," Yi Hui said while gnashing his teeth in anger. After that, he told them everything that had happened just now. Where did this Jiang Chen come from? How could he be so strong? Tu Ran was shocked. This guy actually dares to make the four superpowers his enemy? He's courting death. Ruan Xiong said. "Guys, since you're here, why don't you attack him? Let's kill this guy first. If not, none of us will be able to get close to that monk." Ling Yi, who was fighting Jiang Chen, shouted at Ruan Xiong and Tu Ran. Both men exchanged a glance, then nodded their heads. After witnessing Yi Hui's instant kill, they had learned how frightening Jiang Chen was. Not only did he possess a formidable combat strength, his speed was also incredible. If he wanted to protect the monk, the others would have a hard time getting close to him, unless they joined forces and killed Jiang Chen first. Boom. Both men unleashed their auras, turned into two beams of light, and charged toward Jiang Chen. Three fourth-grade combat kings were attacking Jiang Chen at the same time. No matter how one looked at it, Jiang Chen would definitely die. Roar! At this moment, the Huang dog moved as well. This dog was definitely an existence that could not be ignored. Although he couldn't defeat a 4th grade combat king, he could rely on his agility to fight them. Furthermore, a dragon horn could be vaguely seen on top of the Huang dog's head. It was flickering with electric arcs as if it was ready to attack at any moment. Swoosh! A pair of glowing wings appeared on the Huang dog's back, and he stood in front of Xuanhuan. Where did this dog come from? Get lost. Without saying a word, Xuanhuan slapped the dog's face. Kaka, call me grandpa and I'll leave. The Huang dog laughed out. A layer of light that had never appeared before appeared on his head, and he charged toward Xuanhuan. Bam! The Huang dog was no match for Xuanhuan, and was knocked away by the slap. However, the Huang dog's body was extremely strong, and he was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. After being knocked away, he turned around and dashed toward Xuanhuan once again. On the other side, after Tu Ran joined the battle, Jiang Chen was instantly pushed into a disadvantageous position. He held the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand, and used the dimensional shift technique to weave between Ling Yi and Tu Ran. It seemed like he was in a perilous situation, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that even with the two of them working together, it would still be difficult for them to defeat Jiang Chen. Rumble. The battle was getting more and more intense. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were fighting against 3 4th grade combat king geniuses, and the battle was intense. However, as the situation kept changing, both Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were in a disadvantageous position, and the situation didn't look good for them. Come, let's strike together. We'll enter the island and kill that monk first. As for the treasure, we'll talk about it later. Yihui suggested to Xiao Rui and the others. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. His cousin had been killed, and the invincibility school had suffered a great loss. Although he couldn't kill Jiang Chen, he had to kill that monk. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. In his mind, Jiang Chen and the monk were in cahoots. Fine. Although that monk is a 3rd grade combat king, he is at a critical moment of absorbing the treasure. If he is disturbed by us, he will definitely suffer from cultivation deviation. Xiao Rui and Lung Lung said. The 5 of them instantly reached an agreement and flew toward the center of the island. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog had no time to deal with the monk, and could only watch as the 5 of them entered the island. Right at this moment, a sharp cry was heard from not far away. In the next moment, everyone saw a black warhawk appear out of nowhere, and with a swoosh, it blocked Li Hao and Xiao Rui's path. The warhawk didn't pay any attention to Yi Hui and the other 2, and just stared at Li Hao and Xiao Rui with a pair of ruthless eyes. Heavenhawk Island Master. Li Hao and Xiao Rui cried out in shock. They never thought they would meet the Heavenhawk Island Master here. However, when they sensed the ice-cold killing intent emanating from the Heavenhawk Island Master's body, they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. When they thought about the grudge between the Heavenhawk Island Master and the Big Tycoon, as long as they weren't idiots, they would know why the Heavenhawk Island Master would appear at this moment. This was a man who had disregarded life and death, and the only thing left in his life was revenge. As long as he had the chance to kill those from the Shura Temple, the Heavenhawk Island Master would show himself without hesitation. People from the Shura Temple, go to hell. Without saying anything, Xuanhuan swung the curved blade in his hand at Li Hao. He had been hiding for a long time and he had been watching the entire battle. Especially when he saw Jiang Chen fight against Ling Yi from the Shura Temple, his impression of Jiang Chen had changed a lot. Now that he had the chance, he jumped out and wanted to kill Li Hao and Xiao Rui. Ark. How could Li Hao be a match for the furious Xuanhuan? Not to mention that he was caught off guard, one of his arms was instantly chopped off, causing him to let out a shrill scream. The scene instantly became even livelier. Xuanhuan's appearance was like an additive, causing the conflict to escalate once again. Several groups of people were fighting each other for the same reason, causing the spectators to be dazzled. It was a battle that was rarely seen on normal days. Jiang Chen was fighting against Ling Yi and Tu Ran, the Huang dog was fighting against Xuanhuan, and the Heavenhawk Island Master was fighting against Li Hao and Xiao Rui. If nothing unexpected happened, neither of them would be able to survive in the hands of the Heavenhawk Island Master. On the other side, Yi Hui and the other 2 had finally reached the inner area of the desolate island. It didn't take them long to find the tyrant. Right now, the tyrant was sitting cross-legged in the air, and golden Sanskrit characters were floating around his body. He looked like a living Buddha, extremely mystical. Haha, tyrant, die. Yi Hui let out a loud laugh, then took the lead and dashed toward the tyrant. However, right at this moment something strange happened. The tyrant who had his eyes closed suddenly opened them. Two golden beams shot out from his eyes, causing the void to tremble. At the same time, the tyrant's xianxia shook, and he struck out with his palm toward Yi Hui. What? Yi Hui, who was attacking the tyrant, hastily cried out in shock. Sensing the incoming palm force, he was instantly shrouded by the shadow of death. To his shock, he discovered that the tyrant was no longer a third-grade combat king, but a fourth-grade combat king. Rumble. Too bad Yi Hui didn't have much time to think about it. The tyrant's powerful palm strike landed on his body, shattering Jiang Chen and Yi Hui into pieces, turning them into a blood mist and disappearing from the sky above the desolate island. Amit Ba. Benefactor, you've been too reckless. The tyrant put his palms together, then suddenly stood up and unleashed the aura of a fourth-grade combat king. Boundless golden Buddhist light instantly covered the entire desolate island. Although he was only a fourth-grade combat king, the aura he unleashed was comparable to that of a fifth-grade combat king. When Yi Hui attacked just now, the tyrant had just refined the Saraira. Of course, it wasn't a complete refinement, it was just a preliminary refinement, which allowed him to break through to the fourth-grade combat king realm. As a mere first-grade combat king, how could Yi Hui be a match for the tyrant? The information he received was that this monk was only a third-grade combat king, and he was confident that he could kill him. However, he never expected that this monk could break through to the fourth-grade combat king realm in such a short period of time. It must be because of that treasure. This made Ruan Xiong's heart filled with greed. Ruan Xiong dared not hesitate. He took out the combat weapon in his hand and swung it toward the incoming beam of Buddhist light. Boom! The ground shook and the space was torn apart. Ruan Xiong felt as if he had been rammed by a mountain. The combat weapon in his hand was greatly shaken, and he nearly lost his grip on it. His blood and qi were tumbling inside his body, giving him an indescribable feeling. Damn it, this monk is awesome. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. With his eyesight he could easily tell the difference between Ruan Xiong and the monk. Although both of them were at the same level, they were definitely not on the same level. This monk was strong enough to fight against a fifth-grade combat king. Ruan Xiong was shocked. He could feel how terrifying this monk was. Without hesitation, he swung the combat weapon in his hand, creating a crack in the air. With a sway of his body, he disappeared into the crack. Seeing that he couldn't defeat this monk, he decided to run away. However, the monk wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Before the crack closed, the monk had already followed Ruan Xiong into it. Dong dong dong. After that, a muffled collision sound came from the void. In the next moment, two figures dashed out from the void. The monk was holding a bloody corpse in his hand. The corpse was none other than Ruan Xiong. Heavens, this monk is too powerful. He just killed Ruan Xiong. Terrifying, this is too terrifying. How can there be so many freaks? Even a fourth-grade combat king was killed by him. All the geniuses from the Invincibility School and the Peerless Sword faction are dead. None of the people who came here survived. This matter is getting more and more serious. This monk is even stronger than before. I think Ling Yi and Tu Ran won't be able to escape from his hands. Everyone was shocked. This monk was too powerful, and the word mess could be used to describe him. Furthermore, with the help of a freak like Jiang Chen, these geniuses from the four major powers could be said to be extremely unlucky. Amit Ba, I've sinned, I've sinned. The monk murmured to Ruan Xiong's corpse in his hand, then threw it away. Many people had the urge to throw up blood. This shameless monk was too despicable. He was obviously an evil tyrant who killed without blinking an eye, but he had to pretend to be an eminent monk who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. When Ling Yi and Tu Yi, who were fighting fiercely with Jiang Chen, saw that the monk was unstoppable, they immediately chose to flee just like Ruan Xiong. Both of them tore the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Chen and the monk shouted out at the same time. The Heavenly Saint Sword released a layer of sword energy, and Jiang Chen chased after Ling Yi and disappeared into the void. On the other side, the monk was even more ferocious. He struck out with the Fudo Seal, striking into the void. With such an attack, the void almost collapsed. Arg! A mournful scream resounded from the void, and a bloody leg was directly smashed out by the motionless Bright King Seal. However, Tu Ran had already disappeared. As a member of the devil cult, his means of escaping were quite powerful. Although he managed to escape with his life, one of his legs was broken by the monk. In the future he could be considered as a cripple. Dong. Chapter 509. The entire scene fell into silence. No one dared to breathe. When they thought about what happened just now, they couldn't help but feel terrified. Terrifying, this was too terrifying. Today the four major powers had suffered a great loss. When they were fighting for the treasures, they had already lost many of their men, and now two of their fourth great combat kings had fallen. Tu Ran and Ling Yi, who managed to escape, were severely injured as well. One of them had lost an arm and the other had lost a leg. Combined with the severe injuries inflicted by the Fudo Seal and the Heavenly Saint Sword, even if they could survive, their future cultivation would be greatly affected. Dear benefactors, are you staying here because you want me to release your souls from purgatory? Tyrant glanced around. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Each of them ran faster than the last, and in the blink of an eye, all of them had disappeared. Damn it, who would dare to accept the monk's ability to release souls from purgatory? After the chaos, the desolate island had returned to its usual calm. Tyrant's gaze finally fell onto Jiang Chen. After discovering Jiang Chen's true cultivation base, he was shocked. Although he was in secluded cultivation to absorb the Saraira, he was still aware of everything that had happened outside the island, including the scene where Jiang Chen fought Ling Yi and killed Yi Wuyo. Even the arrogant monk had to admit that Jiang Chen was the most talented genius he had ever seen. Although he was able to kill a fourth-grade combat king, he himself was also a fourth-grade combat king, while Jiang Chen was just a first-grade combat king. If Jiang Chen was also a fourth-grade combat king, perhaps he would be able to kill any sixth or seventh-grade combat king with ease. Amit Ba. Tyrant walked up to Jiang Chen, put on a serious expression and said, "Thank you for helping me, benefactor. I can't thank you enough." Tyrant's words were very serious. Only he knew what had happened just now. To him, it was an extremely dangerous situation. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's help, the consequences would be unimaginable. It looks like Senior Monk has already absorbed the Saraira and broken through to the fourth-grade combat king realm. Congratulations. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. You recognize the Saraira? Buddhist sects in the western region rarely interacted with the other big regions. Buddhist sects had been declining in recent years. Relics were something that ordinary eminent monks wouldn't be able to keep. Unless they were from Buddhist sects, ordinary people wouldn't be able to recognize the relics. Previously, many geniuses from the four major powers had tried to snatch the relics, but they only thought that it was a treasure. They didn't know the origins of the relics. However, this white-robed youth in front of them had seen through the essence of the relics. How could Tyrant not be surprised? I have once received guidance from the ancestors of the Buddha sect, so I have some relationship with the Buddha sect. Of course, I know about the Saraira. A third-grade minor Saint Saraira will undoubtedly bring great benefits to you. With just this Saraira, you might be able to break through to the Combat Emperor realm. Of course, it's just a matter of time. The benefits that the Saraira will bring to you are not limited to this. You have cultivated the orthodox cultivation technique of the Buddha sect, so your body already has the origin of Buddha. The Saraira will make your origin of Buddha purer and improve your potential. It will bring endless benefits to you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. There was nothing in this world that he didn't know. After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Tyrant was stunned. The way he looked at Jiang Chen couldn't help but change. There was no way that he wouldn't be shocked because he didn't know much about the Saraira. Back then, he used the Buddhist sect's divination technique to predict that a Saraira would be born in the chaotic ocean. That was why he rushed over. Even after obtaining the Saraira today, he could only feel the incomparably pure energy in it. He didn't know that it was a third-grade minor Saint Saraira. Or perhaps this was the first time that Tyrant had seen a real Saraira. Everything he knew about the Saraira was just hearsay. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refined the Saraira rashly and almost brought disaster to himself. Benefactor is truly an extraordinary person. I will never forget the kindness of saving my life today. Tyrant bowed slightly at Jiang Chen. He felt that this youth was full of mysteries. Please don't mind me, eminent monk. I, Jiang Chen, travel the world and do things according to my own preferences. As I have said before, I have a trace of relationship with the Buddhist sect. When an eminent monk is in trouble, I will naturally lend a helping hand. Brother Jiang said with a smile. Brother Jiang, please don't call me eminent monk. My Dharma name is Tyrant. Tyrant announced his Dharma name for the first time. Pu De Huang dog, who had been silent all this while, burst into laughter. Immediately he sneered at Tyrant. For God's sake, don't Buddhists pay particular attention to keeping a low profile? Shouldn't your Dharma name be something like Wu Ning, Wu Jing, Wu Sei, and Wu Qi? Why did you give yourself such a domineering name? Jiang Qin sighed. Why did this monk still call himself Tyrant? He might as well call him tyrannical. Anyway, his way of doing things was completely different from that of an eminent monk. So, calling him tyrannical was more than appropriate. This name was given to me by my master. When I was young, I was too mischievous and liked to stir up trouble. That's why my master gave me such a domineering name. Thank you, master. The monk chuckled, revealing a pure and natural smile. Just by looking at his appearance, it was impossible to associate him with a monk who killed countless people. What a good master. However, I have to say, isn't it a little inappropriate for the three of us to chat here? De Huang Dog said. Brother Dog is right. We can't stay here any longer. The four major powers will definitely not let this matter rest. We need to find a safe place. Follow me. After saying that, Tyrant turned around and flew in another direction. Right at this moment, the Heavenhawk Island Lord, who had been waiting in the distance, suddenly blocked the path of the trio. Follow us for the time being. Jiang Qin said to Xuanhuan. He sympathized with Xuanhuan's experience. Now Xuanhuan was basically driven into a dead end. That was why he followed Jiang Qin, hoping to use Jiang Qin to take revenge. Many thanks. Hearing that Jiang Qin wanted him to follow them, Xuanhuan's face instantly lit up. He immediately followed behind Jiang Qin. Tyrant searched through the hidden areas of the chaotic ocean, but he still couldn't find a suitable place. The chaotic ocean was only so big. Trying to escape from the eyes of the four major powers was undoubtedly an incomparably difficult task. However, if they were to escape from the chaotic ocean, they would have nowhere to go. The Liang province was filled with the territories of the four major powers. Relatively speaking, the chaotic ocean was a chaotic place, and the four major powers didn't have jurisdiction over it. In my opinion, we can go to Heavenhawk Island, Xuanhuan suggested. Xuanhuan's suggestion caused Jiang Qin's eyes to light up. He immediately agreed. Xuanhuan is right. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Today's chaos started from Heavenhawk Island. Who would have thought that we would return to Heavenhawk Island? That's right. I still have some trusted subordinates on Heavenhawk Island. They can help us investigate the situation, Xuanhuan said. The few of them instantly reached an agreement and flew toward Heavenhawk Island. With their abilities, entering Heavenhawk Island without leaving a trace was an extremely simple task. They wouldn't be discovered at all. In a courtyard on Heavenhawk Island, Xuanhuan knelt down in front of Jiang Qin and kowtowed several times. You should be the island master of Heavenhawk Island, right? Why are you bowing to Brother Jiang so respectfully? Tyrant asked in confusion. When he first appeared, he was attracted by the Sarira's aura, so he didn't know what had happened. Young master, please avenge Xuanhuan. I only have 1 year left to live and I'm willing to do anything for you, Xuanhuan pleaded. Using his divine sense, Jiang Qin told Tyrant about Xuanhuan's situation. After listening to Xuanhuan's story, Tyrant immediately became anxious. Motherfucker. The xuanhuan is worse than a beast. I really want to release him from purgatory. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog rolled their eyes. Couldn't this monk care about his image? You're still a monk on the surface, right? Why are you talking about motherfucker? Aren't you smearing the name of Buddhism? Xuanhuan, I Jiang Qin don't help people easily. However, I've decided to help you this time. I promise you that I'll kill Xiaonan within a year, so that you can die in peace. Jiang Qin spoke. After today's events, the relationship between him and the Shura temple could no longer be eased. If they met again in the future, it would be a battle of life and death. Even with the great tycoon it would be the same. Therefore, Jiang Qin agreed to Xuanhuan's request without hesitation. Xuanhuan had cultivated a secret art of the demon race, causing his lifespan to be reduced to 1 year. However, this was nothing to Jiang Qin. If he gave the sacred heavenly demonic art to Xuanhuan, not only would it help Xuanhuan extend his lifespan, it would also increase his potential. His future achievements would be unimaginable. However, Jiang Qin didn't take out the sacred heavenly demonic art. It wasn't that he was reluctant to give it to Xuanhuan, but it wasn't necessary. Helping someone didn't mean that he had to let them live. Just like Xuanhuan, letting him live was more painful than letting him die. If it wasn't for his hatred, Xuanhuan would have left with his wife and son 3 years ago, and he wouldn't have been able to live until today. What he was waiting for was revenge. Once Xuanhuan died, he would have his revenge and his lifelong wish would be fulfilled. At that point, living would be meaningless to him. Thank you, young Master Jiang. If I can kill Xuanhuan within a year, Xuanhuan will die with no regrets. Xuanhuan's face was filled with excitement. This young man in front of him was only a first-grade combat king, and killing the mighty Xuanhuan within a year was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. However, at this moment, Xuanhuan didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words at all. Chapter 510. Although Jiang Chen had promised to avenge Xuanhuan, the current situation still made his scalp go numb. This was his second day in the Divine Continent, and he had just arrived in the Liang province. Yet he had offended all four major powers. With his cultivation base of a first-grade combat king, he was not strong enough to fight any one of the four major powers, and he couldn't even fight the ordinary major powers in the Liang province. Judging from the current situation, he had no choice but to hide in the chaotic ocean for the time being. Not long after that, the chaotic ocean was once again engulfed in a storm. Just as everyone had expected, the four major powers had sent out even stronger opponents. Even sixth-grade combat kings had appeared, and their frightening auras filled the sky above the entire chaotic ocean. The experts of the four major powers were furious. They had ruled the Liang province for a long time, but they had never received such a great provocation. A monk and a young man had killed so many geniuses of the four major powers in just one day, causing them to suffer a great loss. This was something unimaginable in the past. Unfortunately, even after searching the entire chaotic ocean, they still couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen and the monk. They had searched many places, including the deserted island, but not the Heaven Hawk Island. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, the most dangerous place was also the safest place. The experts of the four major powers never thought that Jiang Chen and the monk would still be on the Heaven Hawk Island. The experts of the four major powers stayed in the chaotic ocean for 2 days, but they still couldn't find any news about Jiang Chen and the monk. In the end, they were forced to confirm that the monk and Jiang Chen had escaped from the chaotic ocean. In fact, it was easy to understand why. After killing so many geniuses from the four major powers, if it was someone else, he or she would definitely choose to run away. Only an idiot would choose to stay. Issue the order to kill them on sight. The fifth tycoon of the Shura temple coldly harumphed. The experts of the four major powers were furious. In the Liang province, no one had ever survived after killing the geniuses of the four major powers. Inside the tycoon hall of the Shura temple. At this moment, there were more than 20 people gathered in the main hall. Most of them were young people, but there were a few old people with powerful cultivation bases. One look and anyone could tell that they were the elders of the Shura temple, and they were of noble character and high prestige. The others were the grand protectors of the Shura temple. Sitting at the very top was a white-haired old man and a young man wearing a golden robe. This young man looked to be in his 30s and had a gentle and elegant appearance. He had an extraordinary bearing and held a folding fan in his hand, making him look like a scholar. Sitting beside him was a fat old man who looked to be in his 60s. He had a head full of white hair, but his cultivation was extremely powerful. It was not something an ordinary person could compare to. The old man was one of the elders of the Shura temple. His cultivation was not any weaker than the young man with the folding fan. However, from the way he looked at the young man, it was not difficult to tell that the one who was in charge of this temple was not the old man, but the young man who looked like a scholar. This was because the young man had a very important status in the Shura temple. He was the leader of the 13 tycoons of the Shura temple, Xuanhuan. At this moment, the faces of the people in the main hall were filled with anger, especially the 8th tycoon Ling Yi. One of his arms was severed by Jiang Chen. Although he had recovered a lot from his injuries, it was impossible for his severed arm to regrow. That Jiang Chen and the monk must have left the chaotic ocean. I and the experts from the other 3 major powers have searched the entire chaotic ocean for the past 2 days, but we couldn't find any traces of them. The 5th tycoon said angrily. Damn it. Our Shura temple has never suffered such a huge loss before. Now, we're not just worried about the loss of our men, but also the reputation of the Shura temple. We must capture that kid and the monk and tear them into pieces. Another tycoon said with a stern expression. And that Heaven Hawk Island master. The first tycoon Xuanhuan Lung said. His eyes were gleaming with a cold light. As a matter of fact, he was feeling very gloomy in his heart. All this while, no one knew what he had done, because he had done everything cleanly, leaving no traces behind. He never expected that the Heavenhawk Island master would suddenly appear. That Xuanhuan actually survived because of his carelessness. He was truly hateful. Now that Xuanhuan had exposed his ugly side in front of so many people, it had seriously affected his reputation. This was something that Xianhuan couldn't tolerate. That Heavenhawk Island master is truly a bastard. He actually made up such lies to slander the first tycoon in our Shura temple. I'm guessing that Heavenhawk Island master is someone that the other three major powers purposely arranged to humiliate our Shura temple. Someone said. That's right, I think so too. We all know what kind of person the first tycoon is. How could he possibly do something like this? We must find him and kill all of them. We must let them know that offending our Shura temple will not end well. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. No matter what they were thinking in their hearts, they still had to say something to protect Xiao Nanfeng's reputation. One should know that in the Shura temple, Xiao Nanshan could be said to be second only to one person. All the trivial matters in the Shura temple were basically decided by him alone. Even those highly respected elders had to curry favor with Xiao Nanfeng. This was because in a major power like this, a person's status and cultivation would always be directly proportional. Xiao Nanfeng's respectable status wasn't for nothing. He was a 9th-grade combat king just one step away from the combat emperor realm. With such an existence, no matter where he went, he could do whatever he wanted. I heard that the kid named Jiang Qin is related to one of our Shura temple's core disciples? The white-haired elder said. That's right, it's Tan Lang. 2 days ago, he went to the chaotic ocean to kill the Lord of Heavenhawk Island. That young man named Jiang Qin was with Tan Lang, and he even helped us in dealing with the 6 pirate lords of the chaotic ocean. However, after he heard the lies of the chief editor of the Heavenhawk Island, he released the Lord of Heavenhawk Island. After that, he helped Tyrant and became the enemy of our Shura temple. Now Tan Lang is under my control, Ling Yi said. Feeling the pain from his broken arm, he was furious. Since he couldn't find Jiang Qin, he naturally vented his anger on Tan Lang. Bring Tan Lang here, the white-haired elder said loudly. The 8th tycoon Ling Yi made a grabbing motion in the air, tearing a crack in space. A figure was pulled out from the crack. Plop. Ling Yi casually tossed the figure to the ground. The force of the toss was quite strong, and the figure's body was slightly twisted when he fell to the ground. There were 3 scars on his face and they were still bleeding. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot of beatings. However, he didn't make a single sound. Tan Lang, let me ask you, what's your relationship with that Jiang Qin? The elder asked. He's my friend. He saved my life before. Tan Lang Lung said. His gaze swept across the group of people. Every single one of them was once his idol, the height he dreamt of reaching. But now he was filled with disgust and disappointment. For the past 2 days, he had been tortured and beaten by Ling Yi, and Ling Yi had vented all his resentment on him. Not only was Tan Lang disappointed, he was also sad. No matter what, he was a disciple of Shura Temple, and it could be said that Shura Temple had treated this place as his own home. Yet now he was being treated like this. Moreover, from Tan Lang's point of view, Jiang Qin wasn't the one to be blamed for this matter. Jiang Qin had been standing on Shura Temple's side since the beginning, and he had gone to the chaotic ocean to help Tan Lang compete for the position of one of the 13 tycoons. It was because of what Xiao Nanfeng did to Xuanhuan that Jiang Qin was enraged, causing Jiang Qin to feel disgust toward Shura Temple. However, Jiang Qin had indeed killed 6 pirate lords of the chaotic ocean and saved the majority of Shura Temple's people. But now these tycoons and elders had completely ignored this fact. What disgusted Tan Lang even more was that they couldn't find Jiang Qin, yet they were venting their anger on him, a disciple of Shura Temple. Did they ever treat him as one of their own? Elder Lu, there's no need to ask any more questions. I've asked everything I wanted to ask and he won't say anything, Ling Yi said. Elder Lu, Great Tycoon, as a disciple of the Azura Palace, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. Let's just forget about this matter. Don't become Jiang Qin's enemy, it won't do us any good, Tan Lang said. His words were indeed for the sake of Shura Temple. After returning from the southern continent, he had gained a better understanding of Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Qin's cultivation base was still weak, it was still not a good thing to make an enemy of a man like him. During the past 2 days, Ling Yi had asked about Jiang Qin's background more than once. Of course, Tan Lang wouldn't tell him about Jiang Qin's background. As for the other things Tan Lang wanted to tell him, but he had no idea. Bastard. As a disciple of Shura Temple, How could you collude with an outsider? Not only that, you're also destroying our own morale. That guy is only a first-grade combat king. What makes him think that he can fight with Shura Temple? The tycoon who was the closest to Tan Lang shouted out. He raised his leg and kicked Tan Lang, causing Tan Lang to cough up a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Tan Lang kept coughing. He didn't care about the pain on his body, but the sadness in his heart couldn't be described with words. This was the sect he belonged to, and these people in front of him were the people he used to admire. This was too fucking sad. In my opinion, we should use Tan Lang as bait to force the Jiang Chen to show himself. One of them coldly harumphed and said, don't waste your time. I don't know Jiang Chen at all, so he won't show himself for me. You won't be able to find him. Tan Lang burst into laughter. At this point he had already disregarded life and death. Jiang Chen had once saved his life and now it was time for him to return the favor. Furthermore, in Tan Lang's opinion, Jiang Chen really didn't have any weight in his heart. So, why would Jiang Chen show himself for him when he knew that he was being forced to do so? That was no different than courting death. Chapter 511. For the sake of that Jiang Chen, Tan Lang didn't hesitate to endure the torture and didn't tell us anything about Jiang Chen. This proves that his relationship with Jiang Chen isn't ordinary. Therefore I suggest we use Tan Lang to lure Jiang Chen out. Ling Yi said. That's right. Since that Jiang Chen likes to fight for justice, he can't just watch Tan Lang die. In my opinion, we should release the news and give him 3 days. If that Jiang Chen doesn't show up, we will kill Tan Lang. Someone said, agreeing with Ling Yi's suggestion. No, I object to it. The white-haired old man who had a cultivation base similar to Xianhuan Feng, a 9th-grade combat king, immediately rejected the suggestion. He looked around and said, Tan Lang is after all a disciple of our Shura Temple. If we use our own disciple as a hostage, our Shura Temple can't afford to lose face. Elder Lu, what should we do then? Someone asked. Elder Lu was a man of virtue and prestige. Although his position was second only to the great tycoon Xianhuan Feng, his words still carried a lot of weight. The other tycoons had no choice but to listen to him. There isn't any good solution. Let's continue searching for Jiang Chen and that monk. I believe the other 3 major powers are looking for them as well. They have offended 4 major powers in the Liang province at the same time. I would like to see how long they can hide. As for Tan Lang, this disciple is already crippled. I can see the resentment toward the Shura Temple in his eyes. If that's the case, we can use him as a bait. Throw him into the freezing hell jail and let him perish on his own. Elder Lu said. His words had decided Tan Lang's fate. Upon hearing the name freezing hell jail, even the tycoons on the scene couldn't help but shiver. The freezing hell jail, just from the name itself, one could tell how terrifying it was. It was the place where the Azura Palace locked up felons. The environment inside was extremely harsh, and anyone who was imprisoned in there would only have one ending, death without exception. Rather than locking Tan Lang up in the freezing hell jail to fend for himself, it would be better to just kill him. Elder Lu, in my opinion, although Tan Lang is in the wrong, I don't think he should be subjected to such torture. If he really holds a grudge against the Azura Palace, we can just kill him and give him a quick death. Why torture him like this? No matter what, he is still a disciple of the Azura Palace. The 3rd Taibao was a fat man and his cultivation base was very strong. However, the weight of his words in this place was not enough to be mentioned in the same breath as Xiaonan Feng and Elder Lu. However, the 3rd Taibao felt that it was indeed a little cruel to imprison a core disciple in the freezing hell jail. 3rd brother, since when did you become so merciful? This matter has been decided. We can also use Tan Lang as a bait and spread the news that Tan Lang has been imprisoned in the freezing hell jail. If that Jiang Chen knows about this, he might not be able to sit still. The 1st Taibao Xiaonan Feng said. He had made the decision immediately. Someone wanted to say something, but Xiaonan Feng had already stood up and left. On the next day, when the 4 major powers were still searching for Jiang Chen and Tyrant, a piece of news came out from the Shura Temple. A core disciple of the Shura Temple had colluded with the enemy, causing the death of many genius disciples of the Shura Temple, causing an immeasurable loss to the Shura Temple. Hence, Tan Lang had been imprisoned in the freezing hell jail as punishment. The news immediately caused a wave of sigh. A genius of a generation had met his end just like that. Tan Lang could be considered as one of the disciples who had recently risen to fame among the core disciples. He had a bright future ahead of him. If everything went smoothly in the future, he would be able to live a good life even in the Shura temple. But now he had encountered such a situation. The freezing hell jail of the Shura temple was as famous as the 13 Taibao of the Shura temple. Even if one wasn't a disciple of the Shura temple, he would still be very familiar with the freezing hell jail. Whenever the name of the jail was mentioned, it would send shivers down one's spine. The freezing hell jail of the Shura temple was built specifically for those who had committed grave mistakes. However, this freezing hell jail was rarely used for disciples of the Shura temple. Most of the time, it was used for the enemies of the Shura temple. All the ferocious demon beasts and the enemies that the Shura temple wanted to kill would be thrown into the freezing hell jail to fend for themselves. It could be said that the freezing hell jail was a symbol of death, and it wasn't a quick death but a death of torture. Sigh, it's such a pity for Tan Lang. However, the Shura temple has gone too far this time. No matter what, Tan Lang is still a core disciple of the Shura temple. Even if he has committed a grave mistake, he shouldn't be sentenced to death, let alone being thrown into the freezing hell jail. That's right. The punishment is indeed too severe. Tan Lang is completely done for this time. He will definitely be tortured to death in the freezing hell jail. It's highly possible that the Shura temple is doing this to lure Jiang Qin out. However, I don't think it's realistic. Jiang Qin is a ruthless person, and he doesn't seem to have a close relationship with Tan Lang. There's no way he will show himself for Tan Lang. After all, the Liang province is currently surrounded by an inescapable net. The 4 major forces are looking for Jiang Qin and the monk everywhere. As long as they show themselves, they will definitely die. Many people were talking about how Jiang Qin was the reason why Tan Lang was in such a predicament today. There was no doubt about it. On Heaven Hawk Island, De Huang Dog had just returned from his investigation. He brought back news about Tan Lang. After hearing the news, Jiang Qin's face was instantly filled with endless anger. I have to save him, Jiang Qin said without any hesitation. Young Master Jiang, the freezing hell jail is located inside the Shura temple. Tan Lang will definitely die if he is thrown into the freezing hell jail. There's no way to save him. Xuanhuan shook his head and said, if there's no other way, then think of another way. Jiang Qin said indifferently. He and Tan Lang had only met twice, so there was no friendship between them. However, Jiang Qin was very fond of Tan Lang because Tan Lang's character suited him very well. Moreover, Tan Lang was thrown into the freezing hell jail because of Jiang Qin. It could be said that Jiang Qin was the one who caused it. If Jiang Qin had helped Tan Lang kill Xuanhuan and brought his head back, Tan Lang might have become one of the 13 gangsters by now. As for the fact that Jiang Qin had defeated Ling Yi and chopped off his arm, it had nothing to do with Tan Lang. However, everyone knew that Jiang Qin was the helper Tan Lang had invited. Therefore, Tan Lang still couldn't escape from the calamity. Jiang Qin didn't like owing favors, and he hated it even more when his friends suffered because of him. Tan Lang couldn't be considered as his brother, at least he couldn't be compared to Nangong Wendian and Han Yan. However, he was still the first friend he had made after arriving in the Divine Continent. If Tan Lang was tortured and killed because of Jiang Qin wouldn't feel good about it. Brother Jiang, as far as I know, the Shura temple is filled with powerful warriors. There are countless combat kings and there are even powerful combat emperors. With our abilities, if we try to break into the Shura temple, we'll be throwing our lives away. Tyrant said. Now that Tan Lang was locked up in the freezing hell jail, it was like a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames. They wouldn't be able to break into the freezing hell jail no matter what. Jiang Qin knitted his brows, but he didn't say anything. Tyrant and Jiang Qin knew that Jiang Qin was deep in thought, so they didn't dare to say anything to disturb him. Psychologically, they supported Jiang Qin, and they knew that regardless of whether they supported him or not, Jiang Qin would still do it. From a certain point of view, both of their lives were saved by Jiang Qin, and since Jiang Qin was able to save a complete stranger like them, it was only natural that he would want to save his friend, Tan Lang. From Jiang Qin, they could sense the unyielding and heroic spirit of a man, and it was a kind of magic that only men possessed. Being by Jiang Qin's side, they couldn't help but be attracted to him. After a long while, Jiang Qin's eyes flickered and he said, then we'll find a way to sneak into the Shura temple, and sneak into the freezing hell jail. What? Tyrant and Xuanhuan cried out in surprise at the same time. They looked at Jiang Qin in astonishment, thinking that Jiang Qin must have gone mad for saying such a thing. Putting aside how difficult it was to sneak into the Shura temple, even if they managed to sneak in, how could they sneak into the freezing hell jail? Even if they managed to sneak into the freezing hell jail, rescuing Tan Lang from there would be an impossible task. Jiang Qin, don't you think that's a little ridiculous? Tyrant was a little speechless. Monk, don't tell me you have a better idea? Jiang Chen looked at Tyrant with a smile. Tyrant shook his head. When he saw Jiang Chen's firm attitude, he changed the topic and asked, "What's your plan?" "I'll go with you." Although Tyrant's methods were cruel and brutal, he was definitely a good guy. At the very least, the fact that he dared to ask Jiang Chen to go with him on this nearly impossible task showed that he was not an ordinary person. "No need, I'll go by myself. It'll be a problem if there are too many people. I'll disguise myself as a disciple of the Shura Temple and sneak into the Shura Temple. After that, I'll think of a way to sneak into the freezing hell jail," Jiang Chen said. "Young Master Jiang, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task to sneak into the Shura Temple." Xuanhuan frowned. "I've mastered a bone transfiguration technique, which allows me to change my appearance and look like someone else. After I get out of here, I'll hide outside the Shura Temple and wait for an opportunity. I'll kill an ordinary disciple, then I'll change my appearance and sneak into the Shura Temple," Jiang Chen said. As the greatest saint under the heavens, he knew a lot of secret techniques, so it was very easy for him to change his appearance. However, the conditions for using the bone transfiguration technique were extremely harsh, as it required an enormous amount of spatial energy to support it. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had broken through to the Combat King realm, which was more than enough for him to use the bone transfiguration technique. "What the fuck, is it really that amazing?" Da Huang Dog's eyes lit up. "Why don't you change into this Master Dog's appearance first?" "Get lost." Jiang Chen angrily glared at Da Huang Dog. He had spent so much effort to use the bone transfiguration technique, only to end up looking like a dog. He was not that stupid. "We Buddhists also have the bone transfiguration technique. It says that once you change your appearance, not only will your appearance change, even your aura will undergo a true transformation. However, this secret technique is extremely harmful to the soul, and each time you use it, it will consume your blood essence. Furthermore, it can only last for 3 days at most," Tyrant said. "That's right. The bone transfiguration technique can only last for 3 days, so I only have 3 days to save Tan Lang." Chapter 512. "But, Brother Jiang, I really don't understand. With your first-grade Combat King cultivation base, even if you can enter the freezing hell jail, how are you going to rescue Tan Lang?" Tyrant asked with a frown. His words were filled with worry. Xuanhuan was even more nervous. The freezing hell jail was the most important place in the Shura Temple, and it was extremely difficult for anyone to get close to it. If they wanted to rescue someone from there, they would definitely alarm the entire Shura Temple. At that point of time, even a 9th-grade Combat King wouldn't be able to do it, let alone Jiang Chen. "I have my own way." A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He would never fight a battle that he had no confidence in. Furthermore, the thought of breaking into the Shura Temple and rescuing someone from the freezing hell jail made his blood boil. Tyrant and Xuanhuan looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Although they had only known Jiang Chen for a few days, they had a certain understanding of Jiang Chen. This man didn't look like a 17 or 18-year-old teenager, but more like a cunning old fox. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and they were as deep as a tunnel, giving him an astute look. Furthermore, they could sense a confidence and calmness from Jiang Chen. No matter what kind of situation he was in, his face would always be filled with confidence and calmness. "Don't worry, since he said it, I'm sure he'll be able to do it," Da Huang Dog said with a smile on his face. It seemed like there was nothing that Jiang Chen couldn't do. This guy had created countless miracles throughout his journey, and this time he would definitely be able to sneak into the Shura Temple. The longer Tan Lang stays in the freezing hell jail, the more danger he will face. "I'll leave now, and you guys will stay in Heaven Hawk Island for the next 3 days," Jiang Chen said. "If that's the case, you have to be careful." Tyrant patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Sneaking into the Shura Temple was tantamount to infiltrating the enemy's territory, entering the tiger's den. How dangerous would the process be? One could imagine it even with their toes. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen disappeared from the Heaven Hawk Island. With his ability, it was extremely easy for him to leave the chaotic ocean without being discovered. Young Master Jiang's courage is truly admirable. Xuanhuan could not help but sigh. What Jiang Chen had done was not something an ordinary person could do. Wherever he goes, he can poke a hole in the sky. Da Huang Dog grinned. The Shura Temple was located in the northwestern region of Liang Province. It dominated a large mountain range. The mountain range was thousands of miles wide. Fog lingered in the sky all day long, and the chi of heaven and earth was dense. It was like a paradise. Within the Shura temple there were many palaces. There were even some ancient buildings floating above the clouds. They were surrounded by colorful lights, and it was like a paradise. Right at this moment, at the outermost area of the mountain range, a white-clothed figure appeared like a ghost. His speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Why does it seem like something is going on? Outside the Shura temple, 4 disciples who were guarding the mountain were teasing each other. One of them suddenly turned his head towards Jiang Qin, but he couldn't see anything. "Xiangyang, you're just being paranoid. What's going on?" "That's right, this is the Shura temple. Who dares to stay here for no reason? Isn't that just looking for trouble for themselves?" The other 2 disciples teased. All 4 of them were divine core warriors, and they were outer circle disciples of the Shura temple. Today it was their turn to guard the mountain. "Damn it, tomorrow is the outer circle competition, but we're here guarding the mountain. This is so depressing." The young man called Xiangyang cursed. "Xiangyang, you're just a mid-divine core warrior. What does the outer circle competition have to do with you?" Another disciple mocked. "Why wouldn't it have anything to do with me? Anyone can participate in the outer circle competition, and every year the champion of the outer circle competition will have a chance to receive an enlightenment from the palace chief himself, allowing him to break through to the combat soul realm and become an inner circle disciple," Xiangyang said. From his words, it was obvious that he wasn't satisfied with his current position. The 4 men were chatting casually, but most of them were talking about tomorrow's outer circle competition. A few minutes later, Xiangyang inadvertently saw a bright light appear at the foot of the mountain. It seemed like a human figure was moving about. "There really is something going on," Xiangyang said. "I say, can you not be so surprised?" Someone was dissatisfied. Xiangyang murmured to himself and didn't say anything else. When he recalled the bright light he saw just now, he started wondering if there was some kind of treasure, and he immediately felt happy. If he could find some kind of treasure, it would be his great fortune, and perhaps it was an opportunity given by the heavens. If he could seize this opportunity, he might be able to shine brightly in tomorrow's outer circle competition. "You guys stay here and watch, I'll go take a look," Xiangyang said as he flew down the mountain. The other 3 continued to talk, not paying any attention to Xiangyang. Soon, Xiangyang excitedly arrived at the place where Jiang Chen was. To his surprise, he didn't find any treasure, but he found a young man in white. "You!" Xiangyang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Jiang Chen grabbed his neck, and he couldn't say a word. "I'm Jiang Chen. You better not shout or I'll let you die a horrible death," Jiang Chen said coldly. Xiangyang felt the strong king's aura from Jiang Chen's body, and was immediately scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to resist at all. Right now Xiangyang was filled with regret. Although he was just an outer circle disciple of the Shura temple, he still knew what had happened in the past few days. Most people in the Liang province knew the name Jiang Chen, and he thought he had found some kind of treasure or fortune. Little did he know, his doomsday had arrived and he had bumped into a jinx. "Tell me, what's your name? What's your status in the Shura temple?" Jiang Chen asked. "My name is Xiangyang. I'm just an ordinary outer circle disciple of the Shura temple," Xiangyang answered honestly. "What's that blonde-haired young man's name?" Jiang Chen asked again. "That's Wang Zhan. He's also an outer circle disciple. He's the same as me, a mid-divine core warrior," Xiangyang said. "Is the Shura temple going to hold the outer circle competition tomorrow?" Jiang Chen asked again. Yes. Xiangyang didn't know why Jiang Chen asked him these questions, but he didn't dare show any hesitation. This jinx had even chopped off the arm of the 8th tycoon Ling Yi. It wasn't hard to imagine how ferocious this jinx was. After that, Jiang Chen asked Xiangyang a few more questions he needed to know. After that, he nodded his head in satisfaction. "Let me ask you, do you want to die?" Jiang Chen asked with a grin on his face. "No, I don't want to die." Xiangyang shook his head. What a joke, who would want to die for no reason? "Fine, since you answered my questions well, I won't kill you." After saying that, Jiang Chen pointed his finger at Xiangyang's forehead. Xiangyang rolled his eyes and fainted. After that, Jiang Chen placed Xiangyang's body into his storage ring, then he placed the storage ring into his qi. Xiangyang was a divine core warrior, so he wouldn't die after being placed in the storage ring for 3 days. Jiang Chen didn't have any grudges with Xiangyang, and Xiangyang wasn't a threat to him. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in killing an outer circle disciple with a divine core cultivation base. He would release Zhang Yang in 3 days when the competition was over. Damn it, what the hell is Zhang Yang doing? Wang Zhan couldn't help but curse. Let's go and have a look. What is this guy doing? Another man said. After that, the 3 men immediately flew down the mountain. Right now, Jiang Chen's bones were cracking, his facial muscles were twisting, and his body was transforming. The entire process was extremely frightening. When Wang Zhan and the other 2 arrived, Jiang Chen had completely transformed into Zhang Yang. Hey Zhang Yang, what are you doing here? Wang Zhan asked. Haha, I suddenly comprehended the profound meaning of cultivation here, that's why I was immersed in it. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Even his voice was the same as Zhang Yang's. Comprehending the profound meaning of cultivation? Fuck you with your talent, there's no way you can comprehend it. Wang Zhan looked down upon Zhang Yang. Wang Zhan, how dare you talk to me like this? Believe it or not, I'll slap you to death. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. Then, an energy wave suddenly burst out from his body. Wang Zhan and the other 2 men wanted to mock Jiang Chen again, but when they sensed the energy wave, their expressions changed dramatically. Late Divine Core Realm? You've broken through? Wang Zhan was startled. Of course, I told you, I've comprehended the profound meaning of cultivation, that's why I broke through to the Late Divine Core Realm. Tomorrow, I'll participate in the Outer Circle competition and take first place. With an arrogant expression, Jiang Chen said, the 3 of you better show me some respect when you talk to me or else I'll teach you a lesson. This was the scene that Zhang Yang had been fantasizing about, and Jiang Chen had perfectly acted it out. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to get close to the freezing hell jail, and tomorrow's Outer Circle competition had given him a great opportunity. Jiang Chen waved his hand and walked up the mountain, leaving behind Wang Zhan and the other 2 men who were dumbfounded. Anger could be seen on all 3 men's faces, but none of them dared say anything. They knew that Zhang Yang, who had broken through to the Late Divine Core Realm, was no longer at the same level as them. He was now qualified to participate in the Outer Circle competition. Damn it, look at how arrogant he is. Didn't he just break through to the Late Divine Core Realm? It's as if he has taken first place in the Outer Circle competition. That's right, Daddy will wait for him to embarrass himself in the Outer Circle competition tomorrow. Despicable. Despicable. What a joke. These 3 men were whispering, but none of them could escape from Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen turned around and walked in front of these 3 men. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and slapped each of them in the face. You 3 bastards, how dare you speak ill of Daddy behind my back? You're courting death. Jiang Chen was extremely arrogant, and he had to show off his arrogant attitude. Firstly, he didn't have a good impression of those from the Shura Temple, and secondly, this was one of the methods he could use to enter the freezing hell jail. We dare not, senior disciple Zhang Yang, we won't do it again. One of the men immediately bowed to Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, when a man is under a low roof, he has no choice but to lower his head. Chapter 513. Wang Zhan and the other disciple were also trembling with fear. Jiang Chen's slap had caused them to feel a burning pain on their faces. The 3 of them looked at Zhang Yang, and they felt as if he had suddenly become a different person. He was not the Zhang Yang they knew. Jiang Chen turned around and walked up the mountain without looking back. Soon after, he disappeared from their sight. Following the directions he asked Zhang Yang, Jiang Chen soon found the courtyard where Zhang Yang lived. There were a total of 6 rooms in the courtyard, and 6 disciples lived in each room. Outer Circle disciples who hadn't broken through to the Combat Soul Realm were not qualified to have their own courtyard. It was evening and some disciples who had gone out had returned. There were 3 men in the courtyard and they were sitting around a stone table talking excitedly. Obviously, they were talking about the Outer Circle competition tomorrow. When the 3 men suddenly saw Zhang Yang return, one of them immediately asked, Zhang Yang, isn't it your turn to guard the mountain today? Why are you back so early? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the disciple with a lung expression. With a rude tone, he said, Daddy came back early because I'm in a bad mood, what does that have to do with you? The fuck? Did this guy eat gunpowder? The 3 of them were dumbfounded and then they were infuriated. Although they lived in the same monastery, there was always open strife and veiled strife between them, each wanting to suppress the other. In truth, Zhang Yang's position in the monastery wasn't very high. Even amongst the Outer Circle disciples of the Shura Temple, Zhang Yang was just an ordinary man. Plus, he was a coward and he had been bullied many times. Fuck you, Zhang Yang, did you eat gunpowder? I'm talking to you nicely, but don't be so shameless. Who do you think you are? The disciple who asked Jiang Qin just now was furious. He suddenly stood up from his seat and walked toward Jiang Qin, then he pointed his finger at Jiang Qin's nose and scolded him. Slap. Without saying anything, Jiang Qin raised his hand and slapped the disciple. The disciple didn't even have the chance to react, and was instantly sent flying away by Jiang Qin's slap. This was the reason why Jiang Qin showed mercy. If he hadn't, the slap would have killed the disciple. Thump. The disciple landed right on the stone table in the distance, smashing it into pieces. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? The other two men immediately cried out in shock. They stared at Jiang Qin with their eyes wide open, and their faces were filled with shock. This Xianxia, who looked like an ordinary man, had actually hit someone today, and with just a single slap, he had sent a mid-divine core warrior flying away. If they didn't witness this with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Jiang Qin let out a cold snort and purposely unleashed his aura. Both men immediately sensed the aura of a late divine core warrior, and their expressions changed dramatically. Right at this moment, the man who was sent flying stood up from the ground. He wanted to curse out loud, but when he sensed the change in Jiang Qin's aura, his face immediately turned pale, and he didn't dare say anything. Strength reigned supreme. This was an unchanging principle no matter where one went. The bigger the sect, the more intense the internal conflicts. If you were strong, you would be respected. On the contrary, if you were weak, you would be bullied. You've broken through to the late divine core realm? One of the men asked with a trembling voice. He was extremely shocked. When Zhang Yang left the sect this morning, he was still a mid-divine core warrior, but after staying in the sect for just one day, he had broken through. This was unbelievable. More importantly, even if Zhang Yang had broken through to the late divine core realm, how could a man have such a huge change? This Zhang Yang in front of them was a stranger. It was as if he was a completely different person. Good that you know. Jiang Qin glared at the three men, then he walked over to a chair beside the broken stone table. He crossed his legs, then he said to the three men, "You three go spread the news for Daddy right now. Tell him that I, Jiang Qin, am going to fight for first place in the outer circle competition. Tell those men to surrender as soon as possible when they meet me on the fighting stage tomorrow. If not, I'll kill them." What? Fight for first place in the outer circle competition? The three men were startled once again. For a moment they couldn't understand what Jiang Qin meant. What are you waiting for? Are you looking for a beating? Jiang Qin shouted out coldly. The three men shuddered, and without hesitation, they immediately turned around and left the courtyard. Looking at the three men leaving, an eerie smile emerged on Jiang Qin's face. This was just the first step to saving Tan Lang. The next step was to find a way to enter the freezing hell jail. This outer circle competition was his chance to enter the freezing hell jail. Damn it, how did this Zhang Yang become so strong all of a sudden? He's too arrogant. I really didn't expect him to be so arrogant. This bastard is usually a yes man, and he's as timid as a mouse. Now that he has broken through to the late divine core realm, he's really arrogant, and he wants to fight for first place in the outer circle competition? What a joke. A guy who has just broken through to the divine core realm wants to fight for first place in the outer circle competition? I'm afraid he won't even know how he died. He asked us to spread the news for him, so we'll just promise him. We'll spread the news everywhere. In the outer circle, even those top 10 geniuses wouldn't dare say something like this. Those real geniuses will definitely teach him a lesson tomorrow. After the three men left, they couldn't help but gnash their teeth in anger. Today was really depressing for them. They had never been humiliated like this before, and it was all because of Zhang Yang. In just an hour, the news about Zhang Yang breaking through to the late divine core realm, and how he said he would fight for first place in tomorrow's outer circle competition had spread across the entire outer circle. The outer circle competition was a big event in the Shura temple, and since it was just around the corner, many disciples who had gone out for training had returned, especially those real geniuses who were preparing to fight for first place in the outer circle competition. Not only did the three men follow Jiang Qin's instructions, they even added details to the story, saying how arrogant Zhang Yang was, and how he didn't take those real geniuses seriously. They even said that whoever bumped into him tomorrow would have to kneel down and kowtow to him. If not, they wouldn't even have a chance to leave the stage. What Zhang Yang said really infuriated all the real geniuses, especially those who were half a step into the combat soul realm. Those who had just broken through to the late divine core realm couldn't compare with them, let alone a disciple like Zhang Yang who had always been a nobody. Those real geniuses didn't take him seriously at all. Damn it, who is this Zhang Yang? How come Daddy has never heard of him? How dare he speak such arrogant words? Daddy is going to teach him a lesson right now. I'll make sure he doesn't even have the chance to participate in the outer circle competition. A hot-tempered outer circle disciple was the first one who couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to cause trouble for Zhang Yang on the spot. This Zhang Yang is insane. Is there something wrong with his brain? Even if he's lucky enough to break through to the late divine core realm, he can't say something like this. Isn't he just courting death? I know this Zhang Yang, he's a very cowardly guy, and his talent can't be any more ordinary. It's already surprising that he could break through to the late divine core realm, but why would he say something like this? He's courting death. A guy who has just broken through to the late divine core realm wants to fight for first place in the outer circle competition? Where are those top 10 outer circle disciples who are half a step into the combat soul realm? He's dead meat, no one will be able to save him this time. The entire outer circle was in an uproar. Tomorrow was the day of the outer circle competition, and today was supposed to be the calm before the storm. But now there was no way to enjoy the calm before the storm because a reckless guy was courting death. The sky had turned dark, and the moonlight was shining down. Jianghu was sitting leisurely in his courtyard. No one knew what he was thinking about in his deep eyes. He was in the tiger's den and he was still able to remain calm. Perhaps only Jianghu could do this in the entire world. Which one of you is Zhang Yang? Get your ass out here right now. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded out from outside. After that, many people rushed into the courtyard. Most of them were here to watch the show, and the main character was a fat man who stood in front of the crowd. The fat man had an oily face, and he weighed more than 150 kilograms. However, his cultivation level wasn't weak, at least amongst the outer circle disciples. He was a late divine core warrior, and he had been at the late divine core realm for quite some time. He had a solid foundation. You're that Zhang Yang who's tired of living? When the fat man saw Jianghu, he immediately asked, "Who's the pig that wasn't tied up properly? How dare you come here and talk to your grandpa Zhang Yang while standing? Do you believe I won't break your legs?" Jianghu gazed at the fat man and said with an indifferent tone. Hearing this, even the fat man was startled, and those who came here to watch the show were startled as well. Even the three guys who helped Jianghu spread the news were startled once again. They knew Jianghu was arrogant, but they didn't expect him to be this arrogant. Arrogant, he's too damn arrogant. I didn't believe him before, but now I do. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Isn't he just breaking through to the late divine core realm? Is there really a need to be so arrogant? A typical arrogant man, he doesn't even put senior disciple Luo Song in his eyes. He actually called senior disciple Luo Song a pig. This is a taboo for senior disciple Luo Song. Many people had an impulse to step forward and leave a huge footprint on Jiangchu's face. They couldn't think of a reason for Zhang Yang to be so arrogant. Could it be that he had been cultivating alone for too long, and after suddenly breaking through to the divine core realm, he felt like he had finally seen the day where he could show off? But what was the difference between this and courting death? As the saying went, if you don't court death you won't die. In the minds of these outer circle disciples, Zhang Yang was a typical example of courting death. Bastard! Luo Song suddenly roared out furiously. His eyes were so wide open that they were bigger than a camel's bell. It looked like he really wanted to eat this guy in front of him. Luo Song, was a famous man in the outer circle, and anyone who saw him would respectfully call him senior disciple Luo. This bastard in front of him had only broken through to the divine core realm, but he didn't take him seriously and even called him a pig. Chapter 5:14. Zhang Yang, you're just like an ant. You were trash in the past and you're still trash now. How dare you disrespect me, Luo Song? I'll cripple you right now, and you won't even have the chance to participate in the competition tomorrow. Luo Song was furious and he spoke with a stern voice. The energy of a late divine core warrior burst out from his body like a tidal wave, blowing away all the broken pieces of the stone table. Many people couldn't help but take a few steps back when they sensed the powerful energy. The three disciples who were Zhang Yang's roommates had gloating expressions on their faces, and at the same time, they felt like their anger had been vented. Jiangchu had been yelling at them and he had even beaten them up. But now Luo Song was going to teach Jiangchu a lesson. Bang! Luo Song was indeed a man with great strength. Without hesitation he threw a punch toward Jiangchu's face. But too bad, even though he was strong, he was only a divine core warrior, and he only had some reputation in the outer circle of the Shura temple. The gap between him and Jiang Chen was like night and day. A late divine core clown was acting arrogantly in front of a first-grade combat king warrior. This was the same as courting death. Jiang Chen was still sitting on the chair with one leg crossed over the other. He looked at Luo Song, who was in front of him with an imposing aura and powerful punch, as if he was looking at a baby crawling in front of him. Bam! Right when Luo Song was about to arrive in front of Jiang Chen kicked out with lightning speed. The kick landed right on Luo Song's lower abdomen. Followed by a miserable shriek, Luo Song was knocked flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He landed 30 meters away from Jiang Chen, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. His body that weighed over 300 kilograms was trembling on the ground, making him look like a giant tortoise. Wow! Luo Song felt as if all his internal organs were about to shatter. He opened his mouth and threw up a huge amount of blood, especially his abdomen. The tearing pain made him feel like he was better off dead than alive. My Chi-Si, no! In the next moment, Luo Song let out another heart-wrenching cry. He didn't care about the pain in his body, because he was shocked to find out that his Chi-Si had been destroyed by Jiang Chen's kick. The Yuan energy in his body started leaking like a deflated balloon, and in just a few breaths of time, it had completely disappeared. In an instant, Luo Song became disheartened, and he was filled with despair. His Chi-Si was destroyed. That meant he was completely crippled. For a divine core warrior, this was worse than death. It wasn't difficult to imagine that from now on, his world would be plunged into endless darkness. The Azura Palace would never raise a useless man. All the onlookers who were waiting to watch a good show gasped. Each and every one of them looked at Jiang Chen, who was still sitting on the chair as if nothing had happened. They felt dizzy, as if they were dreaming. How could a man undergo such a huge change in such a short period of time? Oh heavens, he has become so strong. How is this possible? Impossible, this is impossible. When he left this morning, he was only a mid-divine core warrior. I fought him before and he couldn't even defeat me. Even if he has broken through to the divine core realm, he can't be this strong. Senior disciple Luo Song is a famous warrior from the outer circle, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Everyone were shocked. For them, this situation was really hard to accept. You were disrespectful to me. Destroying your Chi-Si is just a small punishment. You damn fat pig, from now on, you've become a useless piece of trash. You don't even deserve to sleep with daddy. Jiang Chen said in a lungling manner. His words weren't polite at all. He was clearly attracting hatred, and he wanted the entire world to hate him. This was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. He wanted to make everyone hate him and make them feel like killing him was a form of forgiveness. What? Destroyed his Chi-Si? Damn it, this Xiangyang is just too cruel. We're all disciples from the same sect, and there isn't any deep hatred between us, so why did he have to kill Luo Song? Destroying his Chi-Si means he's finished. Why did this guy suddenly become so cruel and merciless? According to what I know, he and Luo Song didn't know each other before this, but now he destroyed Luo Song's Chi-Si. He's basically crippled. This is too cruel. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Many of their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Jiang Chen. The coward in their hearts had now become an arrogant and ruthless man. Many of them felt that this ruthless man in front of them was going to amaze the world in tomorrow's outer sect competition. Bring him away and tell those geniuses that they better withdraw from tomorrow's competition. If not, Daddy won't show any mercy. This fat pig is a good lesson for them. Jiang Chen waved his hand at the crowd. His arrogance had reached its peak, and the word, insufferably arrogant, couldn't even be used to describe him. His face really made people want to go up and kick him. Luo Song's Chi-Si had been destroyed with a single kick, so how could the others still dare to stay here? If they angered this evil star, the consequences would be unbearable. One of the disciples who had a good relationship with Luo Song carried Luo Song's body, which weighed more than 300 jin, and took the lead to leave the courtyard. At this moment, Luo Song was dumbfounded, and his eyes were glazed over. He felt that he wouldn't be able to live for the rest of his days. He was actually crippled. He had thought that he would be able to get a good ranking in tomorrow's competition and get some rewards, but now, everything had turned into a mirage, a bubble. While he hated Jiang Chen in his heart, he also regretted impulsively provoking that madman today. In the blink of an eye, the crowd that came to watch the show dispersed. The few disciples who lived in the same courtyard as Zhang Yang also left. They would rather sleep on the streets than stay with an unreasonable madman, as their lives were not guaranteed. After everyone left, a serious expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Today's actions were part of his plan, but the real show would come tomorrow. He couldn't afford to make even the slightest mistake tomorrow, otherwise his plan would fail. The bone transfiguration art could only last for 3 days. He had to enter the freezing hell jail as soon as possible and rescue Tan Lang. "Brother Tan, hold on for one more day. I'll go save you tomorrow," Jiang Chen mumbled to himself. That night, the outer circle was in an uproar once again. The news of Luo Song being crippled had spread like wildfire. Many people were furious as they felt that Zhang Yang had gone too far. Fights between disciples were common in the Shura temple, but this was the first time someone had crippled a disciple's qi. Under normal circumstances, if there was a grudge of life and death, it could be settled in a death match or outside the Shura temple. However, Zhang Yang had never crippled a disciple's qi in such an unbridled manner. Bastard! Is this guy a madman? Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he has some abilities? This is too hateful. I'll definitely teach him a lesson on the fighting stage tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll cripple him in front of everyone. I'll let him have a taste of being crippled. I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Many geniuses were furious. Even the top 10 geniuses in the outer circle rankings had spoken out. They were going to teach Zhang Yang a lesson on the fighting stage tomorrow, and make him pay a heavy price. Early next morning, the outer circle of the Shura temple was bustling with noise and excitement. Many outer circle disciples had arrived at the huge square in the middle of the outer circle. As one of the biggest sects in the Liang province, the Shura temple had a lot of disciples. Just counting the divine core outer circle disciples alone, there were at least a few thousand of them. This wasn't something the eastern continent could compare with. The natural yuan energy here was very dense, and together with the impact of the natural laws, every cultivator was born with a different physique. In the eastern continent, a divine core warrior was very precious, but here divine core warriors could be found everywhere, and they didn't have any status. Dong dong dong, following the beating of the war drums, the square was filled with people. All the disciples had excited expressions on their faces. There were 9 fighting stages in the square, and the competition would be held on these stages. The annual competition is here again. Too bad I still can't show my brilliance. If the disciple gets first place, he will be enlightened by the temple chief himself, and break through to the combat soul realm. The temple chief is a combat emperor warrior. Can you guys guess who will get first place this year? I'm guessing it will be senior disciple Wang Yuan. He's half a step into the combat soul realm, and he's undoubtedly the #1 disciple in the outer circle. Besides, he has been preparing for this for a long time, and he's determined to get first place this time. Not necessarily, senior disciple Tian Liang's cultivation is no weaker than senior disciple Wang Yuan's. Not long ago, he said that he would fight senior disciple Wang Yuan for first place in this competition. Don't forget about that Zhang Yang. I wonder what kind of great opportunity he found. He just broke through to the late divine core realm yesterday, and he immediately crippled Luo Song, who is a late divine core warrior. I heard that he destroyed Luo Song's qi with a single kick. Although he's arrogant and domineering, he's actually very strong. That bastard, he's really cruel. All the senior disciples who are ranked in the top 10 have said that if they fight Zhang Yang, they will definitely teach him a lesson. If that Zhang Yang really dares to fight today, I'm afraid he won't even have the chance to step down from the stage. The competition hadn't even started yet, but everyone had already started talking about the important figures in the competition. The geniuses who were ranked in the top of the outer circle rankings were definitely the topic of discussion. Aside from these geniuses, there was also Zhang Yang, the coward who no one had ever taken seriously. Today the first place is mine. Whoever dares compete with me, Zhang Yang, will have to face death. Chapter 5:15. Many people couldn't stand what he said. Putting aside his cultivation level, just his words alone were enough to incur the hatred of everyone. Jiang Chen's words had successfully attracted everyone's attention, and he became the center of attention before the start of the competition. Numerous gazes landed onto Jiang Chen. Because of Zhang Yang's cowardly nature, and his mediocre cultivation level, not everyone in the outer circle knew who he was. Many people didn't even know who he was, and they only heard of his name yesterday. This guy is Zhang Yang? What gives him the right to be so arrogant? That's right. Look at his stupid face. I wonder what kind of dogshit luck he had to break through to the next level, and now he's trying to get first place in the outer circle? Who does he think he is? Does he really think he is invincible in the outer circle just because he defeated Luo Song? How ignorant. Lower your voice, this guy is a ruthless man. Since he really dares to fight for first place in the outer circle, I'm sure he will have a miserable ending today. None of those in the top 10 are easy to deal with, and if this Xiangyang offends them, he will definitely die. Discussions could be heard everywhere. However, most people dared not speak out loud. After all, Xiangyang had crippled Luo Song in a ruthless way, and their cultivation levels were not as high as Luo Song's. If they offended this ruthless man by speaking out loud, he might just cripple them in a fit of anger. Jiang Qin ignored the crowd and continued walking forward. When he arrived in front of the crowd, he said in a domineering manner, "Move aside, make way for your grandpa." Damn it, this guy was too arrogant. Many people had the urge to rush forward and beat this arrogant guy up, but they managed to hold themselves back in the end. All the late divine core geniuses stared at Jiang Chen with hostility in their eyes, but they didn't attack him. Firstly, they wanted to preserve their strength for the upcoming competition, and secondly, they couldn't help but feel fearful of a man who could cripple Luo Song with a single kick. As for the top 10, they were usually aloof, so they were the last ones to show up. Wang Yuan and Tian Liang, who were at the top of the list, were the focus of the competition. They would only show up at the last moment. About 10 minutes later, 3 old men with powerful auras arrived from the sky and landed on a fighting platform at the center of the square. These 3 old men were all early combat soul warriors, and they were the sect elders who were in charge of the outer circle. Their statuses were extraordinary. After the appearance of the 3 elders, the scene instantly quieted down. Everyone knew that the appearance of the 3 elders indicated that the grand competition was about to begin. Right after the appearance of the 3 elders, many powerful figures came from all directions and quickly landed in front of the crowd. All of them were young men, and their faces were filled with indescribable arrogance. Although they couldn't compare with the Combat Soul Inner Circle disciples and Combat King Core disciples, they were still the best amongst the Outer Circle disciples. All of these men were ranked on the Outer Circle ranking, and they all had extraordinary talents. Furthermore, they were the most popular figures in the Outer Circle competition. Their appearance immediately attracted many heated gazes from the crowd. At the same time, many people threw their gazes onto Jiang Chen. They couldn't find anything about this Jiang Chen that could compete with those ranked on the Outer Circle ranking. Before the competition begins, I want to tell all of you that this year's competition will be the same as the previous years. The champion will be able to meet with the Palace Master personally, and he will personally enlighten them. This is a rare opportunity that even I, the sect elder, don't have the right to do so. The sect elder who stood in the middle said with a loud voice. When the reward for the champion was mentioned, the eyes of all the geniuses ranked on the Outer Circle ranking immediately lit up. It was a great honor to be enlightened by a combat emperor who stood at the top. As long as you are an Outer Circle disciple of the Shura Temple, regardless of your cultivation base, you are qualified to participate in the competition. What I want to say now is that this fighting stage is not a death match, and no one is allowed to kill your opponent. Unless all of you agree to fight to the death, you are free to change the rules of the death match. Alright, Elder Yuan, please announce the rules of the competition. The sect elder said with a loud voice once again. Elder Yuan, who stood next to him, took a step forward. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by an extremely discordant voice. I think the rules of the competition can be changed. The person who spoke was none other than Jiang Chen. He didn't have the time to listen to the long-winded rules, and he also didn't have the time to participate in the Outer Circle ranking competition. He wanted to proceed according to his own plan. Swoosh! With a leap, Jiang Chen landed on one of the fighting stages. He looked around and said in a loud voice, "The champion of this year's competition belongs to me, Jiang Chen. Whoever is not convinced can come up and challenge me. This is the rule of this year's competition. If no one dares to come up and challenge me, the champion will belong to me, and you can compete for the other rankings according to the remaining rules." His words immediately set off a storm in the square. Many people cried out in shock. Even the faces of the 3 elders were filled with anger. As the elders and stewards of the Outer Circle, Jiang Chen's actions were undoubtedly not giving them any face. This was a provocation to their status and identity. That's right. Jiang Chen's face was filled with anger. His words had caused a huge uproar in the square. Damn it, this bastard is too arrogant. He has no respect for anyone. There are so many Outer Circle geniuses, but none of them are worthy of his attention. This is too arrogant. This guy must be crazy. He actually wants to challenge all the outer circle geniuses by himself. He's simply courting death. Let me, your father, teach him a lesson and smash his arrogant face. They couldn't take it anymore. Everyone couldn't take it anymore, especially those geniuses who were ranked on the ranking list. They threw their glances at the arrogant Jiang Chen on the fighting stage, and they realized that they didn't know this guy at all. This guy, who was not famous at all, actually wanted to challenge all the outer circle geniuses? No, he wanted the others to challenge him. This was ridiculous. Who is this bastard? Sect Elder Yuan asked with a cold voice. His name is Zhang Yang, he's just a nobody. It seems like he had some fortuitous encounter yesterday which allowed him to break through to the late divine core realm. After that, he arrogantly declared that he's going to get first place in the outer circle, and he even crippled Luo Song yesterday. He's really arrogant. Another sect elder said. What happened yesterday had caused a huge commotion in the outer circle, and even he knew about it. The outer circle competition has been held for so many years, and there has never been a disciple who disrupted the order of the outer circle competition. Such an arrogant disciple, no matter how much of a genius he is, the Shura temple doesn't want him. Sect Elder Yuan Lung Lung said. After that, he turned to Jiang Chen and shouted, Zhang Yang, the rules of the outer circle competition can't be changed. You've disrupted the order of the competition, I'm going to deprive you of your qualification to participate in the competition, and you'll have to accept my punishment. Get down from the fighting stage right now. As long as you're a disciple of the Shura temple, you have the qualification to participate in the outer circle competition. What right do you have to deprive me of my qualification? I'm doing this to save time during the competition. Since I'm going to get first place in the outer circle competition, you can ask everyone else to admit defeat. With that, I'll be the true first place and you can continue the competition according to the boring rules. Jiang Chen said with a loud voice. He didn't put Sect Elder Yuan in his eyes at all. He was going to act arrogantly to the end. The crowd knew this guy was arrogant since yesterday, but they never thought he would be this arrogant. He didn't even put a combat soul Sect Elder in his eyes. Presumptuous. Sect Elder Yuan was furious. He immediately shouted out, How arrogant! How dare you show no respect to your elders? I'll cripple you with my own hands today as punishment. Hold on. Right when Sect Elder Yuan was about to strike, a voice suddenly sounded out. It came from a genius disciple. His name was Wang Yuan, the #1 disciple in the outer circle competition. Since this guy wants to get first place in the outer circle competition, I'll give him a chance. I'd like to see who dares compete with me, Wang Yuan, for first place today. After saying that, Wang Yuan leapt onto the fighting stage and stood opposite of Jiang Chen. Senior disciple Wang Yuan, kill him. Avenge Luo Song. Don't kill him, just destroy his qi and make him wish he was dead. What's the point of keeping such an arrogant man alive? Jiang Chen's action had undoubtedly aroused the public's anger, but the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He didn't mind it at all. This was exactly what he wanted, including the fight between the #1 genius and himself. It was also what he wanted. Your name is Zhang Yang? Did you hear that? They all want me to kill you, it looks like you've made everyone hate you. Wang Yuan said. Is that so? You want to kill me? Let's have a life and death battle then. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Wang Yuan was startled upon hearing this. He never thought that not only was this crazy man not afraid of him, he even said he wanted to have a life and death battle with him. This was a typical case of someone who didn't know what was good for him. What? You don't dare? Jiang Chen mocked. What a joke, why would I not dare? Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Yuan let out a loud laugh. After that, he turned to the 3 sect elders and said with a loud voice, Sect elders, did you hear that? This arrogant guy wants to have a life and death battle with me. Fine, I'll allow it. A life and death battle. Elder Yuan immediately agreed. In his mind, with Wang Yuan's strength that was half a step into the combat soul realm, even an early combat soul elder like him wouldn't be Wang Yuan's match. Therefore, killing this arrogant Zhang Yang would be a piece of cake for him. Too bad, right after Sect Elder Yuan finished speaking, Jiang Chen had already moved. A bright long sword appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wang Yuan. Swoosh. Chapter 5:16. Swooshed in an instant, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone were shocked, and they stared at the fighting stage with a dumbfounded expression. They felt like they were dreaming. Plop. Wang Yuan's head fell down from the sky and smashed onto his shoulder. Wang Yuan's dead body fell down to the ground, and his head was 3 meters away from him. It was a bloody and brutal scene. Soon the fighting stage was dyed red with blood. Right at this moment, everyone felt it hard to breathe. This was a dramatic scene and no one had expected it to happen. Who would have thought that Xianxia would be so powerful? He killed Wang Yuan with just a single strike, and he didn't even give him a chance to fight back. Oh heavens, what did I just see? The one who died is Wang Yuan. He was killed with just a single strike, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this Xianxia have? Why did he suddenly become so powerful? This is brutal. The number 1 disciple of the outer circle, Wang Yuan, was killed just like that. He had prepared for a whole year just to become the number 1 disciple, but in the end he was killed before he could even fight back. This is just too dramatic. I know that Xianxia, he is a coward with mediocre talent, and he has been stuck at the mid-divine core realm for 2 years now. I heard that he was still at the mid-divine core realm when he was guarding the mountain yesterday. How could he have changed so much in just 1 day? This is really strange. Xianxia suddenly became so arrogant and he is so brutal. It's like he has become a completely different person. What's even more shocking is that he actually has the ability to kill Wang Yuan. Everyone was shocked. The number 1 genius of the outer court, Wang Yuan, had been killed in a second. Moreover, he was killed right after Elder Yuan finished speaking. It couldn't be said that Wang Yuan wasn't strong enough. The number 1 genius of the outer court was not just for show. In this case, it could only mean that Xianxia was too strong. Well, Jiang Qin swung his long sword, then he threw his glance at those geniuses who were on the ranking list. Gasped. Those geniuses who were usually arrogant, gasped. They were so scared by Jiang Qin's provocative look that they took 2 steps back. Although they also wanted to rush up and beat this arrogant guy to death, even Wang Yuan was killed in a second. If they went up, they would not be any better than Wang Yuan. The eyes of the 3 elders were wide open, and it was only at this moment that they came to their senses. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, and it was as if they were seeing Xianxia for the first time. Xianxia, today is the outer sect grand competition, yet you actually killed a fellow disciple. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Elder Yuan berated loudly. With my talent, I, Xianxia, will be the number 1 genius of the Shura Temple in the future. Even the 13 gangsters will become my stepping stones. If you 3 old farts dare to disrespect me, I will trample you to death. I, a genius, will give you a chance to announce that I am the number 1 disciple of the outer circle, then kneel down and kowtow to me. In the future, when I, Xianxia, soar to the top, I will not forget about your benefits. Otherwise, don't even think about having a good life in the future. Jiang Qin was too arrogant. He pointed his sword at the 3 sect elders and shouted. He couldn't help but laugh when he said those arrogant words. Although one needed to have the ability to be arrogant, he was a typical idiot. However, this was exactly what Jiang Qin wanted. Jiang Qin looked at the 3 sect elders. Swoosh, the entire square was in an uproar. Although the crowd thought Xianxia was arrogant, they had still underestimated him. This guy was no longer a human, he was a madman. Even when the great tycoon Xiao Nanfeng rose to prominence, he didn't have the courage to be so arrogant. This guy was only a late divine core warrior, and even if he could defeat an outer circle disciple, he couldn't just ask the sect elders to kneel down before him. He even said that he would use the 13 gangsters as his stepping stones. This was simply disgraceful. The 13 tycoons were the representatives of the Azura Palace. They held the highest position in the Azura Palace, and no one dared to blaspheme the 13 tycoons. No matter how much of a genius Xianxia had shown today, his arrogant and domineering behavior was treacherous. He would definitely be punished by the sect. What a disgraceful young man. I, the sect elder, will personally punish you. Elder Yuan was furious. He unleashed his combat soul aura, then with a sway of his body, he arrived on the fighting stage where Jiang Qin was standing. Bastard, I, the sect elder, will never forgive you. Elder Yuan had never been so angry before, and it was directed at an outer circle disciple. Old fool, do you really think you can kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Without saying anything, Jiang Qin swung the heavenly saint sword toward Elder Yuan. At this moment, Elder Yuan, who was brimming with energy, felt as if his body was being restrained by an invisible force, making it difficult for him to even move. Puchi. A horrifying scene unfolded in front of everyone. Jiang Chen's sharp sword strike had sliced Elder Yuan in half, causing his blood and internal organs to splatter all over the fighting stage. The scene was extremely bloody and brutal, and it made the hearts of those who saw it tremble. So weak. Jiang Chen spat toward Elder Yuan's dead body. Swoosh! The crowd once again became restless. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. Xuanhuan, who was only a late divine core warrior, had just killed an early combat soul elder with just a single strike. This was too shocking, and no one would believe it if they didn't witness it with their own eyes. He killed Elder Yuan. Oh heavens, he's a madman. He actually killed a sect elder during the outer circle competition. This is insane. If this gets out of hand, Xuanhuan will be finished for sure. He has committed a serious crime, and he might even be sent to the freezing hell jail. What a madman. He even killed a sect elder. He doesn't respect the authority of the Shura temple at all. I really don't understand why he would do this. He is able to kill a combat soul warrior with just a divine core cultivation base. A genius like this will definitely be valued by the sect. But he is so arrogant he even killed a sect elder. This is equal to destroying his own future. The Shura temple had existed for many years, but this was the first time someone killed a fellow disciple and a sect elder during the competition. There were many arrogant disciples in the Shura temple, but none of them dared kill a sect elder within the sect, unless they were tired of living. Elder Yuan. The other two sect elders cried out in shock at the same time. Initially they thought Xuanhuan would definitely be killed by Elder Yuan, but never did they expect the result to be like this. Xuanhuan, how dare you kill a sect elder? This is a disgraceful act. You deserve 1,000 deaths. He was a true combat king warrior, although he was hiding it on the surface. Of course, even if he wasn't a combat king warrior and was only a late divine core warrior, he could still easily kill a combat soul warrior with the heavenly saint sword. Puchi. Without any surprise, the last sect elder followed in the footsteps of the other two sect elders, and was sliced in half. 4 corpses were lying on 2 different fighting stages. Blood kept gushing out from their bodies and even their internal organs were tumbling out. It was a bloody and brutal scene. Jiang Qin stood on the fighting stage like a devil king. He didn't feel uncomfortable with the miserable scene beneath his feet at all. Your daddy, am the strongest man in the world. Who's not convinced, just step forward. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. He threw his glance at all the disciples and shouted out loudly. Crazy, this guy has gone completely crazy. Hurry up and call for help from the inner circle. If not, today's situation will get out of hand. 3 sect elders were killed by him. Call for help immediately, we have to take him down. This man is too brutal, he might start a massacre and no one in the outer circle will be able to stop him. Someone has already called for help. Soon, some mighty warriors will be here to suppress him. Everyone couldn't help but back away, none of them dared get close to this crazy man. Some of them had already gone to the inner circle to call for help. Not long after that, 4 powerful figures flew out from the inner circle and landed on the square outside. All of them were young men, geniuses and elites from the inner circle. 3 of them were mid-combat soul warriors, and the last one was a late combat soul warrior. Compared to the 3 sect elders killed by Jiang Qin, they were much stronger. Look, that's senior disciple Song Liangdong, a late combat soul warrior, a peerless genius from the inner circle. The other 3 are mid-combat soul warriors as well. That Xuanhuan is finished. Good. Let's kill this crazy man. With a crazy man like him, the Shura temple will never have a peaceful day. All the outer circle disciples became excited when they saw these people. Even a late combat soul warrior had arrived, and Xuanhuan was just a tiny late divine core warrior. There was no way he could defend himself and he was going to die for sure. When Song Liangdong and the other 3 arrived, they immediately discovered what was happening on the fighting stage. Their expressions changed dramatically. All of them were geniuses who had joined the inner circle from the outer circle, and they were very familiar with the 3 sect elders. They even knew the genius from the outer circle, Wang Yuan. But none of them had expected that all 4 of them would be killed. What was even more shocking was that someone actually dared kill sect elders during the outer circle competition, and not just one. Seeing this, two cold beams shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. Killing intent burst out from his body, and the heavenly saint sword turned into a beam of light as it slashed toward Song Liangdong. His goal today was to cause a disturbance, the bigger the better. He wanted to lure out a mighty warrior who had the ability to open the freezing hell jail. Only with this would he have a chance to enter the freezing hell jail. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid that a real mighty warrior would kill him right away. After all, humans were greedy by nature, and Jiang Chen's continuous breaking through had attracted a lot of people's attention. He believed that many people were interested in the fortuitous encounter he had yesterday, including the 13 gangsters. As long as they didn't decide to kill him on the spot, the freezing hell jail would be the best place for him. Fear could be seen on their faces as they backed away step by step, trying to get as far away from this crazy thug as possible. Jiang Chen casually glanced at these outer circle disciples. He no longer had any interest in them. He had done everything he could today, and with what he had done, there was no way the upper echelons of the Azura Palace would let him go. Furthermore, he had revealed that he had a great fortuitous encounter, so those upper echelons wouldn't kill him right away. Therefore, what awaited him was the freezing hell jail. Only by entering the freezing hell jail himself would he have a chance to save Tan Lang. Not long after that, the inner circle disciple who had run away returned. However, he wasn't alone this time, as he was followed by an extremely powerful man. This man only had one arm, and his face was filled with a strong hostility. Jiang Chen recognized this man with just a single glance. He was none other than the 8th tycoon Ling Yi, who fought against him in the chaotic ocean. Jiang Chen didn't expect to meet such a powerful man. He quickly sheathed the long sword in his hand. The sword he used to chop off Ling Yi's arm was the heavenly saint sword, and it would be bad if this man found out about it. Look, it's senior disciple Ling Yi, the 8th tycoon. Xuanhuan is finished this time. Senior disciple Ling Yi is a 4th grade combat king. It's too bad that senior disciple Ling Yi's arm was chopped off by someone. I heard that an amazing young man named Jiang Qin and a stinky monk have appeared in the chaotic ocean. Right now, all 4 major powers of the Liang province are hunting them down. That Jiang Qin is really despicable. How dare he make our Shura temple his enemy? He's definitely going to die. Although senior disciple Ling Yi has lost an arm, a combat king cultivation base isn't something ordinary people can compare with. No matter how strong this Xuanhuan is, I'm sure he's no match for the 8th tycoon. When they saw the 8th tycoon Ling Yi had appeared, everyone became excited. In the hearts of every disciple of the Shura temple, the 13 tycoons were the existences they respected the most, and they were their idols and life goals. When Ling Yi appeared, he immediately saw the tragic scene on the fighting stage. After that, a furious look emerged in his eyes as he stared at Jiang Chen, who was still standing on the fighting stage in a carefree manner. Senior disciple Ling, it's him. He's Xuanhuan. He's the one who killed so many people. The inner circle disciple said. When he recalled how cruel Jiang Chen was, his voice was trembling. You're only an early combat soul warrior, but you actually have the strength to kill a late combat soul warrior. Furthermore, you were only a mid-divine core warrior yesterday. Tell me, what kind of fortuitous encounter did you find? I'll give you a quick death. Ling Yi spoke with an overbearing attitude, looking down on Jiang Chen. However, just as Jiang Chen had expected, Ling Yi was very interested in the fortuitous encounter that Xuanhuan had found. A fortuitous encounter that could allow a man to experience such a tremendous transformation, allowing him to break through 2 realms in just one day, and also increase his combat strength by a tremendous amount. It must be a heaven-defying encounter. In many people's minds, Xuanhuan must have found some kind of supreme treasure, and that's why he could experience such a transformation. Of course, Ling Yi wanted to know about Xuanhuan's fortuitous encounter. He had lost an arm, and if he could find a way to regrow his arm, he would definitely not miss it. Haha, Ling Yi, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Let me tell you, sooner or later, I'll surpass all of you 13 tycoons. If you kneel down before me now, I'll definitely give you a lot of benefits when I become successful in the future. If you make me your enemy, you'll end up like these guys here. Jiang Chen burst into laughter as he spoke to Ling Yi with a loud voice. Ling Yi was startled upon hearing this. Initially, he thought Xuanhuan would kneel down and beg for his life upon seeing him. Never did he expect that Xuanhuan would look down on him, and his words were even more arrogant than Ling Yi's. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? Or did he really think he could fight a 4th grade combat king warrior with just an early combat soul cultivation base? All the other people were stunned once again. They now believed that Zhang Yang had turned into a madman after having a fortuitous encounter. No ordinary man would ever ask the 8th tycoon to kneel down before him. He was simply courting death. Courting death. Lingyi was enraged. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a dazzling gigantic hand transformed into a gigantic cage, directly trapping Zhang Yang inside. No matter how Zhang Yang attacked, he couldn't break the cage. Seeing this, all the outer circle disciples breathed out a sigh of relief. After all, this guy wasn't heaven-defying enough to fight against King Zhan. "Madman, I can kill you right now," Lingyi said with a loud voice. "Haha, come kill me now. If you don't kill me, I'll grow stronger sooner or later, and that will be the day you die." Jiang Qin burst into laughter. Facing Ling Yi's suppression, he didn't show any fear. "Dream on. With all the crimes you've committed, killing you right now is too easy. I'm going to throw you into the freezing hell jail, and slowly torture you until you die," Ling Yi said with a loud voice. Hearing this, Jiang Qin was overjoyed and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Ling Yi didn't want to kill him right now, but wanted to torture him in the freezing hell jail so that he could tell him about the fortuitous encounter he had. Ling Yi's decision was exactly what Jiang Qin wanted. Fine, throw him into the freezing hell jail, and let him never see the light of day for the rest of his life. He'll be tortured until he dies. That's right. For a madman like him, killing him right now is too easy. We have to let him suffer in the freezing hell jail. After hearing about Ling Yi's punishment for Zhang Yang, the square immediately burst into cheers. They hated and feared this madman at the same time. However, no matter how strong a man was, once he was thrown into the freezing hell jail, he would still die. Although none of them had been to the freezing hell jail before, they had all heard about how frightening it was. Ling Yi made a grabbing motion in the air. The void was torn apart and a black door appeared out of thin air. Even though the crowd was still far away from the door, they could still feel the eerie cold air flowing out from it, causing them to tremble with fear. After that, Ling Yi grabbed Jiang Qin from the air and threw him into the black door. As one of the 13 tycoons of the Shura Temple, each of them had the highest authority, and they could open the door of the freezing hell jail whenever they wanted. During the whole process, Jiang Qin didn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, he was already inside the freezing hell jail. The scene around him suddenly changed. Waves of extremely cold air assaulted him from all directions, causing Jiang Qin to shiver. Immediately, Jiang Qin discovered that not only was the cold air in this place extremely cold, it also had a certain degree of corrosive properties. In order to resist the cold air, one would have to use one's origin energy, and this cold air could even corrode one's origin energy. No wonder there were people who were so afraid of the freezing hell jail. No matter how strong a person was, their origin energy would be completely corroded one day, and at that time what awaited them would be death. Chapter 519. The cold energy in the freezing hell jail was deadly to any ordinary cultivator, but it didn't have any effect on Jiang Qin. Firstly, his body was full of yang energy, and the cultivation of the dragon transformation skill had made him vigorous and vigorous. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the cold energy at all. Although the cold energy in this place was quite intimidating, it was still weaker than the world of glaciers in the island of ice. As for the corrosive nature of the cold energy, Jiang Qin didn't care about it at all. The dragon transformation skill could absorb almost anything in the world, and he could even absorb the poison of the venomous nether toad, let alone this cold energy. Jiang Qin's body trembled, but he quickly stabilized his body. When he looked around, he realized that he was now in another space. This space was extremely gloomy, and the air was filled with haze, making it look like hell. Roar, roar, roars of demonic beasts could be heard. Jiang Qin looked into the distance and saw cages floating around in this huge space. He couldn't tell what kind of material these cages were made of, but they were extremely sturdy. Each of these cages contained criminals, and many of them were powerful demonic beasts. Some of them were covered in blood and their auras were extremely weak. Obviously, they were at their limit, and the cold energy had begun to corrode their bodies. Jiang Qin's expression was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. He strode forward, trying to find the place where Tanlang was locked up. At the same time, he saw the demon beasts in the cages. There were more than a dozen powerful demon beasts here, and the weakest among them was a 2nd-grade demon king, while the strongest was a 5th-grade demon king. There were even stronger demon beasts, but they weren't locked up to this extent. Looking at these demon beasts, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. For him, these powerful demon kings were the best tonic. If he could absorb all their demon souls, he would at least be able to break through to the third-grade combat king realm. Since the freezing hell jail was a huge space, it wasn't easy to find Tan Lang among all these cages. However, as Jiang Chen had used the great soul derivation skill, his senses were extremely sharp. Soon he sensed Tan Lang's aura, and he immediately strode toward him. Roar. Kid, judging from your attire, you should be from the Shura Temple. How did you get locked up here? What big mistake did you commit? Ah. When Jiang Chen arrived in front of a fourth-grade demon king, the demon king immediately said. This demon king was a male lion, a rare beast that possessed a powerful innate ability. If Jiang Chen absorbed its demon soul, he would be able to obtain its innate ability. However, normally when Jiang Chen refined a demon spirit, he would only refine the energy contained within it. As for the innate abilities of the demonic beasts, he would selectively give up on them, unless he came across some extremely powerful innate abilities. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't pay any attention to them. The true dragon combat skill in his possession was already frightening enough, and he also had all the powerful combat skills he knew in his previous life. Therefore, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be interested in ordinary demon beasts' innate abilities. Furthermore, Jiang Chen felt that he should focus on cultivating the true dragon combat skill that he had awakened from the dragon transformation skill. The dragon transformation skill was an extremely mysterious skill, and Jiang Chen felt that cultivating a combat skill that was compatible with the dragon transformation skill would be the right choice. Being able to laugh in a place like this, your mental strength is pretty good. Jiang Chen teased the demon king. However, he could tell that the demon king had been imprisoned for a long time, and was on the verge of a mental breakdown. When he saw a newcomer, he couldn't help but tease him. Bastard, let me tell you, don't even think about leaving this freezing hell jail. You're dead for sure. I can see that you're full of yang energy and you're full of vigor. Why don't you let me eat you and I'll find a way to get out after I've recuperated. This way it's better than both of us dying here. The demon king spoke his mind. He stuck out his long tongue, completely regarding Jiang Chen as a delicious prey. You want to eat me? I'll eat you in a moment. Jiang Chen left these words behind, then strode forward without turning his head back. He was going to refine all the demon beasts imprisoned in this place. To him this was a great opportunity. Jiang Chen walked like a gust of wind, ignoring the cold energy lingering around him. Soon he arrived next to one of the cages. At this moment, a young man was lying paralyzed at the bottom of the cage. His head was drooping and his entire body was covered in blood. The original color of his clothes could no longer be seen. The young man was paralyzed on the spot as if he was a dead man. He didn't move at all. Even though Jiang Chen had already arrived next to the cage, the young man still didn't notice it. If one were to look closely, one would notice that the young man's legs were trembling non-stop, yet he couldn't exert even the slightest bit of strength. They had been forcibly broken. At this moment, the young man was lying quietly on the ground, allowing the cold energy to corrode his body. Seeing this, the rage in Jiang Chen's eyes immediately shot out. He had seen all of Tan Lang's injuries. Tan Lang's injuries were undoubtedly very serious, to the point where his life was in danger. If he were to leave this place to fend for himself, Tan Lang would die in at most 3 days. Tan Lang didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. The yuan energy in his body had been sucked dry, and he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. With such injuries, even if he were to be rescued now, it would be very difficult for him to recover without any divine pills or miraculous medicines. Jiang Chen was truly furious. At this moment, his hatred for the Shura Temple grew stronger. Even though he had heard of Xuanhuan's story, he had only looked down on xuanhuan. But now, he truly felt that there was no need for the Shura Temple to exist anymore. There was no point in keeping a ruthless sect. No matter what, Tan Lang was still a genius disciple of the Shura Temple. Even if he had made a mistake, throwing him into the freezing hell jail was already going overboard. That was the heaviest punishment. But now, not only was Tan Lang imprisoned in the freezing hell jail, he was also being tortured. How could Jiang Chen not be angry? Brother Tan. Jiang Chen called out softly. Tan Lang's body trembled slightly, and he slowly raised his head. His hair was disheveled and his face was extremely pale. His entire body looked extremely weak as if he was going to die at any moment. You, who are you? Tan Lang asked in an extremely soft voice. He didn't know this man in front of him. In fact, it wasn't strange. Although Tan Lang and Zhang Yang were both disciples of the Shura Temple, their cultivation base and status were very far apart. They weren't on the same level at all. It was very normal for Tan Lang to not know Zhang Yang. Jiang Qin pointed his finger like a sword and shot out a pure yuan power directly into Tan Lang's body. At the same time, a golden light shield was formed on the surface of his body, firmly protecting Tan Lang. Jiang Qin said, "It's me, I'm Jiang Qin." Hearing the two words Jiang Qin, Tan Lang seemed to have instantly regained his strength. His eyes widened and his expression became rich. He looked at this stranger in disbelief. This person didn't look like Jiang Qin, but it was Jiang Qin's voice. "Brother Jiang Yu, how did you get in here?" Tan Lang was shocked. He wanted to stand up, but he felt that his legs had been forcefully destroyed, which affected his wounds. Immediately, a painful expression appeared on his face. "You suffered because of me. If I didn't come to save you, wouldn't it be too unreasonable?" Jiang Qin smiled. "Brother Jiang, hurry up and think of a way to leave this place. This place is not something you can imagine. I'm completely crippled right now. Even if you save me, I'll still be a cripple. Don't drag yourself into this. I know what you're capable of. If you have a way to get in here, then you must have a way to get out. I don't want to drag you into this," Tan Lang said. Jiang Qin was startled. He thought that he would make Tan Lang burst with joy when he saved him, but he didn't expect that not only was Tan Lang not excited, he even started to worry about his safety. It was obvious that this man was a genuine person. Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He felt that his trip to the Shura Temple was worth it. Rumble. Right at this moment, a hole suddenly exploded in the air above the freezing hell jail. A figure appeared not far away from Jiang Qin. This person was none other than the 8th Tycoon Ling Yi. "You two are about to die, yet you still have something to talk about?" Ling Yi sneered. "Ling Yi, even if I, Tan Lang, become a ghost, I will haunt you." Upon seeing Ling Yi, Tan Lang said through clenched teeth. His eyes were filled with venomous hatred. He had never hated someone so much in his life. Ling Yi was the first. "Your injuries are all because of him?" Jiang Qin's face turned cold. He had already guessed the truth from Tan Lang's gaze and tone. "Enough with the nonsense. Zhang Yang, it's already your honor that I didn't kill you on the spot. I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you tell me what happened yesterday, I'll give you a chance to live. I won't kill you." Ling Yi snorted coldly. "Fine, I'll tell you." Jiang Qin smiled. "Are you serious?" Ling Yi was overjoyed. He thought he would have to go through a lot of trouble to obtain Zhang Yang's information. He didn't expect Zhang Yang to compromise on his own. "Open your eyes wide and take a good look. My information is that I'm not Zhang Yang." As Jiang Qin spoke, all the bones and muscles in his body began to twist. In just a few breaths' time, he had completely reverted to his original appearance. Who else could it be but Jiang Qin? "It's you?" Chapter 520. Ling Yi was extremely agitated. Only he knew how much he hated Jiang Qin. During the battle in the chaotic ocean, not only had he lost an arm, he had also lost his reputation as the 8th Tycoon. He was a famous man, but he had been defeated by a first-grade combat king. This was something he couldn't accept. For the past few days, whenever Ling Yi thought about Jiang Qin, he would gnash his teeth in anger, wishing he could eat his flesh. Currently, all 4 major powers were searching for Jiang Qin's whereabouts, and he never expected that he would come knocking on their door. If they were outside, he would be afraid of Jiang Qin. However, inside the Shura Temple, he wasn't afraid of Jiang Qin at all. After all, there were too many people in the Shura Temple who could kill Jiang Qin. Although Ling Yi looked arrogant on the surface, he was actually retreating. After all, he knew how strong Jiang Qin was. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't care about Jiang Qin at all. However, now that he had lost an arm, his combat strength was severely affected. There was no way he could be a match for Jiang Qin. At the same time, a spirit talisman appeared in Ling Yi's hand. It was a golden spirit talisman, and as soon as it appeared, he crushed it. Clearly, this was a signaling spirit talisman, and not long after he crushed it, a true expert would appear. Jiang Qin didn't mind Ling Yi's actions at all. No matter how many people came to the Shura Temple today, he wasn't afraid of them. Furthermore, he didn't plan to leave just like that. Furthermore, the freezing hell jail was an important place in the Shura Temple, and if it was forcefully torn open, it would definitely alert the experts of the Shura Temple. Most importantly, with Jiang Qin's current strength, he was still unable to tear open this space. Of course, Jiang Qin had his own ways to do so. "Brother Tan, let me kill him and avenge you first." Jiang Chen smiled at Tan Lang. After that, he turned into a beam of light and dashed toward Ling Yi. Using the spatial shift skill, his speed was extremely fast and he arrived in front of Ling Yi in the blink of an eye. When dealing with Ling Yi, Jiang Chen would never show any mercy. After all, this guy was a 4th grade combat king and would not be easy to deal with. Therefore, Jiang Chen immediately used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. With a single step, the space around him trembled. The silhouette of a dragon flickered beneath Jiang Chen's feet as he stomped down on Ling Yi's head. Sensing the powerful energy pressure coming out from Jiang Chen's body, Ling Yi's expression changed dramatically. Not daring to be careless, he immediately unleashed a huge sphere of light to defend himself. Dong dong dong. Jiang Chen took 3 steps in a row, and with every step he took, he clashed with Ling Yi with the fiercest force. After losing an arm, Ling Yi could no longer bring out his full power. Because of this, he was no match for Jiang Chen at all. Not to mention that Jiang Chen had also unleashed a powerful true dragon combat skill, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Pooh! Ling Yi was knocked back by the tremendous impact, and he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face had turned extremely pale, and his aura had become chaotic. "Ah! Someone come quickly!" Ling Yi roared out. He knew very well how frightening Jiang Chen was, and if no one came to save him, he might be dead by now. However, Jiang Chen would never give him the chance to escape. Right when Ling Yi was roaring, Jiang Chen had already taken the 4th step. The 4th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he was able to use it after breaking through to the Combat King realm. It was hard to imagine how frightening this step was. Boom. This step was like a thunderbolt that struck down from the heavens. All the power of the step collided and smashed onto Ling Yi's head. Ling Yi let out a miserable shriek as his head was crushed by Jiang Chen's stomp. He died on the spot. What? Seeing this, Tan Lang cried out in shock. Jiang Chen had actually killed the 4th grade combat king Ling Yi. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. He had already known that Jiang Chen had broken through to the combat king realm, but a 1st grade combat king killing a 4th grade combat king was simply too shocking. In fact, Jiang Chen's current combat strength was on par with Ling Yi's, and it was not easy to kill him. However, after the battle in the chaotic ocean, Ling Yi had started to fear Jiang Chen. Furthermore, his broken arm had widened the gap between them, and Jiang Chen had unleashed the powerful Azure Dragon's 5 steps. All of these had led to the current situation. Who is this young man? I can't believe he is so brave and powerful, and he actually killed the 8th tycoon. Killing a tycoon in the freezing hell jail, this is the first time someone has done that. This is too awesome. For a moment, the entire freezing hell jail was stirred up. Many demon beasts and criminals threw their gazes at Jiang Chen, their faces filled with disbelief. However, the scene of a tycoon being killed was still very satisfying for them. Who dares to cause trouble in the freezing hell jail? Right at this moment, a deep and resounding voice resounded from the sky above the freezing hell jail. At the same time, dozens of powerful auras descended from the sky. Among these auras, the strongest one was a 7th grade combat king. Jiang Chen could tell from the voice that they were coming from. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen returned to Tan Lang's side. He turned to Tan Lang and said with a smile, "I've avenged you. Brother Jiang, you've really gone too far this time." Ling Yi's death had made Tan Lang happy, but the situation in front of him didn't make him feel happy at all. Now that the true mighty warriors of the Shura Temple had arrived, this place had turned into a prison of death, and there was no way for him to escape. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and the heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand. The sharp edge of the sword slashed forward, and with a loud clang, the cage that was imprisoning Tan Lang was shattered into pieces. He quickly said, "Brother Tan, please enter the internal space of my sword. I'll use the lightning force to help you recover your body. No matter what happens outside, don't let it affect your mind." As Jiang Chen said that, the heavenly saint's sword automatically split open. The heavenly saint's sword was Jiang Chen's natal weapon. After Jiang Chen broke through to the combat king realm, the heavenly saint's sword had also advanced to the king weapon, and a certain internal space had been opened up. Since Jiang Chen dared to come to the freezing hell jail alone, he must have something he could rely on. The heavenly tribulation was his biggest trump card. The lightning tribulation for him to break through to the combat king realm hadn't arrived yet, and now that the mighty warriors of the Shura Temple had arrived, he might as well face the heavenly tribulation together with them. When Jiang Chen first condensed his combat spirit, He had to face the minor tribulation of the 3 heavenly tribulations. This time it would definitely be the intermediate tribulation. What did you say? Tan Lang was startled. He couldn't understand the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. Come in quickly, you'll understand in a moment. Without giving any explanation, Jiang Chen unleashed a suction force from the heavenly saint sword, sucking Tan Lang into it. Initially, Jiang Chen planned to keep Tan Lang in his storage ring and let him out after he left the freezing hell jail. However, since Tan Lang's injuries were too severe, if he could be baptized by the lightning, it would be of great help to his injuries. After all, heavenly lightning was the purest and most masculine energy, and it was the best choice for tempering one's body. Coincidentally, the heavenly saint sword had just become a king weapon, and it wasn't very stable yet. Jiang Chen could use the heavenly tribulation to temper the heavenly saint sword, and Tan Lang could hide inside the heavenly saint sword. With the heavenly saint sword's protection, he wouldn't be harmed by the heavenly tribulation, and he might even obtain some unexpected benefits from it. Right at this moment, dozens of figures descended upon the freezing hell jail. Their gazes immediately fell upon Ling Yi, and they were immediately shocked. After that, they turned to look at Jiang Chen at the same time. Obviously he was the one who killed Ling Yi. While they were sizing up Jiang Chen was sizing them up as well. All of them were combat kings. The weakest among them was a 2nd-grade combat king, and the strongest was a 7th-grade combat king. There were 5 old men among them, and they should be the elders of the Shura temple. They had an extraordinary status, and the rest of them didn't look too old, around 20 to 30 years old. 3 of them were the tycoons. Who are you? How dare you kill the tycoons of the Shura temple in the freezing hell jail? You're courting death. The 7th-grade combat king shouted at Jiang Chen. I'm the Jiang Chen that you've been searching for. Jiang Chen said honestly. What? How did you get in here? The old man was surprised. He had no doubt about Jiang Chen's identity. Although he had never met Jiang Chen before, he had heard the description of Jiang Chen. He was a young man in his late teens. Furthermore, the Tan Lang in front of him had disappeared. Jiang Chen must have come here to save Tan Lang. You've come just in time, we were just looking for him. Killing a disciple of the Shura temple is no different from courting death. Now that you've killed the 8th tycoon, even if the heavenly king himself is here, he won't be able to save you. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Why did you come to the freezing hell jail? Is Tan Lang that important to you? Or do you have the confidence to walk out of this freezing hell jail? The one who spoke was the 6th tycoon. He looked to be in his 30s and his aura was extraordinary. The tycoons of the Shura temple weren't ranked according to their age but their strength. The 6th tycoon was a 5th-grade combat king, an extremely powerful man. Of course, if I want to leave, none of you can stop me. Also, there's no need for this freezing hell to exist anymore. As Jiang Chen said that, a scarlet beam of light burst out from the top of his head. Within the beam of light, the shadow of a blood-red dragon emerged, raising its head and letting out a soul-stirring dragon roar. After that, rumble. A deep and muffled thunderclap suddenly rang out, causing the entire freezing hell jail to tremble. What's going on? Why do I feel an extremely powerful pressure? It's the pressure of the heaven and earth, not the pressure of a human. The 7th-grade combat king was shocked. At this moment, everyone raised their heads. They had no idea what was going to happen, but each of them had a bad premonition. At the same time, the sky above the Shura temple was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Everything within a radius of 100 miles was covered by the dark clouds. It was a scene of doomsday. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly change color? Such a strong pressure. What's going to happen? Is the heaven angry? I've read about it in the records. It seems like a heavenly tribulation. My God, could it be that someone in the Shura temple is facing a heavenly tribulation? Only a great saint can face a heavenly tribulation, and there's no such expert in the Shura temple. Could it be that there's something that defies the natural order in our Shura temple that has attracted the heavenly tribulation? You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.